Hello. Hi there. You'll notice there's nothing behind me. That's because I can do this now. Set up a green screen, baby. Set up a green screen. So now I can do this. That was good, huh? It still needs some work. It still needs some work. You can see kind of some of the green on my hair. But yeah. Now we can watch anime unabated. Hopefully. Hopefully this doesn't cause any issues. But it should be okay. From what I can tell, it should be okay. Oh, still have this on. Should probably take that off. Can you not block it again with those pink things? I think it already blocks most of it. Uh, yeah, no, that's see, like, it should do the trick. You see, family trip and okay, so yeah, we're finally at Hawaiians. So, so for those waiting for a chapter, there's no chapter. So just in case, for anyone waiting for a chapter, there's no chapter this week. There, is what it is. What's going on? Why isn't this thing loading? Oh my god, is Crunchyroll like crashing because I don't know something aired? Not necessarily this. I doubt it was this. For the love of. So Crunchyroll is having issues. That's nice. Or is it me? Wait, everything isn't loading. Huh? Things aren't loading. But I'm streaming fine. Hmm. You should. Mine's working. Should we pin a comment about no chapter this week? Yeah. How do I do that? No chapter out. There's no chapter this week. God, how do I do this? There is no chapter this week. Only the anime episode. Okay, now pin message. There we go. Is this good or should I like do something else with it? That's good. Okay. Just give me a sec. Just trying to work these kinks out. Oh dear. See the see the big thing I'm excited about is how they're gonna handle the Kazuya's attempted confession in what is it? Kazuya's attempted confession at in the room. That's what I'm excited about, and I'm really curious if they handle it well at all. Because I kind of get the feeling they won't. Oh, yeah, the YouTube thing with the AI garbage. Yeah, they're gonna, like, I guess people's age or some shit. Oh my god, I'm. My mom got me this cup and it reads "World's Greatest Son." I didn't even. I just grabbed a cup. I didn't even. Thanks, I guess. I just grabbed a cup. I just saw it right now. It does have my two favorite colors. Green. Oh, you can't see the green. That's so funny. You can't see the green. You can't see the green. Uh, Green is one of my favorite colors, and blue is one of my favorite colors. I think green's always been my favorite for a long time. But anyways, let's actually watch this episode. Yeah, mommy does a cute smile. Jeez, that doesn't look good. Oh no, that doesn't look good. I need you to look at how they animate this. I need you to look at how they animate this. Doesn't that look like something out of like a pachinko machine or like those stills where they animate the hair in like Photoshop for an for a manga still and they move it around? That doesn't look good. That really doesn't look good. Oh, man, you know they're struggling. You can feel it. Yeah, I think it would be okay if it didn't vibrate. I agree, actually. I totally agree with you. That's a great catch. Yeah, the vibration does not help it. It would have looked better if it didn't vibrate like that. Okay, the opening. I did want to analyze the opening a little bit while we got some time. So I like that. I like that. I like that Ruka is Snow White with the apples. It really kind of represents her innocence and purity. That just it fits perfectly. Ruka being uh literally Snow White, it just makes too much sense. It's a very great idea. Mommy being a twisted version of not Snow White, Cinderella is also perfect because literally she's Snow White and the Ice Queen. And that's such a great idea. That's such a cool concept and execution. She's literally Cinderella and the Ice Queen, and that matches perfectly because Cinderella's whole thing is that she needs to kind of save herself from her abusive adopted parents, literally matching mommy's character, and how she literally has abusive parents. In that same way, her being the Ice Queen adds like another layer to it where she's not really innocent and adorable like Cinderella. This matches perfectly with the background. Look at how she's sitting. Look at how she's presenting herself. They use red. They use the sunset as the motif for mommy's character. It completely contrasts the white of her character, the white that's supposed to represent innocence and purity. The red completely contrasts that. Visually, this is fucking immaculate storytelling. Like this is such cool storytelling because it literally tells you so much about mommy's character that literally and that even adds more layers to it. Mommy's swimsuit in Hawaiians is white. And white is often associated with purity. Her swimsuit also has frills on it, so it looks royal. There's an element that makes it look royal, which is really fucking cool. But at the same time, you add another layer to that where white can also mean like a void, an emptiness to it. White can have multiple different meanings. Ursula? She's not Ursula. Who the hell said she was Ursula? She's not Ursula. She's literally a mixture between the Ice Queen and Cinderella. That's two different things. She's not Ursula. I don't know who the hell says she was Ursula. She's not Ursula. No. Mommy is not Ursula. Mommy is literally a character drifting between two different things. Cinderella and the villain, the Ice Queen. So she's literally the hero and the villain at the same time, and she's drifting between the two, and that's literally Mommy's character perfectly. In that same way, when I was explaining earlier, is that and the reason we can say she's the Ice Queen is she literally has an ice dragon later in the fucking opening, which is such a cool idea. So Mami literally having this contrasting element is very key here. And this again matches how she dresses in Hawaiians. This shows a fundamental understanding of what Reiji is trying to convey about these characters. That in Hawaiians, Mami is literally dressed in white, and the white has frills, which conveys her royalness because she has a rich family, right? In that same way, Mami having white as her motif, in contrast to her usual color palette, which is Mommy usually likes yellow. Her favorite color is gold. I think her favorite color is gold, right? So that contrasting motif between her usual color palette says something that Mommy is like an empty void. That mommy is literally like white can represent emptiness. It can represent like here. Let me double check. I'm not talking out of my fucking ass. What can white represent? And there's another motif to it too, is that Chizuru's favorite color is red, and Mami is wearing white. She's literally the contrasting element, but Chizuru wears blue. Yeah, I remember negative. Whatever. I'll look it up later. I don't need to like sit and read through this right now. But you guys get my point. White is purity, but it can have a negative connotation. Every color can have a negative connotation. That's by design. Because everything can have two meanings. White does represent purity, but white can also represent emptiness because it's literally just white. There's nothing there. White can also represent coldness, which is why they use the cold motif for Mami's character. It's by design. White can be cold. White can be empty. White can be a massive empty void of just white, just as black can be an empty void. The colors parallel each other. That's literally the whole point. You have the element of purity, but can also be, yeah, like an empty canvas. Perfectly said. It's like an empty canvas. With that said, oh, for the love of, damn it. Why is Crunchyroll like this? Okay. Nope. Okay. Let me go back to normal me. Let it play out so we can get to Sumi, I think. Okay. So Sumi is Little Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood, which is also perfect. Why? Because Little Red Riding Hood is a character transitioning from innocence to adulthood. There you go. Yeah, green can be interpreted as lucky or envy. Red can be rage or passion. Yellow is bright or sickness. Yeah, every color can have a different motif. That's literally how it works. So, like we were saying, Sumi is Little Red Riding Hood. Again, very very fitting. A character that transitions from innocence to adulthood and has to grapple with the adult world around her. Literally, Sumi represents innocence in the story, and that's the whole thing with Sumi. And she has to grapple with being part of the adult world because Sumi, interestingly, isn't some magical perfect character. Sumi literally wears red, which is a color of passion, right? Sumi's whole thing is also pink, so it's also very fitting that she wears white and red, the two colors that make pink. See what I mean? And then you have her hair contrasting that. She's also carrying her puppy. Her puppy literally matches the whole story of Red Riding Hood, where she has to deal with the wolf. See what I mean? So they're doing some interesting elements at play here, and Sumi's character definitely has to. Here's an interesting thing I think people don't realize about Sumi's character. Sumi's actually pretty judgmental. Sumi's actually pretty judgmental. And you see this in her character song, and you see this based on the basis of her character, where Reiji literally said how he based her character stems from what is it? He said Sumi is so every character is Reiji exploring a different part of himself. So Reiji said Sumi is the part of me that can do anything I need to, but uses my personality as an excuse to not do it. And that's actually perfectly captures Sumi, and it flipped my whole perspective on who Sumi actually is. And if you read the Sumi spinoff, Reiji redraws the chapter where Kazuya and Sumi first meet. What Reiji doesn't show us in the original story that he shows us in that one is that Sumi, when she gets there, doesn't actually know what Kazuya looks like. She doesn't actually know quite what he looks like. She just knows she's supposed to meet him at this certain place. And Sumi goes to three other dudes before she goes to Kazuya because she assumed Kazuya would never be that person. She judged him based on how he looked. She literally assumed who he was, and this acts perfectly into how Kazuya and Sumi interact with each other. Where Kazuya is like she looks really cute, but she's a total fucking mess. She doesn't know what the hell she's doing, and Kazuya has to guide her through it. In contrast, Sumi also starts to drop this wall of needing to look like a certain way. Chizuru Kazuya interacting with Chizuru allowed Sumi to see him in a different light because she starts to learn how Chizuru sees and interacts with people. So Sumi's character is literally an innocent character transitioning into adulthood, and that's by design because Sumi is often always presented as innocent, but doesn't actually grapple with the harshness and reality of the life she's in, and that's why most of her manga literally has her dealing with these adult situations she doesn't really want to be a part of. Does Sumi find Kazuya's personality attractive? She interestingly, what Sumi likes about Kazuya, ironically, stems from how Chizuru transformed him. So in some ways, yes. But we don't really hear too much of what Sumi herself is thinking. So maybe I do think she finds his I think it's yeah, I think his personality is definitely what she's attracted to. But initially she was pretty judgmental of him, which is ironic considering people are judgmental of her because of how she presents herself in rental dates. Isn't that ironic that she would judge Kazuya like that? But Reiji never outright tells you. You have to kind of pay attention. Finally, we have Minnie being Alice in Wonderland. So fitting. I love that she's bored. I love that Minnie is fucking bored because her life is boring. She views her life as boring. She has all this candy. She's literally in goddamn Wonderland and she's bored. And this is further emphasized by her having no one else there to hang out with and talk to. Right? For Minnie, her love is kind of a little different from the other characters. Where for Minnie, yeah, her story is also somewhat transitioning into kind of that element of adulthood and dealing with trauma. I gotta remember the details of Alice in Wonderland. Like, what is Alice in Wonderland exploring as its themes? I know a part of it is that it's exploring grief in characters and a character like losing something and not wanting to lose it. I do believe that is an element of that story that I think they're definitely tying into. So Alice in Wonderland themes. A journey of coming of age, the exploration of identity, and the presence of absurdity. Dude, what have I been saying about Minnie's character this entire time? What have I been saying about Minnie's character? There's an entire exploration of identity for Minnie's character where her identity is like a total mess. And Minnie essentially forges her identity around other people. Isn't that crazy? That's literally part, yeah, and then the coming of age that also makes perfect sense because Minnie is younger. Minnie is actually younger than Minnie is actually younger than Kazuya and Chizuru. She's a year younger than them. She's their junior. And yet she's the one seemingly trying to tell them what to do and what they should do when she barely has any experience in love herself. Isn't that fascinating? And then, of course, the presence of absurdity. Minnie is the absurd. Reiji literally directly references one of the first things we see with Minnie in this exact season is she's wearing an Endless Eight shirt, which is a reference to Haruhi Suzumiya, who is an absurd fucking character that does crazy shit and drags everyone into her bullshit. Right? And that's literally who Minnie is. Minnie is Haruhi Suzumiya. That's who Minnie is. Yeah, the story portrays Alice's transition from childhood to adulthood. Again, matching Sumi's character, which is probably why Sumi and Minnie get along so well. Marked by her physical and emotional transformations within the nonsensical world of Wonderland. The novel also delves into the complexities of identity as Alice grapples with her sense of self in a constantly changing environment. The inherent absurdity of Wonderland, with it talking animals and illogical rules, highlights the book's whimsical and often nonsensical nature, prompting reflection on the nature of reality and logic. And what does Minnie do in the story? What does Minnie have been doing this entire time in the story? Creating illusions and doing all this crazy nonsensical shit that doesn't make any fucking sense. Isn't that cool? Dude, I fucking love Reiji. I actually really like this opening. I think this is easily one of the best openings in the series by a Christmas mile. Like, it's so good. It's really, really fucking good. Like, I genuinely think this is easily one of the best openings in the series has ever had. And then, okay, then they finally show Chizuru at the end. Chizuru is the princess at the tower. Right? Chizuru is the princess at the tower. They don't tell you who Chizuru is, but you know, the easiest guess is Rapunzel, right? Because it's the princess at the tower. Now, but they don't but she doesn't have like the characteristics of Rapunzel. But let's look into it. What is Rapunzel's themes? Because I don't remember too much about Rapunzel. I've seen the movie, but I think I know the movie is different. Rapunzel's themes are isolation, imprisonment, and the desire for freedom and self discovery, the dangers of manipulation and control, and the transformative power of love and sacrifice. So, this can have a whole bunch of layers to it. In particular, this definitely grapples with both Kazuya's mentality and how he perceives Chizuru, but also how Chizuru herself is as a character. Because this is definitely part of that. Chizuru definitely goes through an element of isolation and she feels imprisoned in her own home. Mommy literally kind of imprisons her in the tower, if you will. So in that way, misunderstanding like what the actual conflict is for Chizuru is very key here. Chizuru definitely feels imprisoned by her own feelings and by the people around her. You literally see that um, in how Hawaiians is literally starting. Ruka literally makes Chizuru lock up and isolate and cut herself off because of how she treats her and acts around her. In that same way, the desire for freedom and self-discovery is very fitting because Chizuru definitely does not want to be like this. She literally when she goes to Hawaiians, she literally sets herself free. Right? She literally lets it all out. She sets herself free. Chizuru is literally breaking out of her own tower. She's literally freeing herself. The dangers of manipulation and control. What does mommy do to Chizuru the entire fucking arc? What does mommy do to Chizuru the entire of in the entire arc? She's trying to manipulate and control her. Just like Rapunzel is manipulated and controlled by the people around her, by her stepmother, by this person who like imprisoned her, like all that stuff, and then the transformation of the transformative power of love and sacrifice. What happens in the end of Hawaiians? Right? Both characters are seemingly imprisoned within their own shells of the person, and then they free themselves through Kaguya sacrifices, and then Chizuru sacrifices too. Love literally transforms them. Love literally transcends them, and it transforms everyone around them. Literally, their choices transform everyone around them, and Kazuya is the one who frees her in the end of Hawaiians. In a way, isn't it fitting how it's both a dream and reality? It's literally how it happens in the story, right? And it's a bit romanticized, but that's literally how it happens. And of course, that also deals with that element of identity. All characters in the story deal with an element of identity in who they are, and how love transforms them into the person they want to be. Yeah. So the let's see, family, identity, and the importance of defying social expectations. What happens in Hawaii is a lot of it is really dealing with that element of social expectations. Literally, expectations are forced onto the characters the entire arc. Dude, Reiji is not Reiji. The openers are crazy for recognizing the themes and actually depicting them accurately. I will say that. Now, I don't. I can continue analyzing this later. For now, let's continue actually watching the episode. I'll stop here for now, and we can continue watching the episode. And here, one sec. I gotta get Chizuru. see. No, not that. Copy. Yeah, I already copied it. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so let's continue with the opening for now. We'll get to... Oh, okay. One last thing I want to point out. They do like a twinkle, and look at what happens. A star flies by, and Kazuya loses his hat. If you pay attention to the opening, Chizuru is the one who gave him the hat. Chizuru's the one who gave him the hat. Damn. Damn. Oh, this song is such a banger. My boy looks so cool. He made him look cool. Oh my god, look at him. He looks so fucking cool. I'm sorry, this is so peak. This is so cute. I love how it shows that they're both poor. I love how it shows that they're both the Kazi and Chizuru are both fucking poor, but they find meaning and love through each other. Oh, so good. Oh, it's so good. They get it. Whoever made this opening fucking gets it. I love this opening shot. I love this shot. Literally, the sun is rising. Right. The whole opening starts at night and the sun is rising. That's so good. And it's Kazuya running this time. Kazuya choosing to run because he doesn't want to lose this. How fitting. Because that's literally his entire journey as a character in this arc. Kazuya does not want to lose this anymore. He can't give this up anymore. He refuses to let this go anymore. He's not content with losing this anymore. And that's Kazuya's whole journey, is that Chizuru is not here for most of this opening. Chizuru is pretty much not here for most of this opening, and he's still going to her. Whereas before she was always around, she would always help him through it. She's not here anymore, and he's the one who has to power through and get to her. Oh, that's cool, actually. So, oh, wow. So this is Chizuru's crown. This is Chizuru's crown. Oh, wow. I love everything about this. The crown is made of, doesn't it look painful to wear? And that literally matches the theme of roses. If you know anything about like roses and where roses came from, it reflects the pain of love. It literally reflects the pain of love. That's so cool. Because the rose has thorns. It's painful. So she's literally wearing a painful crown of love. And the reason roses are red is because if you read the story of how roses were born, both stories kind of connect directly to this. They both stem from Venus and Aphrodite, which Kazuya calls her this exact arc and this exact chapter. He calls her a Venus. Uh, and in the Aphrodite story, the person she loves gets tricked into doing this thing and then gets killed. And as she's running to him to save him, she clips her leg or her foot on a rose's thorn, and that rose turns red. Beauty and the Beast. I don't know about Beauty and the Beast. Nothing about this says Beauty and the Beast because she's a princess in a tower, right? So it's not. It feels more like Rapunzel, which makes a whole lot more sense. It doesn't. It doesn't feel like Beauty and the Beast. I could see it, but she falls in. But that wouldn't make sense, because the whole idea is that she falls in love with the prince, uh, which is a monster. But Kazuya isn't that. I don't know. I can't see Beauty and the Beast. I could maybe, but I don't know. So yeah. So okay, we gotta go back just like a frame. Damn it! It's too fast. It's too fast. Okay, Cinderella. Notice how there isn't much going on in the Cinderella one. There you see royalty. You see reflections of ice. These look like pieces of ice right here. And even the thing itself looks like ice. It's literally it literally looks like it's forged from ice, like it's cold. Then you have what is it? You have Snow White, and it's literally like a mirage. Holy crap. It's like you're hallucinating. Damn, it's like you're fucking hallucinating. It's destructive. I love how destructive it is. Wow. I love how crazy and destructive it is. Let's see. Is there something I missed about Snow White? This is an interesting Snow White. The dangers of vanity and jealousy, the importance of innocence, and the triumph of good versus evil. Oh my god. The dangers of vanity and jealousy. What is happening with Ruka? Her vanity and her jealousy is getting the better of her this entire arc. She's literally being consumed by it. She's becoming the evil queen. She's unintentionally becoming the evil queen. That's the whole thing that's happening with Ruka in this entire arc. But then the importance of innocence, she maintains her innocence by the end of it. Literally the whole thing that's happening with Ruka's character, she's literally drifting between innocence and then vanity and jealousy. That's the two things she's literally clashing with, and then ultimately she chooses good by the end of the arc. In the end of it, she ultimately chooses good. The story also explores themes of beauty, both physical and inner, and the destructive nature of unchecked pride. Additionally, it examines the contrast between good and evil, the power of friendship and love, and the resilience of the human spirit. Yeah, the other stuff like clicks pretty easily. Cinderella. Let's double check. The power of hope and perseverance, and the importance of inner beauty. No, I think Cinderella is more about kindness. Yeah, I definitely think Cinderella is like more about like it has more like moral lessons about the importance of kindness. Because like most of the story for Cinderella is literally her being bullied by her sisters, and yet she keeps being nice. She still chooses to be nice and kind. This is intentionally contrasted by Mommy, who is not nice and kind, who literally lets her kindness go. Mommy literally lets her kindness go. She becomes ice cold. She becomes cruel and mean and hurtful, and she literally becomes the bully. Literally, her parents bullied her, right? Literally, the whole thing with Cinderella's story, and the reason it intentionally contrasts Mommy, is that Cinderella is bullied by her by her stepsisters and by her stepmother, and yet she still chooses to be kind. Mommy is like the complete opposite of this. She's bullied and pressured and abused by her family, and she transforms and becomes like them. She becomes ice cold and cruel. She's literally not Cinderella. She just looks like Cinderella. That literally she just looks like her, but she isn't actually her. Transformation, hope, and inner strength. If anything, I think what this arc is kind of saying is mommy is not Cinderella, and she transforms into Cinderella by the end of it. Or maybe she's starting to transform into actual Cinderella. Maybe that's what it's trying to say, but yeah, I don't. Yeah, no, I don't think that's completely accurate. The initial one. What an interesting choice for Sumi. It's the fucking pupper. It's the goddamn pupper. Because literally, what do you remember? What do you remember the Little Red Riding Hood? The wolf dresses up as her grandma. The wolf dresses up as her grandma. So it has her puppy doing it instead. How fitting. Because the puppy is more mature than Sumi. The puppy it like literally guides Sumi around. It's more mature than her. Oh, I damn it, I missed the Okay. Wow. I love how dark and creepy this one looks. I love how dark and creepy this one looks. It's hallucinogenic. It's literally a hallucinogenic. Doesn't it look like that? This one looks so fucking creepy. That's immaculate. Immaculate fucking choice to make it look so goddamn creepy. And that kind of really represents Minnie's mystery as a character. She's literally this character who's literally like she feels like a hallucination. Minnie is kind of like that. It's literally Alice in Wonderland is creepy as fuck. And that actually matches super well with with Minnie's character and the absurdity of her. Minnie is absurd, completely so. This matches that perfectly. Holy shit. Way to cook, team. Way to cook. There's a literal mushroom. Yeah. And doesn't it look creepy as shit? This shit looks like it'll get you high as fuck. Eat me. Eat me. Eat me. Eat me. Drink me. And you have a drunken bottle just tossed to the side. Mushrooms, no, not necessarily poison. No. Mushrooms can represent a whole lot of things. This is supposed to be hallucinogenic. It's creepy and weird. It literally looks like the cupcakes and the cookies are laced. They literally look like the mushroom. They look like they're fucking laced with shit. Cheetah, you're getting banned. Fuck off. Actually, I'll put you on timeout. I won't ban him. He'll consider this I'm not gonna ban him, but I'm gonna put him on a timeout. Consider this strike 1 of 3. And then Kazuya rallies all of the Kazuya rallies all of these princesses and their stories. There's oh my god, are they sitting on a fucking coffin? I don't think it's a coffin, but it looks like a coffin. Yeah, Kazuya tells them the story. It pans to Ruka and her apples, all of Ruka's apples that should represent her innocence. That's a coffin? It yeah, it kind of looks like a coffin. Oh my god, I love this Minnie head tilt. She looks doesn't Minnie look kind of like and then slowly she gets into it. Slowly she gets curious about it. But doesn't Minnie look like what the hell are you saying? I love how Minnie is sitting too. Minnie in comparison to the other female characters is a lot more loose. She's literally spreading her legs. She's sitting down. She's leaning in like this. Like literally the way she's sitting conveys so much of her character. Pure innocence, and it's purely innocent and adorable. Super fitting, right? They definitely tripled down on the Sumi innocence. Okay, so let's see the Kazuya thing. So the princess intentionally a lot of roses, green and red seems to be the motif. Literally, she's like a rose. Chizuru is literally like a rose. She literally is the embodiment of love. Chizuru is literally like a rose. She has every color of a rose. It's a castle with wedding bells, right? And there's a very intentional thing they do here. Literally, the man is blue and the woman is pink, because it's definitely exploring that element of gender. Kazuya's struggle with that is important. Of course, it's the one shot of Umi, right? And it's and I love how it's absurd and silly because that perfectly matches the character. Kazuya is absurd and silly and goofy. And Kazuya's like, I don't want that. It tells you the story in a very simple and effective way. This, don't like it. Just straight to the point. And then Ruka pushes him, and you see the poison apples, her jealousy and her vanity. Literally, like, he's like, what the hell? Like, look at Kazuya. What the hell? Why'd you push me? The jealousy and the vanity literally pops in the background. And Minnie goes to sue me, right? Minnie closes her eyes and doesn't see. Minnie doesn't care. I think that's really interesting that Minnie does not care, whereas Ruka is stuck over here getting upset at him, and he doesn't really want to deal with her jealousy. Kazuya doesn't care for that. So you have two innocent characters just kind of interacting, and then you have Minnie, or not, sorry, Ruka over here arguing with Kazuya. You need to see this. Oh my god, it's so bad. Minnie's eyes fucking twinkle and she pulls out a cookie that says eat me. She's about to get the dog fucking high. She's about to get the dog fucking high, bro. The dog, oh, I love how the dog rips the thing perfectly in half. Eats one part of it to eat. And what happens? In an absurd turn, the dog grows into something destructive. Minnie literally created a destructive thing on purpose. Minnie literally, she did this on purpose. She wanted something interesting to happen, so she forced an interesting thing to happen. It is laced. It's on purpose. She literally wanted something interesting to happen. She's like, oh, ooh, I got an interesting idea. Literally, her eyes glow. She gives him the cookie, and the dog transforms into this big thing. She did it on purpose. She wanted something exciting to happen, and it's this big, cute, adorable dog. And what happens? Ruka's innocence, after wrecking Kazuya, literally you see the fucking bruises on Kazuya. You see the bandages all over him. She wrecked him. Sumi is like, no, my beautiful pupper, who's her grandma, I guess. Minnie is just excited, right? Minnie's just jumping with excitement. Yay, something great happened. And what happens with Ruka? Her innocence takes over. Literally, all hearts, the jealousy fades. The innocence and purity of Ruka's character takes over, and she just runs to the dog. Her excitement just takes over everything. She doesn't care. This matches exactly how she acts in Hawaiians. In Hawaiians, she spends most of it being jealous, upset, and annoyed. But then when she goes like actually on the rides and when she's just having fun, she doesn't actually care. She doesn't actually care about that. And then when she's interacting with Curry, you again see that assumption. You literally see that, you know, that, Curry's going to be shitty. Curry's going to say stupid crap. And what happens? Curry just innocently tells her, I'm just happy we met again. That's all I wanted to say. I'm glad you're okay. And then he steps away and she's like, what the hell? Literally, Ruka's entire story is about embracing her innocence and purity and not letting the jealousy take over her and consume her. Then a witch shows up. That witch is Grandma Nagomi. Isn't it interesting? Grandma Nagomi's depicted as a witch, and it scares Kazuya. You literally see him scared here, right? Nagomi's like, I'll transform you into a prince. I'll turn you into this thing that Chizuru will love. I'll turn you into this thing that she will love. I will give you this thing. And look at her. She's so upset and bothered. She's like, oh, you're mediocre. You're not that good, right? And she puts a spell on him, and she turns him into a half-assed prince. Literally, she turns him into this half-assed prince that's not really Kazuya. That's not really who Kazuya is, right? She tries to transform him into this other person so he would be worthy of Chizuru, because whereas Chizuru right now, she's with a prince, right? She's with Umi, who is a prince. So she tries to make Kazuya into a prince when the entire basis of Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship is that neither of them are a prince or a princess. They're just who they are. And so this already tells you Nagomi is trying to turn Kazuya into someone he's not. And that's just a fact. She is. Nagomi is trying to do this. She doesn't intend it to be this way. She's trying to be helpful, but you see how she's judgmental of him. You see how she's judgmental of him. She tries to transform him into something else that he isn't. And that's kind of the point. Even Kazuya doesn't like it. Like, you literally see it on his face. He doesn't like it. She then bewitches the... What is it? She bewitches the fish, right? The fish being like the thing he rides that is his steed, right? He's a prince with a steed, and it's his fucking fish. And then you have just Sumi, Minnie, and Ruka staring. They're just excited. They're not even thinking about it. I think Sumi is like the only one that's chill, but everyone else is just like excited. And yeah, look at what happens with, right? Sumi's like, holy shit, this is fucked up. Minnie is like, hell yeah, this is exciting. Kazuya's just freaking out. And then we don't actually see Ruka. Do we see Ruka? Oh my, yeah, Ruka just disappears in the background of this. I love how cute he looks. I love how cute he looks. He looks so cute. This looks so adorable. He just went Super Saiyan, right? But the dog doesn't even react. But yeah, look at Nagomi. She's like, yeah, I'm giving you a power up. Yeah, Ruka just disappears in the background of that. Kazuya flies into the sky. Minnie's just excited seeing how high he can go. Sumi is just, innocently staring. Wow, that was cool. And then Ruka is just pissed that he's gone, that he left. Oh, chills. Literal chills. Literal chills. Literal chills. Mommy is also a girl who is poor. She's dressed just like them. She's also a girl who is poor. She's also a girl who has no literally she's like them. She's like Kazuya and Chizuru. She's not some magical princess. She's literally just this poor girl who wanted this love for her. And she's upset that Kazuya left. Oh my god. Why don't they portray mommy like this in the actual story? Seriously, they nailed it here. They nailed it here. It's immaculate. It's literally perfect. They nailed it. This is how mommy should look. This is how mommy should look. Her eyes are hollow and dead. They're empty. I also didn't notice she was literally wearing normal poor people clothes. She's literally dressed like with clothes that are torn and ripped, and she had to like sew things into it. Right? We get to the castle, and the moon is above. The song is called Umitsuki. We got to listen to the lyrics after this. We got to listen to the lyrics. A friend sent me the lyrics after this, so we can listen to it after the episode. So we see the castle with the moon, and it looks like some sort of ball, right? It looks like some sort of ball. So that kind of matches Cinderella, because what happens, Cinderella shows up here. So Kazuya gets there, and he's the thing fell asleep, and he's like some messy looking prince. He looks like a joke. and mommy runs by him. Oh, how interesting. Her face is intentionally hidden and she looks like she's wearing a wedding dress. It looks like a wedding, so Kazuya thought it was Chizuru when he first saw it. When he first saw it, Kazuya thought it was Chizuru. He reaches out for her. He literally reaches for her like this. Oh, wow. Cinderella's shoe falls and breaks, literally representing how her innocence and kindness breaks. She's not Cinderella anymore. And Kazuya picks it up and it literally breaks in his hands. A snowstorm blows in. Mommy turns around, smiles. Oopsie. I misled you. I literally manipulated and controlled you like I was manipulated and controlled. And what is mommy wearing on her head? Literally an ice crown. She's literally wearing an ice crown. A big fucking dragon shows up. A big fucking dragon, just a fuck you dragon shows up. And does a big fuck you laser beam on Kazuya. Jesus. Kazuya is freaking out. He's about to get blasted. And then Sumi, Minnie, and Ruka show up to save him. Right? Because they listened to his story and they connected to him. Right? The big the big thing that Minnie did, which was turn the dog big, right? This absurd thing Minnie did matches perfectly with what ends up ultimately happening is that, yeah, Minnie causes problems, but she also helps. Minnie causes problems, but she also helps. She's part of the family. Literally, Minnie's actions caused a big issue, but it ultimately brought them together and led to her helping, which is literally Minnie's character. So they run off. Sumi's freaking out. She's like, oh my God, I'm doing this thing that's out of my comfort zone. She's literally transitioning into the adult world. What's her name? Ruka is more like, fuck this bullshit. Let's fucking wreck this shit. She's literally carrying apples. Like she's literally ready to like rock and roll. Like she's embraced her what she knows is right and wrong. She's about to triumph over evil. And then if you look at Minnie, she's just excited. Girl's just vibing. She's like, let's go. This shit's exciting, right? All Minnie wants is a sense of excitement. That's what she wants, right? And it zooms in on Minnie right here. You see her face. She's just fucking excited. She's vibing. This shit's great. The ice blows, and you actually see a few things here. Okay, so they jump. So you'll notice Curry and Kibe are the cards. Curry and Kibe are literally the cards. He's the spades, he's the hearts. And this is just a quick, subtle shot, and this is a quick shot, and you can miss it. And they get blasted. So the hearts and spades get blasted. They don't matter anymore. What do the hearts and spades represent? I totally forgot. Her heel being left behind can also represent the phone being dropped before the bombshell reveal that Chizuru is a rental. Ooh, good catch. Yeah, literally like that. Yeah. That's a good catch. That's a great catch. Yeah. Her heel here, yeah, literally. And what does mommy do? Oopsie. Good catch. That's a great one. Yeah. Heart and spades meaning. So what is the actual original? Oh, okay. So the heart symbolized love, emotions, and relationship, while spades often represents challenge, conflict, and even death. Yeah, conflict, power, and warfare. The four suits of cards symbolize society and the human energy. Clubs represent both the peasantry and the achievement through work. Diamonds, the merchant class, and the excitement of wealth creation. Hearts, the clergy and the struggle to achieve inner joy. And spades, the warrior class institutionalized into... Whoa, what? Institutionalized into the nobility and the fractions of the fractious problems of life. So mommy blasts away the spades and the hearts. So she blasts away the institution, the warrior class that's institutionalized into nobility and the fractious problems of life, and she blasts away the hearts, which are which represent what? The clergy and the struggle to achieve inner joy. She blasts away inner joy and she blasts away the problems of life. Interesting. So, oh my god, look at this. Ruka's just pissed. Minnie is vibing. She's like, this shit's fucking great. And then again, Sumi's just like, Jesus Christ. And look at them, it's so funny. And then they do a twirl in the air, and Ruka takes charge. She uses the very vanity and the jealousy that was her issue as her strength. Ruka literally uses the apple, right? The doom apple of death. She uses that as her strength, and she throws it at the dragon, who then eats it and dies. Or gets confused. And then, oh man, look at Minnie posing. What a fucking pose, dude. She's literally T-posing the goddamn dragon. I'ma fuck you up. She's literally T-posing the goddamn dragon. And then Minnie is just like, let's go nuts. Drinks the drink me drink, which turns her massive. She turns big Chungus mode. And what is Minnie doing here? Minnie is playing God. She overlooms everybody. She is playing God. She uses some sort of mystery power, like Haruhi Suzumiya, to alter reality and literally become God in a sense, and plays with them. Like literally her fingers, what do her fingers look like? Her fingers look like these things are like they're on puppet strings. They are literally on puppet strings. She is a master playing with her puppets. Reiji literally nods to this on Minnie's birthday, where she literally mimics Lelouch from what is it? From Code Geass, and she literally commands the characters. And then Kazuya literally says, it's like we're puppets on her strings. She picks up Kazuya and then tosses him. He goes to the very top of the castle. Oh, look at her. She's in fucking tears. She's like, oh my god, he showed up. Oh my god, he showed up. Is this just a nod to the current chapters? Is this just a nod to the current chapters? Is Kazi gonna show up and just gonna break into fucking tears? I could totally see it. Just, oh my god, Kazi is like gonna show up to Chizuru's place and she's gonna break down. She's gonna break the fuck down. And then Kazuya throws away oh my god, look at how cool he looks. Look at how cool he looks. He throws away the thing his grandma gave him, or the thing the witch gave him, and he becomes his truest self. God, he looks so cool. He looks so fucking cool. Isn't he so cool when he's just himself and not some other person other people want him to be? He reaches out to her. Oh, wow. I love how the castle is literally surrounded by vines. The castle is literally surrounded by vines, literally eating her up. Literally tying her down. It's consuming her. And Chizuru jumps. And they finally reach each other. Ah. Oh my god. It's so cute. You finally came. You finally showed up. He breaks into tears. He kind of looks like Hiccup. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it. And then Kazuya wakes up. It was all just a big dream. But what is currently going on in the story? What is currently going on in the story? Dreams are literally becoming reality. Now, Umi is supposed to show up here in this opening segment. Umi is literally, he's literally, yeah, he's Prince Charming. Well, mommy thought he was her Prince Charming, but he's not. Kazuya is like Prince Charming without being Prince Charming. But there is an interesting tidbit here that I wanna show you guys. Copy. No, not that one. So let's go to. I don't have access to her actual fan box, so I'm not actually showing anything. I have not paid for Kano's fan box. I'm not actually showing anything. She had a link to one of her posts was a link to what is it, like all the stuff, and one of them is the director of the opening, who storyboarded it. I don't know if it's this one. No, there it is. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this one. So Nekotama. So as you can see, it's literally the opening. If it, dude, it'll actually fucking run right. Jeez. Okay, we gotta actually go to X. I said X. Damn it! I said X instead of Twitter. I hate it. What has become of me? So, most of this is pretty much the same. It's literally just the storyboarding structure. But you'll notice when Kazuya does show up, Chizuru is breaking down tears. You'll notice one thing is that Umi is there. Right? Someone is trying to get her not to leave. So they cut this segment out. Someone is trying to get her not to leave. Right? She's literally trapped, and there's this person here, which is assumedly Umi. And Chizuru jumps anyway. She doesn't care. Right? And that is also interesting. Maybe Umi will show up in the next few chapters. Who knows? Maybe Umi will show up in the next few chapters. Maybe he won't. Maybe he won't. Either way, this does seem to nod directly to Kazuya coming back to Chizuru's place and Chizuru possibly tearing up. That could totally happen. Whether Umi shows up or not, who knows? Maybe he will. Maybe he won't. But yeah, it seems like Chizuru. I think it's more of a metaphorical thing. Because Chizuru is literally trapped in her feelings. Like the castle represents Chizuru being trapped in her feelings rather than literally trapped somewhere. She's trapped in her own emotions, and Kazuya saves her, which is what Kazuya did, right? Literally, that's actually I'd argue that's kind of already what Kazuya did when they were walking home. He literally saved her from her emotions, where she felt literally trapped by her emotions and afraid she's making the wrong choice. Oh my, okay. Never mind, this already kind of happened, but it could still happen still, like in a physical sense. This is literally Kazuya saving Chizuru from her fears that she's making the wrong choice and showing her she's not. The person might be the author. Can you stop with that nonsense, please? Can you stop with that nonsense, please? It's supposed to be Umi. They literally said it was Umi because she's in his castle. That's the point. Chizuru's... this is literally Chizuru's feelings being trapped, that she's making the wrong choice. Umi is the wrong choice. She feels like she's making the wrong choice. She's afraid she's doing the wrong thing. She doesn't trust her feelings. And Kazuya helps guide her feelings that, no, you're not making the wrong choice. Trust yourself. I can show you the way. And that's kind of literally what Kazuya does. She lets her. What does she do here? She takes a leap of faith. What does Chizuru do here? She takes a leap of faith. What did Chizuru do in the story that we just experienced? She takes a leap of faith. What happens in the end of Hawaiians? She takes a leap of faith. All of these instances are leaps of faith, where Chizuru has to trust herself. Umi is Lord Farquaad. That's so good. Yeah, maybe this is Shrek. Maybe this is Shrek. Like in a simpler way, you could think of it like it's Shrek, which would actually work perfectly. Doesn't Kazuya kind of look like Shrek? Doesn't Kazuya in the opening kind of look like Shrek? Yeah, and what does Shrek do? He gets turned into a person in the second movie and becomes attractive and shit. So yeah, maybe she's Fiona. I don't know if Fiona is an actual princess. Is Fiona an actual princess? She does look like Fiona. She's indeed a princess in her own story. Princess Fiona. Princess Fiona is a fictional character in the DreamWorks Shrek franchise. Yeah, she doesn't. Oh my gosh, she totally looks like Fiona. She totally looks like Fiona. Holy shit. Yeah, this could be a direct reference to Shrek. This could. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, it totally is. It's a total reference to Shrek because what does Shrek do? What does Shrek do? He rallies all of the other fairy tales to help him. It's a reference to Shrek. Holy shit, it is. It totally is. It's a reference to Shrek. That makes perfect sense. Yeah. And literally at the end of it, she, like Shrek, she was about to marry Prince Farquaad because she thought that was the thing she was supposed to do. And then he shows up and saves her and tells her like I love you and all that. Yeah, it's literally Shrek. It straight up is. It's not even subtle. It makes perfect sense now. Oh my god, they crazy though. They crazy though. They cooked like fucking crazy. And this is actually great for another reason. You want to know what? Reishi is a massive movie buff. Reishi is a massive movie buff. He fucking loves films. This is perfect. It's literally a film reference to original fantastical stories. Yo, crazy. That makes so much more, that makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. Umi is fucking Lord Farquaad. That's so good. That's so fitting too. Doesn't Umi do this thing to like raise his stature constantly? He feels the need to constantly raise his stature and make himself look better because Umi constantly doesn't actually have he doesn't actually have faith in his own feelings. He has to create scenarios. He doesn't actually have confidence. You literally see it when Umi first visits. When Umi first visits what is it? Chizuru's place in chapter 287 or two, yeah, I think it's 287. No, yeah, let me double check. No, not 200. Fuck, I'm messing up. Yeah, 287. Look at Umi here. Look, and I want you to look at this next shot. He's Lord fucking Farquaad. He's Lord fucking Farquaad. He's tiny. Bro. Bro. Umi's literally taller than Kazuya, and yet here he is looking tiny and like a little kid. He's Lord Farquaad. Yo, that's crazy. That is crazy. That's so good. That is insane. Oh my god. Dude, when the opening to Rent a Girlfriend is a Shrek reference. The opening to Rent a Girlfriend season 4 is a Shrek reference. What the fuck? I gotta turn this into a video. I gotta make this into a video. That's crazy, dude. That is crazy. We gotta turn this into a fucking video. Dude. This is so goddamn peak. This is so fucking peak. Dude. Oh my god. That was so fun. That was so fun. Cracking the code for this cover is so fun. What Kazuya Shrek edit? What do you want me to do? What should I do? Dude, what should I do? How do I do it? Wait, who's Donkey? Who's Donkey? Donkey! Oh my god, that's so good. Oh my god! The dog is the dragon! What do they do in Shrek? What do they do in Shrek? Do you remember what they fucking do in Shrek? Who remembers what they do in... Oh my god, Minnie is Donkey. Minnie is Donkey. Oh, holy shit. Remember what they do in Shrek? They ride the dragon into the castle. Sumi's dog got turned into the dragon. It got turned into a big dog. Bro. That's so good. That's so good. Minnie's dog, Suzuri, is the fucking dragon from Shrek. And Sumi loves the dog. No. Sumi's the gingerbread boy. Yeah, Sumi's the gingerbread. What's it? Minnie loves the dog, just like Donkey ends up loving the dragon. That's so good. Oh, that's so fucking funny. This shit has me chuckling, dude. That's so good. Oh, I gotta adjust this. Oh, come on, work. Come on. There you go. Fixed it. Ruka is Pinocchio. Was Pinocchio there? That does make sense, but was Pinocchio there? Somebody once told me the Yo, I gotta have the door. I gotta have Kazuya slamming the door open, and it just says, "Somebody once told me." She's staying up late, telling stories and making waffles in the morning. Oh my god. Sumi's the gingerbread boy. Jesus, this is so great. You mean Chizuru will also change for Kazuya just like Fiona did, not physically but mentally? Yeah, I mean, Chizuru literally does do that in Hawaiians. Chizuru literally does do that in Hawaiians. And then literally just like Fiona and Shrek, they misunderstand each other because they both clearly love each other, but there's a misunderstanding that happens because of something that's done. And I believe like Shrek pushes her away, literally kind of matching how and then Fiona and him get into a fight and they push each other away. And then Shrek like has a talk with Donkey, which clears it up, which then pushes him back to her. Just like I think this is kind of in some ways foreshadowing the 3-month time skip where Minnie literally throws Kazuya to Chizuru, and literally like how Minnie shows up in the 3-month time skip, and she brings them back together again, which tells me that's kind of I think the ending of it is literally gonna be when Chizuru says like I'm gonna find out my feelings for you. I think that's kind of when the arc is probably gonna end, or that's when season 4 is probably gonna end, which makes like it feels like the right spot to stop. And much like Shrek, Kazuya has layers and most people don't see. They judge him before they get to know him. I can use that meme now. That's so good. I can fucking use that meme now. Just like onions have layers, Kazuya makes people cry. I mean, has layers. Why does it seem like they like Chizuru also transform into the knight and act differently compared to the new chapters? It's kind of strange. Maybe it's because Jorg, I don't know what you're referring to. Maybe text me this on Discord so I can understand what you're referring to. Who knew my throwaway comment would make so much sense? It literally does. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. I love that it makes perfect sense. And literally the spiral of life. Like this shit's fucking crazy. That's so cool. Kazuya wakes up, disappointed. Okay, so Mommy showed up. We'll actually get into the episode now. Mommy shows up. Chizuru's freaking out. Oh my lord, look at it again. Why is he doing that? Does he I don't think he actually does that in the manga. My god. Umi is Lord Farquaad. That's so fucking funny. He's Lord Farquaad. That shit has me chuckling. That shit has me fucking chuckling. And like, oh my god. And how does Fiona and Shrek's relationship start? He's supposed to be her Prince Charming. He turns out to be a fucking ogre, and they end up getting into a whole bunch of fights. And then turns out Fiona is actually super fucking capable and can kick mad ass. Fiona can kick hella ass. She's cool as shit. And then literally like Chizuru. Fiona is literally not like other princesses. She's not like she appears. She's not like them. She actually turns into an ogre too, and then her real self is the ogre. Dude. That's so fitting. That's so fitting. Okay, sorry. I was gonna look at chapter 191. This is where this is. So let's go to 191. Yep, mommy shows up. Sorry to keep you waiting, mommy. Don't know. Gets the oh, god damn, they fucking swung with this one. Yeah, he points, he screams, and he's like, blah, literally like Ruka did. Kazuya's supposed to mirror Ruka in this scene. I think what would have been really cool is if they had the panels mirror each other. They had the visuals literally mirror each other, because she has Ruka standing right there. Right? I think the freakout works a lot better in the manga because of how it's structured. Because Kazuya literally screams. He's like, what the shit is she doing here? Then Chizuru freaks out, which makes perfect sense, right? They look at these adorable idiots. They look exactly the same. Look at these adorable idiots. Oh, you guys can't see it behind me. Oh, there it is. There we go. Yeah, look at these adorable idiots. But yeah, Kazuya screams first, then Chizuru, and then Kazuya's like, what the hell's going on? And then you have the inner monologues, and even Kibe is like, what the shit? It's her. It's his ex-girlfriend. Grandma, this is... Yeah. The music choice is interesting. Kibe doesn't look as freaked out. Yeah, Kibe looked way more freaked out in the manga. Kibe looked way more freaked out in the manga. He's just like, what the fuck? Look at him. He's like, what the fuck? Like, both of them look freaked out. Everyone looks freaked out. They're like, why is mommy here? This is weird. Why is she here? Like, because everybody but Nagomi knows. As far as I know, Fiona transforms at night. Oh my god! It's literally like Chizuru. Chizuru's time of day is at night. Chizuru's time of day is at night. Chizuru's whole thing is at nighttime. Literally, almost every big thing that happens with Chizuru happens at night. That's so crazy. That's so good. Literally, Chizuru finds her answer in the night walk home. That's Chizuru. Literally, Kazuya's world is in the day. Chizuru's world is in the night. And then literally at the end of Shrek, Fiona chooses to show herself in the day because the night represents the time of secrets and dreams. Literally, that's why. Dude. And then Fiona becomes her real self and literally joins him in the day. She shows herself in the day as her real self. She doesn't just show that at night. Literally like how Chizuru goes to Kazuya's world. Literally like how Chizuru goes to Kazuya's world in the day. Shrek even tries to confess but can't. Oh my god! You're right! Oh my god, Shrek even tries to confess but can't. This is such a good find. I know! It's clicking so well. I gotta turn this into a video. There's no way I can't make this. I have to make this into a video. This needs to be a fucking video. This needs to be a fucking video. This is literally what I'm gonna edit after I finish right now. I'm gonna turn this into a video first thing that we do. Dude, Shrek. I'm just gonna call the video Rent a Girlfriend Season 4's opening is a Shrek reference. And people are just gonna be like, what the fuck? Special thanks to Lawless Bacon. Nice catch. Interestingly, I remember someone else mentioning it, but I never dug deep into it. Like your comment helped me dig deep into it because someone else did mention it. Because I did think like Chizuru doesn't look like Rapunzel. Because Rapunzel is supposed to have like blonde hair and long hair. Chizuru doesn't have that. Chizuru doesn't have long hair or blonde hair, and her color palette exactly matches Rapunzel. Or not Rapunzel, Fiona. It literally straight up matches Fiona. The only difference is Fiona has red hair. That's the only difference. But Chizuru has like streaks of red in her hair. So there are some slight similarities. But yeah, no, crazy fucking parallels. Fiona was locked away in a tower too. Yep. Fiona was also locked away in a tower. Right? But then she literally ends up in another tower. That's the dramatic irony of Fiona's character, is that she's locked away in a tower. She gets rescued from the tower, only to go and get locked up in another tower. And then Shrek rescues her from both towers, right? And that kind of matches Chizuru's character. Is like at the start of Hawaiians, she's kind of locked away in her own physical tower, and then Kazuya saves her from that. And then we go to Hawaiians, and then Chizuru literally gets locked up in her own home tower, right? In her own literal home, she gets locked up there, and she kind of has to save herself, right? Minnie tells her like you got to make some changes and save yourself. So yeah, Kibe doesn't look as freaked out here. I will point out though, it looks cleaner. Something about the episode looks cleaner. The music choice is also interesting. It's playing dubstep, so listen to this. What am I at the disco? Oh yeah, I gotta turn on the actual subs again, Jesus. So yeah, this part's fucking crazy. When I read this in the manga, I vividly recall when I read this in the manga, I noticed something fucking crazy. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull up the video. Isn't that his ex? What's going on here, Grandma? Welcome, Kinoshita-sama. Nanami-sama has caught us up to speed. So here, I'm going to show you guys something crazy. I figured it out. I cracked this when the episode came out. Or when the chapter came out. I don't think new people knew this at the time, but I fucking cracked this. Literally when the chapter came out. So let me find so I'm gonna go to videos, and this should be like chapter 190 or something. This was back when I was making goofy edits. Oh my god, look at this. I hated these. I hate these thumbnails so much. I'm so glad I don't do this shit anymore. Chapter 191. Okay. My theory. Intro, my theory. Okay. I think it's like right here. Yeah. Okay. So here, right here. I'll let this part play. I fucking hate myself a little bit, but I'll let this part play. I figured this out at the time, and it was kind of crazy. Oh, you guys can't hear me. Damn it. I gotta turn this on.
When I heard Grandma Negative was braiding everybody, I thought I just had to come and say hello.
Wait. Hold the phone. This guy's actually talking about Mommy's family here, which means Mommy's family's actually really connected, which means Mommy's probably actually kind of loaded. Mommy's family kind of lets her do what she wants to do. Is Mommy secretly rich? Is Mommy secretly kind of rich and her family just has too much control over her, and that's kind of why she is the way that she is? Is that what's going on? Her family just has a lot of control over her, and then they're forcing her to do things, but they kind of let her run around because they know in the end she's on a leash. Interesting. This could be a hint at Mommy's future development into who she is, because if she can just waltz into the most famous resort like it's fucking nothing, then that's saying a lot about her family's connection. And that could be foreshadowing into Mommy's past. So we are getting clues. Anyways, back to me panicking. I fucking figured it out at chapter 191. I literally figured out Mommy's fucking backstory at chapter 191. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. I predicted her literal backstory like 20 or 30 chapters in it, like literally 20 something chapters in advance. You sound like you're from the 1950s. Literally predicted this shit like 20 chapters before it fucking happened. I'm not a messenger, I'm the delivery boy. And like Shrek, he then saves Fiona before the wedding where he confesses his feelings, right? Yep, literally the same thing. What if Umi appeared in the next chapter? I'm very curious. He could. There's a very real possibility. I kind of think he won't. But if he does, Kazuya shouldn't be afraid of him. I kind of think he won't, but if he will, like, there's a chance he will. Reishi has hinted a few times, hey, Umi, here's the Nakano, Nakano's literally fucking everywhere. Literally the whole thing you're dealing with is Kazuya's literally like, the whole thing happens at the end of the sea. He references Finding Nemo. It feels more like, to me, right? So Ruka doesn't show up in the 3 months, right, after Kazuya and Chizuru meet up in chapter 240. Ruka does not show up. She only shows up afterwards. So maybe Umi will show up and Kazuya won't be afraid of him. So that could be interesting. That could be something interesting. Like, maybe Umi will show up since Ruka didn't show up. And that would be interesting to deal with. Kazuya just stops being afraid of Umi and just faces Chizuru head on and like she like tries to help her through shit. I can definitely see that. Like, Kazuya stops being afraid and like faces Umi head on. So that would be an interesting choice. I don't know what it could be, but we'll see. You used to be so silly, it's adorable. You sound like you're from the 1950s. Fate, if you want to love Shrek even more, look up Sideways Shrek. You literally walked to the valley of the shadow of death. Wait, what? They even have it's a hideous monster moment when it all breaks apart by Hawaiians and they both decide to stay together. Yeah. And in what sense? In what Chizuru does get like told she's a terrible person, and Kazuya literally gets like the way Kazuya is treated is like, oh, you're a monster. How could you do this? You're a terrible person. So yeah. My parents are friends with the chief of staff here. I've been here since last night. Yeah, this was the line that like gave me goosebumps when I first read it. Like, when I first read this line, this is the part I latched onto. Right here, let me show you. This is the part I was talking about in the video. This is the part I fucking latched onto. When Lord Farquaad sees Fiona's true form, he says it's a hideous monster moment when it all breaks apart at Hawaiians and they both decide to stay together. Oh, yeah. Isn't that literally how Chizuru is treated? Isn't that literally how Chizuru is treated by Kazuya's family? They start treating her like she's some evil person, like she's a hideous monster. When she suddenly transforms and her secret comes out. That's a perfect way of putting it. That's literally what Mommy does in Hawaiians. Mommy shows Chizuru's true form, right? Mommy shows Chizuru's true form, and suddenly she's treated like some evil person just because she starts looking different, and she's not the princess she was promised to be. Nagomi literally calls Chizuru a princess. Nagomi literally calls Chizuru princess. She calls her Hime. She says Chizuru Hime. Jesus Christ. Chizuru isn't the princess anymore at the end of Hawaiians. God, they cooked. They cooked with this opening. They cooked unbelievably hard with this opening. Yeah, literally, Chizuru is the promised princess, and then she turns out she's not the princess at all. Who does Lord Farquaad... Oh my god, who are Lord Farquaad's choices again? Holy shit. Princess choices. Cinderella, Snow White, and Princess Fiona. Who do we have here? Cinderella, Mommy's one of the choices, Mommy. Snow White, one of the other choices. It's Ruka. And then Fiona, the Sleeping Beauty. So is Chizuru supposed to be the Sleeping Beauty? Yeah, and that makes sense actually. Chizuru being the Sleeping Beauty actually makes a lot of sense. She's not Rapunzel. She's the Sleeping Beauty. Yeah, she's not Rapunzel. She's the Sleeping Beauty. Because the Sleeping Beauty's whole thing. And what does Nagomi look like? When Nagomi shows up, what does Nagomi look like? Opening. What does Nagomi look like? She's a witch who's transforming Kazuya, who bewitches the Sleeping Beauty, who puts the curse on her. Maleficent. Nagomi literally looks like Maleficent. Jesus. Yeah, so Chizuru's the Sleeping Beauty. So what are the themes of the Sleeping Beauty? The power of true love, the consequences of curses, and the importance of overcoming adversity. Yeah. True love conquers all, and that good will always triumph over evil. That's the simple one. Oh, it makes so much more sense for it to be Sleeping Beauty. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why it makes so much more sense for it to be Sleeping Beauty than Rapunzel? For a very, very simple reason. What do you do on a rose? You can prick your finger on a rose. How does Sleeping Beauty fall asleep? She pricks her finger. Jesus. Sleeping Beauty represents the awakening of the feminine principle that was pricked to sleep by the masculine principle. The awakening of the feminine love does not supplant the masculine, but guides him to the Whoa, this is interesting. Wait, what the hell is this? Oh, this is like an entire essay. I'll have to read this later, but this is interesting. That represents the awakening of the feminine principle that was pricked to sleep by the masculine principle. This actually makes a lot of sense thematically speaking, because mommy's parental figure, her dad, is the one who puts her love, who turns her love off, who kills her love. He puts it to sleep, if you will. The awakening, and then literally mommy and Chizuru mirror each other in that way. Mommy has abusive parents, Chizuru has good parents, but Chizuru's parents do something wrong which causes everyone to fall asleep, right? The awakening of the feminine love does not supplant the masculine, but guides him to a transcendence and to live happily ever after in the dance of love and life. That's literally what Chizuru does. That's literally what Chizuru does in Hawaiians. She does. What does supplant mean? I don't believe I've heard that word before. Supersede or replace. Yeah, Chizuru does not replace the masculine. The feminine does not replace the masculine, but rather guides him to a transcendence and to live happily ever after in the dance of love and life. Yeah, it doesn't usurp. I need to read this essay. I'm gonna just like put this to the side. It seems like a really interesting essay. What is the moral lesson of Sleeping Beauty? People should wait for love rather than rush into it or be in a hurry to find it. Really? Peralot actually provides a moral of the Sleeping Beauty at the end of his story. He mentions that people should wait for love rather than rush into it or be in a hurry to find it, since it took the princess over a century to find her true love. The moral of the story seems clearer after reading that. And what is Kazuya and Chizuru's struggle? What is Kazuya and Chizuru's struggle in the entire story? Right? Chizuru took a very long time to find the right person, and then in the story, Kazuya and Chizuru are kind of trying to rush too, right? You literally see that in Hawaiians. Kazuya's big struggle in the story, she's trying to rush. He's trying to find it. So if you think about it, it kind of is a Shrek reference and it isn't. It's a Shrek reference and it isn't. Like it totally is. If you think about it, it totally is a Shrek reference. Because they're both kind of peasants. Was the hero who saved Sleeping Beauty a peasant? I don't remember. Yeah, sounds like a lot like the investigation into feelings. Yeah, literally. Chizuru doesn't want to. Chizuru even says these exact words. What does Chizuru say when she's talking to the masseuse? Do you remember? I just don't want to leave things to chance. I want to find the right person before I commit to a relationship. He was the dude was always a prince. Damn. They cooked. Be kind, brave, and have hope. And having hope are really important. Yeah, there is that element of belief too, isn't there? Sleeping Beauty definitely has that element of belief, where you have to really believe that things will work out. And in the Sleeping Beauty, who helps the prince out? The three fairies. Who is helping Kazuya out? They have 3 fairies. What is the prince fight in the very end? A big dragon. What does Kazuya fight in the end? A big dragon. Yo. But then they use the dragon to help them, right? In Shrek, they use the dragon to help them. They don't fight a big dragon in the end. In the Disney version, yeah, but I don't know about the original version. I haven't read the original Sleeping Beauty, so I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, like I think that's kind of interesting. Klein-Levin syndrome, also known as Sleeping Beauty syndrome or familial hibernation syndrome, is an extremely rare condition that causes intermittent episodes where you sleep for long periods of time, which prevents you from staying awake during the day. Okay, I don't know what the fuck this has anything to do with anything. Sleep dealer. No, we're talking about Sleeping Beauty. Wait, what? Why was Aurora crying in Sleeping Beauty? The fairy sadly explained that she can never see the young man again, not knowing that he is actually her betrothed. Heartbroken, Aurora breaks into tears as she heads upstairs to weep in her bed. Bruh. Oh my god. The fairies tell her this. What does Ruka do? What does Ruka do? Ruka tells her you can't be with him. What is it? Mommy essentially tries to break them up too. And everyone's trying to break Chizuru and Kazuya up. Bro. And then, oh my god, he's her betrothed. Literally like how Kazuya and Chizuru's big confession moment literally happens at a wedding church. And there's an entire theme of weddings. Bro, they kind of really cooked with this opening. That's kind of insane. I love how we keep finding more things too. The more we dig into it, I love how we keep finding more things. That's so cool. Okay, so let's get back to the episode. Okay. Back to dubstep. Hey, fellas. Back to fucking dubstep. Was this person always supposed to be a girl? Yeah, this looks like a guy here. Yeah, this person looks like a guy here. Doesn't really matter. It's just interesting they made him into a girl. What the hell? Isn't it interesting how Mommy's been here before them? She said, I've been here since last night. I was here even before you. I was here even before you. Jesus. I learned that she was planning to be in Fukushima anyway. Nagomi. We're here as the big group. Wait, did they fuck up a scene? No. They fucked this scene up. Kibe had no idea, but look at Kibe's reaction when Kazuya turns to him. Look at Kibe, dude. He's like, oh, no, dude, I didn't fucking know. No. I didn't fucking know, dude. Like, look at him. Like, Kibe looks just as freaked out as Kazuya. They're both freaked out. They're like, what the shit is going on here? This is weird. And they both know it's weird. But Kibe here just looks chill. Kibe in the manga is like, what the fuck? Because this is freaky. This straight up is freaky, dude. Like, what is mommy doing? Like, Kibe looks too chill in the anime. He looks way too chill about this. There's no sense of urgency. They're not establishing fear. The fear simply stems from, oh, mommy's here. But other aspects of the episode should complement that. Other aspects of the visuals and the way things are being presented should complement that. And I don't feel a sense of urgency. I don't feel like they're really capturing that sense of urgency right now. Also, they're doing the thing again. Look at Kazuya's eyes. They're just vibrating. Again, they don't have animation budget, so his eyes are just vibrating. Ooh, listen to this. Okay, so they had the Doom face. They had a funnier face in the manga, if I recall. Look at Kazuya here. He has a fucking Attack on Titan face. I like this more. There's more creativity. So let's see. And then we transition to Ruka. Yeah, Kazuya looks way more freaked out in the manga. And then she mentions Ruka. Oh, and this is where mommy picks a fucking fight. Oh yeah, you met... Jaws loves... I bet Jaws loves this. Look at her face. What is that smile? Looks so stupid. And mommy's like, "Oh yeah, no, we met. We met." I love how she does it in the manga. I love how she does it in the manga. She has death eyes. Oh, I'm gonna fuck her up. Literally, mommy is just like, "Oh no, we've met, right? We've met." Mommy loves control. Mommy loves control. So when she's in a position of power, oh man, she relishes in it. So she uses that. She leverages that on Daruka. Oh no, we met, right? I'll fuck you up if you don't. Play along. Play along. Wait, those two are an explosive combo too. And it plays the stupid rock music again. I don't like this. I don't like this choice, and I never will. I like the more subtle, creepy tones. Whenever they commit to subtle, creepy tones, it works. Every time they do it, they nail it. Right? Look at this. It's so subtle and creepy. She just goes from demon death eyes. I wish they would do it just like the opening to chill. Yep. Oh, I'm your friend. I need them to do that more, to make mommy's face and reaction more subtle. Because when you play like that's literally what they do when they do that, it robs the creepy subtlety of mommy. You're like immediately, oh, that's dangerous, that's bad. But this is so subtle. She just watches with empty eyes. There's no sound, there's no effects. It's just creepy. And you're like, what the fuck is her deal? I need them to be more subtle with mommy. I think they're shooting themselves in the foot whenever they use the music like that. Oh my god, what do they do to Kibe? What do they do to Kibe? Poor Kibe, man. Yeah, no. Even here, Kibe's freaked out. Even here, Kibe's freaked out. He's like, what the fuck? And I love what Reiji does here visually. You see mommy smile, and look at this. Look at the visual right here. There's like a creeping darkness. Even the effects are creepy. Even the effects of her smile are creepy. Her smile isn't nice. Her smile's fucking creepy. Mommy's supposed to be creepy as shit here. Like, what the fuck is her deal? And I love that right here, there's a subtlety to it where you see Chizuru kind of look at mommy and she doesn't know how to react. She's like, what should I be feeling here? Like, what's the deal? And then when mommy smiles, she's like, okay. And then you jump and you have a flashback first. And it literally zooms in on mommy's dead eyes. And then Kibe talks to her, and even Kibe's freaked out. He's like, what's going on here? And then it pans to Chizuru. And mommy's eyes disappear because you can't tell what the fuck she's doing. All you see is her smile. All you see is her smile. And it is creepy. The Disney song Once Upon a Dream, where Aurora's Sleeping Beauty sings it and she dances with the prince she met in her dreams, not knowing it's her actual betrothed. In the second movie, Shrek transforms into a handsome human due to Fiona's parents' disapproval because he thinks that's what she wants. But in reality, Fiona wants the ogre she married. Sounds like the Joy Polis arc. Jesus Christ! It is! It literally is! Oh, that's so good. Nice catch. That really makes me fear that Kibe... This really makes me fear the Kibe Chizuru conversation they have later if this is how they chose to do this scene. I'm again, I've kind of chosen to not really view the anime in that kind of negative light that like, oh, it's supposed to capture the manga perfectly. It's just not going to, and that's just something we have to accept. That they'll do some things right and they'll fuck up in other things. Mommy's voice actress does such a good job being sickly sweet and also menacingly knowing of their secret. Yeah. The voice acting is great. I have no issues with the vocal direction for the most part. Sometimes I do. Sometimes like I hear Chizuru played by Sora Amamiya, and I just hear Sora. I don't hear Chizuru. Other times, I'm like, yeah, this is totally Chizuru. They should cut the music for Mommy. It's just silence and just let the sound design tell the story. Thank you. Thank you. Mommy needs to come... Agreed. Mommy needs to come from left field and not be an obvious antagonist. To be honest, I would love a POV of Hawaiians from Chizuru, what she's thinking, what she went through, the back and forth in her head. You actually already get that a lot. I recommend you reread Hawaiians. You actually get that a lot. Chizuru really wants to see the best in Mommy. The storytelling is there. It's all what Chizuru's thinking is all completely there. You just think it's not. It's there. It's all completely there. We can read through it at some point, but it's all completely there. Chizuru is just really trying to plead with Mommy, and she's trying to see the best in Mommy's character. Like, she knows Mommy's doing something wrong here, But Chizuru's literally pleading with mommy here. It's like I know there has to be something good there. I want to believe you're not a bad person. Chizuru wants to give every person a second chance, even the people who, and for many readers, don't deserve it. And she wants to do that for mommy too. But the way mommy treated her in Hawaiians led Chizuru to a point where she doesn't think that anymore. Where Chizuru's having a hard time forgiving mommy. So that's kind of important. Where I think we're gonna explore that soon with Chizuru when Kazuya talks to her again. We're gonna kind of explore that soon. Where what was Chizuru thinking about mommy this whole time? What was actually going on with her? And what does Chizuru actually feel about that? I swear. This is supposed to be this shot. I don't feel any menace. The visual storytelling does not complement the music, and it does not complement, the voice acting is not complemented by the music and the visual storytelling. And that makes it feel like it's poorly written. This feels like a... Rent a Girlfriend is a series that criticizes shonens quite a lot, and it is a shonen. And this feels like it's just like, look at this. Oh my god, look at how they're drawing the characters. But I'm going to play this scene again. I want you to... Okay, watch with me and tell me what the fuck's wrong with this scene. What's wrong with this scene? Now let's compare that to the manga. Mommy stares at Kazuya. There's no sound. Smiles. You remember the flashback. You see mommy just acting nice. I'll save you from Kazuka. It's so creepy. When you read this in silence, it's so fucking creepy. They needed to film this, they needed to depict this scene like a horror film. They needed to have a more horror film vibe, not a shonen battle manga vibe. This is like, who's gonna win, Chizuru or mommy? Who's gonna win out on top? That's literally what it feels like. The sound effects are robbing this scene of its intended meaning. This is supposed to be creepy as fuck. This entire sequence should be creepy as fuck, and it doesn't feel that way at all. Yeah, the dun-da-dun, the don-don-don sound effect. The music, too. The visuals. None of it feels creepy. None of it feels unnerving. In contrast, if we go to the opening, the singular shot of mommy. This singular shot of mommy has more horror in it than the past minute we've seen. This single shot of mommy has more horror and terror in it than the one thing we saw, than that entire sequence we just played. And that says so much. That really just says so much. That maybe they don't have time. Maybe they don't have people who can present this correctly. But the fact that this singular shot is so much more creepy, nails the vibe so much more, sends the message so much more clearly than anything the actual episode does, is very telling. Like, this entire sequence with mommy should be creepy as shit. It should be creepy as shit. Like, listen to this music. It's a terrible choice. I should not be hearing rock. Like, here. What would be a better song to play in this scene? I'm gonna find a song that I believe would be more sinister. Like it's bothering me that much. It's bothering me that much. We need something better. A little too strong. You see how subtle and creepy this sounds? It's not really music, it's just sound. And it's creepy as fuck. This is more of... If you took that sound and just condensed it a little, made it a little more creepy and less... It would work effectively. This could work if you like lowered the sound of this and made it a little creepier. This could work. It sounds calming, and yet if you had something to contrast the calmness, that could work too. I think a mixture of calm and tense is perfectly what you should be doing in this scene. This. You don't know. You can't tell what you should be feeling. The song should sound mysterious. The song should sound mysterious. You shouldn't know what you should be feeling. Honestly, even if it's just a creepy toy box sound while she talks would be better playing into the fake innocent and murderous intent behind her eyes. Yeah. Jesus, what did they do to Kazuya's dad? Look at poor Kazuya's dad. They like shattered his back. He looks like he has a hunchback. And then Kazuya's mom, just like her face is like curled in. Yeah, and it's like they try to recreate the shot with none of the intent. Also, mommy's hair doesn't look tied here. Okay. One moment, please.
ちょっとばあちゃん、何考えてんの？マミちゃんに千鶴のことあってあれほど。
何を言っとるか。千鶴さんの話をしてきたのはマミ殿じゃ。わしが隠すまでもなく、よほど千鶴さんのことに詳しかったぞ。すべて聞かせてもらった。千鶴さんが女優。
And now they choose to not have any sound? Now? This is when they choose to not have sound? Here? When Nagomi's like fucking screaming at Kazuya? Even the vocal direction for Nagomi's actress isn't good. Like, look at this. I played, what is this? Let me show you the song I fucking played in this scene. Like, listen to the shit I play here. And I think that's more telling. I played DDD's goddamn theme. Dun 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 dun. Seriously, listen to this. I'm not even that good of an editor at this point, but just listen
Why
to
is she
this.
mad? Huh? Why is she mad? What the hell are you thinking, huh? I'll have you know Mommy Dono was the one that...
She should be losing her fucking shit. This is when you should have crazy music. This is the scene where you have crazy music. You have literal whiplash. You go from a creepy, subtle scene to literally a crazy old lady fucking screaming at you. You should have complete tonal whiplash. It's by design. You need to be freaking the fuck out. Like, this lady...
Bring her up! This was after you told me to keep quiet about her. She knew so much...
I gave her a fake British accent because I don't know how fucking British people actually speak, but you know, I tried to make her sound sophisticated. Anyways, the whole point was that she should be fucking screaming. She should be fucking screaming, dude. She should be losing her goddamn shit, and that's not happening. For some dumb shit reason, they thought, hey, for this scene, no sound. For the scene when Nagomi should be fucking screaming, they thought, no sound. That's a great fucking idea. Like, what?
いう死亡であることや、お主が資金を集め。
This is baffling direction. Even with people who are running short on time, this is a baffling direction. Like, I get it. Maybe you don't got time, but what the shit? What are they doing? I completely understand. You don't have time. But why does this scene have no music, no intensity, no anything? I feel nothing watching this. Like, Nagomi's just talking, and it doesn't sound serious because there's nothing complimenting it. She doesn't sound like she's fucking screaming because there's nothing complimenting it. Yeah, and then Nagomi literally says, like, my first time I heard about my grandson's fiancé. And Kazuya's like, since when? What this shit? And it's supposed to get crazier. Look at Kazuya's face literally falling apart. And then Nagomi's like, well, going to such pains for Chizuru-san is most commendable, but they're the threes of businesses, report, remind, review. Neglecting this serves no one. What are you, my boss? It's supposed to be complete fucking whiplash. And none of that is there. There's no intensity to this scene at all. Yeah, Kazuya figures out mommy knows way more than she's letting on. Yeah. And it's playing the stupid music again. Oh my no. Here we go again. Here we go again. So let's see. She'll have plenty of chances to talk with Grandma and with Kibe. See, she shouldn't lie to someone like that. They skipped some dialogue. So they skipped some important dialogue. My head is spinning. So she knows her real name too, but there's one thing missing. Rental girlfriends. Grandma didn't say a word about it. So Kazuya figures out what mommy did not say. They completely skipped this piece of dialogue. This is Kazuya piecing it all together. This is supposed to be the same fucking shot. God damn it. Again, they rob Kazuya of cool. Yet again, they rob Kazuya of cool. Why do they... Bro, look at his fucking shoes. Why do they do this? Why do they give Kazuya, like, wrong-size pants? Why does he look like a buffoon? They do it again. Again. He's just wearing normal pants, dude. Just make him look like a normal dude. It's not that difficult of a concept. Why do they always make him look so fucking stupid? He just looks like a normal dude. Just make a dude look normal, please. It's not that difficult of a concept. Okay, so they did a zoom out. Yeah, mommy is like chilling on her phone. She's happy. They don't make her look happy here. No, let me show that clearly. Yeah, they don't make mommy look kind of happy here. She's like happy chilling on her phone. Ruka, in contrast, does not look happy. They do a visual comparison between the two. And then Kibe is talking to Kazuya's dad. And they don't do this gag where a kid looks at Kazuya and thinks he looks fucking stupid. That's the point. Ruka should be freaking out. She looks chill here. I don't know why. God, this music is awful. What is this? This is not music. I'm sorry, this isn't music. What is this? This is awful. Am I the only one that sounds weird too? That's a horrible music choice. But like, what is this song? What the fuck is this music? Bestiality by Eno Maracon would be a good music choice for mommy. I'll have to look at that later. Okay. Here are the room keys. It sounds like a PC having a sore throat. Finally, a joke landed. Finally, the Nagomi looking at the keys thing, the joke finally landed. The one thing I don't like, though, is... So they show the keys here. In the manga, there's like certain keys that are emphasized. Right, so I love this. It's so subtle. It's literally Harumi staring at Chizuru's hand because she's thinking of the ring. Curry comes up and he looks kind of creepy, right? Curry is supposed to look kind of creepy at first. And then, right, you see these other keys, but look at how the panel intentionally emphasizes this key. The way this is structured is wrong. This actually tells you visual, I was gonna say incompetence, but they don't know how to visually direct the scene to make your eyes direct towards a certain thing. And this is because of how it's structured. You wanna know the issue with this? This panel is descending down. So this one's descending down, and literally it's like you go from, the words literally blur these two keys out and focus specifically on this one. You have this, what is it? You have this text bubble and this text bubble, and this particular key is in the middle. This particular key is in the middle of the two. This is Kazuya and Chizuru's room key. Here, look at how they structure it. This is in the middle. This particular key is in the middle, so you don't know what this one is and what this one is. These are just room keys. There's no emphasis on a particular key your eyes should be focusing on. It's literally telling you how they don't know how to visually convey to you certain elements of the story because of how they structure their panels. It feels novice. It feels completely novice. And there's no weight to them either. There's a Reiji emphasizes weight in such a good way, and he has the ground literally reflecting back at them because the ground is supposed to be like floor, like kind of like a glass. So it literally looks bigger because of it. He's really good at visually conveying things, but then here there's nothing like that. Okay, so now we're going into chapter 192. Let's see. I don't know. They should make they should have the music for Hawaiians. It create this off feeling for expecting music at certain points, but never happens. Then you go ham in the creepy with reveal of the lie. You might want to rewrite that. You wrote it kind of weird. Also, a cute note about Kazuya and Chizuru's room number. I'll delve into it shortly, but for now, let's just read what other people said. On a side note, whenever Kazuya's family mentions marriage to Chizuru, she's fine with it, except when she feels like it's all built on a lie. But other than that, she doesn't mind the idea of marrying Kazuya. Yeah, this is completely true. Yeah, she just feels bad because she's a rental girlfriend, but she's not actually against the idea of marriage. She just literally just feels bad because like it's built on a lie. Probably manga limitations versus anime freedom. It's not that simple. It's really not that simple. I think there's a few layers to this. One, I believe from what I've understood, there's a lot of novices working on the anime, and that's been the case for quite some time. There's a lot of novices working on the anime too. They don't have a lot of time. 3, they don't have enough skilled artists and animators working to support these novice people to guide them and help them grow as creators. And because they don't have time, this is further exasperated. Third, because they don't have time, music choices and the way things are presented is usually not as clean as it can be. So a lot of it comes down to money, resources, and time. And it seems like the anime is lacking in all three. That they don't have the money, they don't have the resources, and they definitely do not have the time. Because again, this seems like it was made in about a year's time, and it was in 24 episodes, which is a lot of work. Kana also has openly said, if we go to Twitter real quick, so I'm gonna go to Twitter really fast. There was an episode where Kana literally said, "I didn't have to supervise as much," which is honestly a big indicator of the issues that are currently going on with the anime. That Kana has to supervise way too much. The episode 5 of season 4 had such a skilled animation director, starting with Mr. Uno, and it required less supervision compared to other episodes. Big thanks. That's an indicator to you that she has to supervise a whole bunch of episodes because they don't have skilled animation directors. That's what they should tell you. Like there's an underlying meaning to this, that the other episodes don't have skilled animation directors, so they end up she needs to supervise way more. And even with all that supervision, we end up with visuals like this. That should be an indicator to you of how little time they actually have. That's how hard they have to seemingly work constantly. I need the restroom. I'll be right back. BRB. The manga doesn't have to worry about money constraints. Yes, that is just a fact. You're not wrong. But I do think like a big part of it is like, yeah, it's an industry thing, and it's definitely a big issue that you'll see with a lot of anime. Certain animes will definitely get special treatments, like Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity. It's a very sellable anime. It is good. Don't get me wrong. Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity. It is a very good manga, but it's very sellable. You can definitely get a lot of people's attention with that kind of anime. In contrast, Friend to Girlfriend is a story that is very divisive. So, you don't really, you can sell it, you'll keep making more stuff, but you won't give it like the crazy budget. The reason Reichi is so supportive of the anime and the reason Reichi likes it is because the people who are working on it are seemingly very passionate. And that definitely helps Reichi's view of the anime and why he can appreciate it so much. Like the director should have zoomed the keys in. What are you talking about? No, it's literally how you structure it. It's like, then again, manga has its own issues. I remember a day in the life of a mangaka because of it. Yes, it does, but if you sort that stuff out and you can figure it out, it's actually a lot more controlled. One cool thing about Dress Up Darling is when Marin is cosplaying, she looks like she looks like just like the characters, but you can still tell it's Marin. What does that have to do with anything? I mean, Dress Up Darling is literally made by Cloverworks, and that crew, like their whole thing is standards. Their whole thing is like, we make banger looking anime. So it's not really like, comparing that to DMM TV, that's not really like the same quality. Wait, that looked weird. That looked kind of weird. So chapter 192. Chapter 192 starts with Curry and Ruka. So it starts with Curry and Ruka, but for some reason they cut that scene out and they cut to Kazuya first, and then Nagomi shows up with the key thing. Hmm. So the freak out in the manga is a little funnier. They reverse the images because they love to do that. God, look at Chizuru blush. It's so funnier when Chizuru blushes. And Nagomi just makes a solid argument. And Chizuru's just kind of, I love Chizuru looks a little more worried, but she's not like, it's so interesting how Chizuru looks here. She's not saying no, but look at how worried she is. I love that. They're making him vibrate again. Why is he vibrating again? Jesus. Okay, the music here is kind of fine. It's a little God, they keep doing it. Kazuya keeps fucking vibrating. See, Kazuya is doing this wrong. What's interesting about this is that Kazuya thinks he needs to confess first before he figures everything out. In reality, if Kazuya had just talked to Chizuru and like sat down and explained to her everything, like just been like, hey, can we just talk? Can we just like sit and talk about this? And then afterwards confessed and figured it out. You see, if he just did it in reverse, it would have fucking worked. But instead, he felt the need to confess first. Like he set himself to a certain limit, and that was the issue. Oh my god, look at this. What is this? Jesus, they have no animation budget. They have no animation budget. Huh. Kazuya looks kind of cool here. Weird. No, actually, wait. I take it back. I take it back. He doesn't look as cool. Chizuru doesn't look as surprised. I take it back. Yeah, everyone loves it when Kazuya leads. Oh! Ooh, okay. Hey, let's go. Like, everyone loves it when Kazuya leads. But literally, everyone like, stops him from leading and, like, actively, like, challenges him and doesn't trust him. And I think that's actually the struggle of leading, is that people will constantly challenge you and not trust your decision, and you have to still make that choice anyway. That's the struggle of Kazuya's character, is that he has to lead despite adversity. And he does that, and he does that when it's for... There's no chapter. He does that when there's nobody telling... When he's doing it for someone else, Kazuya can lead. When Kazuya does it for himself, Kazuya actually struggles to lead, and literally everything keeps getting in Kazuya's way in Hawaiians and challenging his leadership. Which is, it looks so funny here. Yeah, they don't. Oh, it's the okay. It's the same shot. It just doesn't have the same panel structure. I love how cute they look. They look cute here. Ooh, I guess all you show around here, Kazuya. Like, why? Then Chizuru turns to Kazuya. What the fuck's he doing? What are you doing, you fool? Then they cut to Ruka. They handled the Ruka scene well. Full respect, they handled the Ruka scene well. They actually handled this scene quite... This is bothering me. Come on. There we go. Jesus Christ. It's driving me nuts. They handled the Ruka scene well. Oh my god, why? Should be good now. They handled the Ruka scene well, in my opinion. Don't give it music. Just let the talking happen. And it is a quiet, quick scene. They do it effectively. Just a quick talk. Boom. It ends. Curry just leaves. That's it. Sorry. That was all. And then Ruka assumes the worst. She's like upset. Turns out Curry's just being chill. Ah, here it is. We? So, interesting note about Kazuya and Chizuru's room. I gotta pull it up. So this is Kazuya and Chizuru's room number 8504. There's actually a meaning to the number. Let me find it. There is actually a meaning to the number. Um, okay, I found it. So this Japanese user was telling me 8504 is pronounced hokashi, which means box support in Japanese. In otaku culture, box support means supporting all the members of the group. This may be a reference to that. I'm not good at English, so I hope I can communicate it well. That's kind of cool, actually. Reishi does love to use words to play. Yeah, and I asked another Japanese friend who also told me, yes, that's exactly what it means. It's literally talking about how everybody's supporting each other. That you're all supposed to work together to get through this. And that's pretty much the meaning of this room number. That's why it's there. It means box support, supporting each other. The music is good. The vibe is okay. They were doing a decent job. Something feels missing about the scene. They were doing a decent job. I can't quite pin down what they fucked up. So the thing I don't like is it's not, again, there's no sense of motion. So they do this shot of Kazuya, which does look cool. But again, some of the meaning is kind of lost. I think what would have been a lot more effective, in my opinion, is literally have the light shining behind him. And you don't, because it's so zoomed in, you don't feel that. What would have been really fucking cool visual storytelling is that Kazuya is in shadow, but you don't, it's not a panel building up like it's doing in the anime. Like see how it's doing it in the anime? It's going up, and then for Chizuru, it's tilting to the right. Instead, I think it would have been more effective at visual storytelling to have literally the blinders behind him panning to the light, and literally like Kazuya is the light. Like it's literally the light shining him. He's literally shining like a ray of light. In contrast, the light is actually hitting Chizuru's face, and she's like waking up. Literally, Chizuru is waking up and realizing what's happening here because she's so busy. She's sleeping, in a sense. Chizuru is sleeping here. She doesn't see what's actually in front of her, and Kazuya wakes her up. And the light literally comes in through the blinders, like it's the morning, like Sleeping Beauty. And Kazuya starts talking, and I love how quick it is. You don't even have the mood doesn't even simmer. In the manga, the mood doesn't even simmer. You don't even get a moment to breathe. Just boom, it plays. Right, it just goes. You don't even get a moment to play. It just happens. And then Chizuru runs into the restroom, and Kazuya freaks out. And then We get this shot. I think they were doing a good job with the music, but again, their limitations are shown again. There's no good visual storytelling. Like literally, the best way I can put it is that use the Superman motif. Superman, what they do with him is they literally have the sun shining behind him, and it pans to his figure. It literally pans to his figure. The sun literally shines behind him, and it pans to his figure because it represents a ray of hope. For Kazuya, it's Kazuya waking Chizuru up. He's literally the sunshine waking her up. He's the thing blocking the sun. He's the thing waking her up. And then they shouldn't have done the flashback. We should know exactly what's being said here. They shouldn't have done it as a flashback. They shouldn't have had the flashback sound effect. That just gets in the way. The, okay, this scene is kind of cute. This scene is kind of cute. They did kind of good job with this scene. That Kana clearly drew this. Kana clearly drew this. It does look like Chizuru's kind of smiling under there. You can kind of see it. It does kind of look like Chizuru's smiling under there. She like literally, it's intentional. She covers her mouth. It does look like she's smiling under there, and I love that element of mystery. And yes, you literally see the heartbeats. Fuck. Pool. Let's go to the pool. Okay, so that's the end of that chapter. This is the image I fucking had here. I think I had it because Kazuya's eyes. Oh, that's so good. This was back in the day where I would just mix the images together like an idiot. Okay, so Ruka showed up. Ruka does the cat thing. I think we're about halfway through the episode. The vigor of youth. Yeah, this is literally Kazuya's leadership being challenged. That everybody's going to try to get in your way and make choices for you, and you still have to make that choice anyway. Which is ultimately what he does do. In the end of Hawaiians, literally every single person turns on him. Literally every single person turns on him. In the very end of Hawaiians, and he still chooses to make the choice he does. This is Kazuya. This is literally, and the current arc is literally challenging that you need to trust your own choices. You need to, as a leader, you need to start trusting your own choices. Kazuya's leadership is literally being tested. Yes. This is the scene that got me so excited when I was reading chapter 193. When Kazuya remembers this moment. When Kazuya remembers this moment, he remembers Chizuru. And he's like, no, that's not where we are anymore. Even Mizuhara wants to find the right person, even if it means quitting her rental job. I swear, it's not happening no matter what. This got me so excited at the time that Kazuya remembers Chizuru. And it shows how Kazuya is losing that identity. It shows how the current manga, Kazuya is losing that identity because he's been doing this for so long, right? Kazuya has literally been doing this for so long that he's kind of losing why he's making the choices in the first place. You're literally seeing him like kind of go back and forth and losing the intent of why he's doing what he's doing. Much like, and you see this in the references Minnie makes. Minnie references Code Geass, she references Evangelion, and she references Attack on Titan, and she references Haruhi Suzumiya. Three of those manga literally have characters who have been trying to make this choice for so long, who've been working towards this goal for so long. They slowly start to lose the reason why they're doing what they're doing. And that is Kazuya kind of struggling and losing his identity, but learning how to reclaim that. That's kind of the whole point. That's kind of what's going on in the current manga right now. It's like Kazuya slowly reclaiming his identity and remembering who he is and remembering who Chizuru is and why he's doing what he's doing. Because in the date, he seemingly kind of knows, but he's literally fluctuating between the two. He's fluctuating between his original intent of why he's doing this, and he knows Chizuru is the perfect partner for him, and he becomes even more certain of that. And he fluctuates between this thing of where he thinks he needs to be. He thinks he needs to act a certain way, be a certain way. And so Kazuya literally has to pick a side and remember who he is and stop running away from who he is. This moment kind of perfectly captures that. That at the time, Kazuya knew who Chizuru was, and he could talk himself down and be like, no, I know I'm making the right choice. And he can trust that and not be afraid of that. But that literally starts to erode over time as a byproduct of other people's influence, as a byproduct of him feeling like he's constantly making this choice when he isn't, as a byproduct of the research and because of how Minnie pretends and spins the research. Like Simba from The Lion King. Yeah, the scene where Mufasa tells him, remember who you are. Pretty much that. Another one you could think of is Ratatouille, where in Ratatouille, the whole thing that Remy's going through is he's pretending to be other people for his dad, for what's his name, the dude he was cooking for, and he literally has to remember who he is. And he's like, why do I have to pretend? Why do I have to be all these other people? And the literal figment of his imagination tells him, that's the thing, you never did. You never had to, Linguini, you never had to pretend. You never had to be anything other than who you are. And you just need to embrace and accept that. And that part of you transforms the people around you. It's literally showing you, the current story in Rent a Girlfriend, it's literally showing you how powerful you can truly be if you're just yourself and you believe in yourself and your choices. It's literally telling you how powerful you can truly be when you truly believe in your choices and your actions. That you can truly be a leader and transform the world around you. Because Kazuya does. Literally every single choice Kazuya does transforms the world around him. He just doesn't see it in himself because he's been conditioned so long that he's not good enough. When literally he's the one who got Chizuru to go on a date. He's the one who's living with Chizuru. He's the one who's experiencing all of these things with her. He's the one who's living his life where other people around him are seemingly struggling and not really doing anything. He's already transformed these people because of his influence, and he doesn't see it in himself. And this is the story he's kind of trying to say that. It's like, no, recognize how strong you actually are. And I think that echoes onto characters like Minnie and Chizuru herself, where Minnie, for example, if you go to Minnie's story, remember what Minnie says about love? She thinks she doesn't have like the dedication for it. She thinks she's not fit for love. She's not suited for love because she can't do anything if she doesn't have friends supporting her, which is literally what she's trying to do to Kazuya. Minnie shapes Minnie thinks she's shaping her identity around other people, right? She thinks on her own she can't really shape her identity. But in reality, the actual truth of Minnie's character is that she doesn't see herself. She doesn't see how powerful she actually is. Besides, isn't being in love kind of lonely? Notice how she closes her eyes. For starters, I'm quick to lose interest. My dance club in high school, my summer gymnastics, I never really continued with any of it. She says, I've actually kept up with my cosplay, but that's because of my friends. My cosplay friends. They invite me to get-togethers and stuff. Once I see everyone else working hard, it makes me want to work hard too. I'm not fit for a lonely battle like that. This isn't true. Do you want to know how this wait, what? What? What's going on? I'm in slow mode? Can you understand me? Is there an issue? Should I... Is everything okay with the stream? Like, is everything okay? Am I good? Come on, guys. Update me here so I can know what's going on. It went back to normal. There's no issues. Okay, I'm gonna just keep talking then. So what's going on with Minnie's character is simply that she doesn't see how she's actually doing these things on her own. And she thinks she's doing these things because of other people. That's not actually true. This is actually dedication. Yeah, other people may have influenced you, but you're actually dedicated to your craft because, for instance, you go to the greatest example of this, the example that fundamentally contrasts what Minnie's talking about here, where she thinks she's not fit to do things on her own, is simply the cosplay arc. Because what does Minnie do? Minnie is the one who ropes Kazuya into it. Minnie is the one who ropes Chizuru into it. She did that all on her own. She didn't need any help. Minnie is the one who got Chizuru and Kazuya back together. She did that all on her own. She didn't need any help. Right? Kazuya didn't help Minnie out. She did that completely on her own. She talked to Chat, and Chat just told her, oh yeah, that's the right thing to do. But she's been invested in their relationship and in their struggle this entire time because she's been on her own. She literally went away for 3 months, came back, and then hung out with them like nothing happened. Minnie doesn't see her own strengths. Minnie doesn't see she's actually more suited to love than she realizes. Minnie doesn't see her own passion and strengths. And she actually kind of creates that environment for Kazuya where she reflects him. She reflects how Kazuya doesn't see his own strengths and what he can actually do. That she thinks she can't do this if she doesn't have other people, which reflects onto Kazuya where he thinks he can't do this if it wasn't for rental, if it wasn't for the help of other people, if it wasn't for this, if it wasn't for that. In reality, Kazuya is actually doing this stuff on his own, and he doesn't see that. He doesn't see this is happening because of his own choices, because of his own actions. He's the one who influences this. And she says, what are you on about? You went out of your way to check the place out for your first date. Chizuru-san's a lucky girl, right? It shows how Minnie and Kazuya reflect each other in their powerlessness, that they both believe they're powerless without other people around them. And Kazuya even realizes this. Like, he realizes, like, oh, this is a lonely battle, challenge accepted. In reality, both Kazuya and Minnie need to realize they're not as powerless as they think they are. They're both more than capable than they think they are. Minnie is very capable. She kept up with cosplaying all on her own. Here's a great example. You want to know another great example how Minnie kept up with cosplay all on her own? Like, she would argue it's not. When I show you this, she would argue it's not. But it is. Because everything has a double meaning in life. The opening page of 377. Here's Minnie, off on a trip all on her own, doing a photo shoot. And it's just people taking pictures of her and she's talking to them. But she's doing this on her own. There's nobody, like, yeah, maybe the friends are like, the people she's working around are helping her, but she did this all on her own. She planned this all on her own. She did this all on her own. She doesn't see her own strengths. Minnie literally doesn't see her own strengths, just as Kazuya does. They reflect each other. They reflect what they believe they cannot do. In reality, they're much stronger than they think they are. And they cannot see that in each other. Right? She can see that Kazuya is strong, and she can see how much Kazuya cares and how hard he's working, and Minnie envies him, but in so doing, she doesn't see herself. And that's exactly what they do wrong. Kazuya and Minnie fuel their own insecurities. Minnie, when she looks at Kazuya, thinks, I can't be that. Kazuya, when he looks at Minnie, thinks, I can't do what she can do. they reflect each other. They reflect their own fears back at the other person because of how they act and interact. Kazuya literally embodies Minnie's fears that she can't do what he can do. That's why she even considers love in the first place like she does around him. Because she sees what he can do. She's like, I kind of want that. She idolizes him. She literally calls him a hero. If you go to Minnie's story, her calling me master might actually mean she respects me after all. I read about it in a manga. The only people to learn the truth are the ones who overcome the dark loneliness. Isn't that interesting? She phrases that around a manga, a story she read, that the only people who can truly learn the truth are the ones who overcome the dark loneliness, and she thinks she can't do it when that's not true. Minnie can do things on her own, but people overcome loneliness with each other, not alone. She loses a lot of the intended meaning of what that story is saying. Is like, you don't go through life alone because loneliness is not something you overcome alone, right? You can't overcome loneliness alone because the fundamental nature of loneliness is being alone. You feel comfortable with yourself because you realize you're not alone. And so Minnie doesn't see that in herself, that you overcome loneliness on your own, but also with other people. She doesn't see her own strengths because she thinks that strength is built on other people, when in reality, those other people are just the thing that's helping you out. They're just a part of a greater whole. And you being a part of a greater whole doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing. You're still your individual person. You're a brave hero, and I'll be cheering you on from the front row. I feel like I'm dying, though. Haha, I'll cast heal on you. She idolizes him, not realizing she isn't so different from him, that she can also achieve and do great things, and she doesn't see that in herself. And I think that might be Minnie's struggle coming up soon, that Minnie is going to be struggling to overcome this element of thinking she's powerless when she's not. And that's good. And that's, I think, what Chizuru does best. Chizuru challenges them to overcome this powerlessness because they're not powerless, and they've transformed her and helped her, and they don't see that in themselves. Okay, we finally got to the pool. Just still images. That's so funny. They look so goofy. How do they look in the manga? They look so goofy. I forgot Kibe's ripped. Curry is like extra skinny, Kazuya's like average, and Kibe is like kind of ripped. Wait, what did they say? Did they actually say how much longer? They still in there? Yeah, they're girls. They got to get their stuff to do. My God, what do they do to Kibe? Yeah, it's a holiday. It's a holiday called Ubon or something like that. It's literally a holiday. All magazines are on break. If you like go to try and read this week's One Piece, it's not there. If you try to read Blue Box, it's not there. They're literally all on break. It's literally a week break for the magazines. Anime is still airing, but the magazines are on breaks. It's literally a holiday. Yeah. Oh my God. Look at how they murdered Kibe. They murdered Kibe. What do they do to this poor man? Like, goddamn, dude. They murked Kibe. Good God. Ignorance sure is bliss. You piece of shit. Ignorance sure is bliss. I love it's the same. Fucking Kibe, dude. He did it again. I wonder how they do it in the manga. Yeah, in the manga, it's a little more, I'm your friend, bro, but what the fuck? And again, Kibe corner, it's less of a joke. It's less of a joke, but he does corner Kazuya. Yeah, it sounds like you two were talking about breaking up, but you didn't drag that shit here, did you? Oh, forget it. It's time, right? Instead of actually helping his friend and like talking to him, be like, hey, you didn't just bring this shit here, did you? No, dude, help him talk through it. Help him go through it instead of telling him, don't bring that bad stuff here. That bad stuff doesn't go away. That bad stuff doesn't go fucking away, dude. And Kibe doesn't see that. He doesn't realize he's making Kazuya uncomfortable by putting pressure on him to not deal with this shit here, which ultimately ends up exploding in his face. Kibe doesn't realize what he did wrong here. Kibe is too prideful. That's the issue with Kibe. It reminds me a lot of what is it? It reminds me a lot of how Superman and Batman in Injustice were handled, where Batman was too prideful to actually be Superman's friend when Superman needed him. Instead, he kept telling him what's right and wrong. And that was the big problem with they're literally having an ego battle where Superman just really wants Batman to just be his friend, and Batman keeps telling him what you're doing is wrong. Instead of telling him what you did is wrong, he could have just said, bro, in that situation, I would have done the same thing, but it's okay, man. Take it easy. I'm on your side. Like, he never talks to him like this. And Kibe does the same thing. Kibe does the same exact thing. He's not saying to Kazuya, like, hey, man, in your situation, I might have done the same, right? Depending on what could have happened. I'm sorry that you're going through this. Talk to me, man. I'm here for you. Like, I won't judge you. He never says this, right? Isn't that what friends do? Friends don't judge. They're just like, hey, I'll talk to you, man. Just tell me it's okay. I'm on your side. Like, that's a real friend. And Kibe's not being a real friend here. He's literally telling him, don't bring that shit here. What do you mean, don't bring that shit here? What kind of friend are you? And Kibe, and I genuinely think Kibe is starting to realize that now, that he's being kind of a shitty friend. That's why he's buttoned out. Gee, it's almost like you should help him. Geez, dude, you have the least reassuring face ever. Yeah, have you considered you're making this fucking worse, dude? Have you considered helping your friend out instead of just, like, literally, come on. Wait, they changed Kazuya's outfit. Also, what the fuck did they do to them? Jesus Christ. Yeah, they changed Kazuya's outfit. So this part was interesting. I don't remember this. I heard, about Chizuru-san's grandma. She was Nagomi-san's friend too, right? She was pretty down about it for a while. It's not like I don't believe in you two. I'm not saying that at all, but Nagomi-san seems like she's really been looking forward to this trip. I was just thinking it'd be better to not stir things up. Which is exactly why you should have fucking helped him. Which is exactly why you should have fucking helped him, Kibe. Ah, here we go. The music choice got me fucking chuckling, dude. Boobs.
他の紐がうまくいかなくて何ですかそれおっぱいお
Okay, the joke was kind of funny. The joke was kind of funny. I actually kind of laughed. Oh my god, what did they do to Chizuru's face? No, she looks so cute in the manga. She looks so cute in the manga. They ruined it. No. No. She looks so cute in the manga. It's not the same. Damn it. Also, Kazuya doesn't wear his cool fucking pants. He had like really cool shorts. Wait, is that actually a thing? Yup. 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 Horny. He said it in English. Oh my god, he says it in English.
Starting just now.
He says it in English. That's so funny. Bro, that's really funny. Starting just now. I don't know. It looked funnier when they're all bros, but Kazuya doesn't look one of the bros here. He's just, I don't know. It feels weird. Does look kind of funny. No curves at all. They have pancakes? No, what are you talking about, bro? What are you fucking talking about, bro? What? Bro, are we seeing the same thing? That's like, I think this is the thing they worked the hardest on. Oh my god, what did they do to Kibe? Why does he look like a total creep? Oh my lord. He looks like a normal person in the manga. He looks like a normal person in the manga. He's just having fun. He's just vibing, but they make him look like a total creepo. Why? He looks like a total creepo. Oh, jeez. Yeah, okay, Chizuru doesn't look great here. God damn, the body measurements like completely fell apart. Mizuhadla. She looks amazing in the blue swimsuit with her hair tied up. She's basically Venus descended upon Earth. Yep, he says the same line in the manga. She's supposed to be Venus. You're an honest-to-God Venus. It's literally supposed to be dealing with that element of temptation and desire, and how that can very much tempt you, right? The way the dialogue is written is very intentional. It's literally supposed to be tempting. That's by design. It's supposed to be tempting. You're supposed to desire this. She looks perfect, like an actual literal Venus, right? She literally looks perfect. She's slender in just the right places and curvy in just the other places. The dialogue is intentionally like she is the perfect woman, and that is by design. That perfection is meant to make you desire her, yet also kind of challenge you a little bit. He looks like a monkey. Why does bro look like a monkey? Why do they make him look like a freaking monkey? Also, Kibe is like on the bottom of the water. What the fuck? What do they do to my man? When I saw this in the manga, when I saw this shot in the manga, she's so in goddamn love. Literally everything he just said about her, she's thinking the same thing about him. Straight up. Look at how she's looking at him. She's goddamn enchanted. Like, dude. She spends most of this trying not to look at him. And the moment she looks at him, goddamn enchanted. Girl is dreaming right now. Girl is in heaven. She's just like, bro. Oh my god. Like what's the opposite of what's the opposite of a Venus for like what's the guy? What's the guy version of a Venus? He's what is it, Adonis or something? I forgot who's hot. I forgot who's hot in Greek culture. Right? He's literally her. Like he literally everything Kazuo is thinking, she's literally thinking about him right here. Like she's so in love. And they kind of capture that look here. She looks really in love. Like they're dating, dude. They're literally dating. She looks so goddamn in love here. She's a goddess and an angel. Oh my god. Oh, Ruka's proportions don't look good here. Oh dear. So now we're on to chapter 194. And like, look at the length of Ruka's arms. Christ, dude. She looks like she has stubby arms here. She actually like has proper length of arms here. It actually looks normal. Also, yes. We're gonna get Horty over Pits now. Yes. Yeah, okay, so if you're saying, so 3D model, if you're saying this looks flat, yes, this does look flat and weird. If you're saying this looks flat, yes, this does in fact look flat and weird. If you compare it to like this, in the manga, this does in fact look natural. This does look kind of like flat and weird. This just looks natural. Ah, the booty shot. Here we go. Okay. Okay. They worked hard on this particular shot. They worked quite hard on this particular shot. They felt the need to nail this shot. Poor choice of words. Yup. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yup. They felt the need to nail this shot. God damn it, I did it again. Yup. But buttocks. Wait, did he actually have the glasses when he came out? Yeah, he did. He's such a goofball. I love him. He's such a goofball. Why are you being judgy, Kibe? Kibe wasn't being judgy here. He's just like, what were you doing? You do it later, you son of a bitch. Why are you being judgy? Yep, you're already seeing it. Ruka's just having a good time. And Kibe looks weird as fuck. Why does Kibe have a curved nose? Why does Kibe have a curved nose? I can't say I was checking out her ass. What's wrong with me? Oh my god. I don't mind me just checking out your ass. Yeah, right. It's so good. It's so funny. Hey man, you just really love the girl that you like, dude. That's completely understandable. What? You have a girl you like and not check out her ass. What the fuck's wrong with you? Pool a pool unlockable exclusive to those with long dark hair. Oh wow, he actually says sexy in Japanese. That's interesting. Yeah, he says sexy. Interesting. He actually does say that in Japanese. How interesting. He's so in love. He literally thinks the girl of his dreams is a goddamn angel. Oh wow. They went nuts. Damn it. Poor choice of word again. You pieces of shit. You pieces of shit. Yeah, they like, bro. Good God. They know their audience. What the hell are you doing? They're literally like, this choice of word was interesting. Her developing body has an innocent sexiness to it. Interesting choice of words. How can you say that when Mizuharu's lower body is right there? It's so horny and objectifying that it's like, yeah, dudes totally do this. Yeah, dudes totally do this. They get so fucking horny that they just fucking do this. And people will just get mad at the story and be like, oh, this is so misogynistic and disgusting and like objectifying women. I'm like, okay, you guys clearly don't know dudes because dudes will totally fucking do this. Like, they totally 100% would. They like, yeah, even good dudes get really fucking horny. They're not perfect human beings. Even good dudes get really fucking horny and talk like this sometimes. The thigh gap is perfect too. Those are the thighs I want to bury my face in. This shit's so funny. They're just like, what the fuck are they doing? They're being such idiots. The story knows they're idiots and it presents them as idiots. That's by design. You've got some nerve saying something like that in the presence of Mizuharu's hips. But between what's yet to be and please crush me, I know which one wins. It's so funny. They're so stupid. Give it a rest, guys. Calm down. Things are just getting good. Fix your goggles, bro. I'm actually tearing up. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I'm actually tearing up. I love that they acknowledge it here. What are we even doing? What are we even doing? What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? We're such fucking terrible people. I love it. We're such terrible people. What are we even doing? Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at their faces. What did they do to these characters? What do they do to their faces? They look goofy. They look so cute here. They're like sisters. They look so cute here. Here they look kind of goofy. And then we're back to normal, right? Immediately back to normal, right? When the horny fades and you calm the fuck down, you're just a normal dude who's just in love and you care about people. You get horny, you do really stupid shit, you're not a bad person. It's really that fucking simple. You get horny, you talk about women's bodies, you talk about men's bodies, everybody fucking does this. You're not a bad person for feeling this way. It's just normal, right? These are just emotions. You feel them. You're a normal fucking person. There's nothing wrong with you. This is normal, and the story's just making fun of it. It's like, look at how stupid these dudes are. Reiji knows this. He's like, look at how dumb these fucks are. And it's funny as hell. It's genuinely funny as hell that they're so stupid, but they're just normal dudes. What the hell is wrong with? Look at what they did to Kibe over here. It's like something wrong with his face. Yeah, it's the same in the manga. Kazuya and Chizuru are talking here. Oh, Kibe actually looks kind of normal here. A little weird. His face still looks weird because it's anime version, but hey, it looks normal. Well, for couples. Going for doubles. Okay. Oh man, Kazuya looks so much cuter in the manga. Kazuya looks so much cuter in the manga. Look at him, he's adorable. Yeah, and this is the big thing. Notice how even though Kazuya like looks, he really doesn't want to make her uncomfortable. Like he doesn't just agree to this. Right? Kazuya doesn't blame, like, even though we spent most of the chapter with Kazuya seemingly oogling the shit out of Chizuru's ass and like losing his shit over that, and then looking at her chest and her hair, and like even some of the compliments he gives are beautiful too, if you think about it. Like the way he's talking about her hair and how her hair like makes her look ethereal and beautiful. Like that shit's cute as hell. At the same time, notice how he doesn't like want to make her uncomfortable. Like he doesn't want to push in a way that makes her feel uncomfortable. And like that's the thing that the chapter seemingly talks about is like, even though these characters are seemingly checking out the girls' asses and looking at them in like weird ways, there is a slight, and this is where it gets morally great. This is where it gets morally great. There is an element of consent because they dress this way knowing they would be looked at, and they're okay with it. In that sense, there is an element of consent. However, Kazuya did go under the water and start oogling and talking about it with his friends, like, and arguing, arguing, literally fighting with his friends over who has the better hips and the better ass and the better legs and all that stupid shit. And so you have that middle ground where what they're doing is kind of fucked up, right? But at the same time, also not really, because the element of consent is still somewhat present. Now, if they, for example, looked under a woman's skirt, okay, now you're kind of, now you're crossing some lines. She did not give you consent to look under her skirt. That's disgusting. Don't fucking do that. That's why the series never does that. All right. Anytime that happens, it's pure accident. And the characters kind of seemingly get punished for it. In that way, when they're doing this, there's that like middle ground element of consent. Where it's like, okay, they dress like this, so it's like acceptable to look, knowing they would be looked at. But you did still delve into the water, and it's kind of fucking weird. See what I mean? Then, when they're seemingly going to go on this float ride, Kazuya says no. Right? Kazuya's like, oh, I don't know if we should do that, because he doesn't want to bother her. Despite everything, despite looking and being horny, Chizuru did not necessarily give consent here. Would Chizuru be okay with this? I don't want to force her into situations, so I'm not going to say yes. I'll let her say yes. Maybe because we're not a couple. What do I say here? Chizuru's the one who agrees. Chizuru's the one who's cool with it. Really, Chizuru's okay with it. Chizuru gives consent. For Kazuya and Chizuru for her and Kazuya to ride together to physically touch and interact. See what happens here? Reiji is actively showing and challenging consent. Yo, show consent. Make consent acceptable. Right? You need consent in a relationship. You don't just do things. Kazuya never does anything when he thinks to force Chizuru into a situation. The only thing he does is he accepts the room. The only thing he does is he accepts the room for them to be together. But he's not trying to force himself onto anything or anyone. He just accepts the room, and that's it. And he wants to create time between them so they can talk. He's not trying to force anything on her. Here, when the element of consent is being brought up and challenged, Kazuya does not allow it. He's not initially okay with it. He wants to, but he's not okay with it because he doesn't know if Chizuru's okay with it. The moment she says it's okay, he's surprised. Yep. They're doing it again. Booty focus, baby. Booty focus. Damn. Damn. God, she's so gorgeous. I don't think I say it enough. All right, now for the back. No big deal. It's just a water slide. Big deal at all. Oh my God, no. No. Why did they do that smile for him? No, he's just supposed to be just a yep, this is happening kind of smile, not creepy. They made it creepy again. Yeah, and then the next chapter definitely delves into that element of consent again, too, where when Chizuru's top falls, Kazuya immediately protects her, like immediately jumps in front, grabs it for her, gets it for her, and then he asks her, hey, is it okay if I do it? I could help. And he's like, I'll close my eyes, I won't look. Right? Consistently puts her first, consistently tries to make her feel comfortable. Like right in the silly, literally in the silly chapter or chapters in the silly Waterpark arc, literally the story discusses consent, and that's so brilliant. That's so fucking brilliant. Literally, he uses the thing where artists allow themselves to get horny and do stupid shit, to get horny and do stupid shit, but literally discuss consent in that. That's such a brilliant writing motif. Or not just brilliant writing, fuck motif, it's just brilliant writing. To like literally use this thing where authors will just be totally okay with depicting characters in this certain way to just straight up discuss consent. And like how you should act and react and how men should act in these instances, but also how men can be stupid in these instances, right? Like literally the story is fundamentally challenging consent, and I love that. It makes me so sad nobody ever talks about this. That like, yeah, Kazuya, Kibe, and Curry are doing absolutely stupid shit, but the element of consent is 100% present, and the story is actively discussing that. Okay, so we have the ending song, and it's Minnie and Sumi having fun at the beach. Okay, next episode. Laughter in swimsuits. Yep, they go. Where do couples go in the summer? The pool. That's where. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, we're almost at summer. We're almost at summertime in the manga. It's gonna be so fun seeing them go on trips and shit. Hey, you, stop trying to seduce my boyfriend with your bikini. I'm not, though. Oh, it's this shot. It's this shot of mommy. Okay, so how far are we? Okay, so based on that, we're gonna go to 195, 196, 197. Oh, that's 198. Yeah, at the very least, we're gonna go to 198. And again, the manga makes her look so much creepier. In the anime, there's a creepiness to it, but they're trying to be creepy. In the manga, it's like subtle kind of creepiness, where it's like the shadows creep in behind her. In the anime, they're actually trying to make her creepy. Like you can tell, oh look how creepy she is. Okay. Laughter and swimsuits. Where do couples go in the summer? Yeah, it's the standard summer date spot. Hey, you. I'm not, though. Lies. What's this? What's that you stuffed in your chest? Melons, watermelons, pineapples? Jesus. Ruka, Jesus Christ. Calm down, Ruka-chan, please. Yep, there it is. Holy cow. Hands off. Whoa, I mean, no. Oh, they're talking about the scene where Chizuru's bra. Ah. Yeah, they nail how freaked out she is. Strings in the pool. I know what you are. Oh my god, yeah, I forgot. Ruka just straight up calls Chizuru a slut. Like straight up. And then mommy calls her a whore. Like, it's no wonder Chizuru like feels awful by the end of Hawaiians, because literally everybody is like labeling her. She genuinely feels like people don't understand why Chizuru is afraid to interact with Kazuya after the end of Hawaiians. Bro, literally everybody's labeling her. And people do this online too. People literally do this online too. They literally label Chizuru these exact words simply because she works that kind of job. And it's disgusting. It's genuinely fucking vile. I want to slap people across the chest. The face. I want to slap you across the goddamn face. Right? Just stupid motherfuckers who just literally label people just for the jobs that they work because of their own ignorance and bias. And they hold a purity to this like crazy fucking standard. Fuck off with purity, dude. Fuck off with purity. Bunch of dudes can have a whole lot of sex with a woman and they'll be perfect, but then a woman has sex more than like once with a dude or some other dude or something, and oh, they're a slut or they're a whore. Just fucking disgusting behavior. Actually vile behavior. Makes me want to slap people across the face. What's going on here? Translate to English. I don't speak English, but I love Rent-A-Girlfriend. Ah, welcome. Mommy calls Erica ribbons, doesn't even... You mean Ruka? Mommy calls Ruka ribbons, doesn't even use her name like she isn't important enough to know her name. Yeah. She fucking hates Ruka. Oh. Listen to this. Listen to what Ruka says.
クールで紐ってもうそういうことじゃないですか。そういうことって何よ。
And what is that? What the hell, Ruka? What the hell, Ruka? Unbelievable. Yeah, literally, Ruka's vanity and jealousy just turns her into this awful person. And she does such awful things. And it's literally Ruka learning to just not let that control her. And not let her like literally the simplest way to look at Ruka being okay, this way. Come on. This is annoying as hell. I need to get a bigger one. I need to get a bigger green screen. Yeah, so literally the whole thing with Ruka's character is that she's literally drifting between the evil queen and Snow White. She's literally drifting between the evil queen and Snow White. And that's Ruka's big issue, is that she needs to remember who she is and stop letting vanity and jealousy control her. That's Ruka's entire arc in that star. And everyone's like, oh, how can you defend Ruka in this arc? So characters can't have character journeys. Like, Ruka has to kind of be perfect because... And literally, that's where that argument stems from. That's where that argument stems from for Ruka's character. How can you defend Ruka's character after this? It's literally saying, how can you like her? How can she be your waifu after this? Not how can you say she's a good character, or how can she be a normal person? Because human beings do bad things, right? Even good people like Ruka. Ruka is a good person. She does do bad things, and she almost gets trapped by her vanity and jealousy. She almost gets consumed by that, and she had to choose and make an active choice to not do that anymore, to stop being jealous, to stop letting that jealousy control her. And that doesn't make her a bad person. She's still very much a person who's lovable. Ruka is still very lovable and cute, even when she's doing god-awful shit like this. Like, literally labeling Chizuru. Like, literally calling her a slut. Like, you're like, Luke, what the fuck are you saying? She's not a bad person. She's still cute. But you have to call her the fuck out. And you have to help her realize that that's not how you do this. You shouldn't let your jealousy and your vanity control you. And that's the whole thing for Ruka's character. And I still liked her even then. I still liked Ruka's character even then. Yeah, she did some terrible shit, but I don't need to fucking like defend her or anything. I can still like a character even if they do bad stuff. A lot of people like villains and they do god awful things, but they're charismatic, so you're cool with it. You know? That's a very common thing in storytelling. So it's like I can still like Ruka's character and still think she's very adorable. But, you know, point out the fact that she does awful things too. Right? She's not some trophy to be won. She's not this perfect trophy to be won. She's a person. And I do think that's going to be something that Reiji might end up discussing in the future chapters. It's specifically how Minnie talks and the way she dialogues. Like, Minnie's choice of words. I talked to some Japanese fans and they literally agreed with me. Minnie's choice of words in the recent chapter is literally talking about trophy like Chizuru like she's a trophy. Like, she literally talks about Chizuru like she's a trophy. And we know Minnie doesn't think that, but she gets trapped by these ideas. We know Minnie doesn't think this. You can see a lot of evidence Minnie does not think this, but she literally often gets trapped by these ideas, and that's the thing they kind of censor here. So here, there's a bit of censoring happening. Minnie literally tells Kazuya, you won. She says it right here, you've won. You can date Chizuru's son, Master. You won. So this exact phrase, you won, is the teaser for next chapter, which is literally like, oh, it's a certain win. You certainly won. It's a guarantee that you won. So it's like a confirmation that he won. And the fact that he won is like the idea here is like how Chizuru is kind of like a trophy. He won the trophy. So that's going to be the thing that's going to be tackled here. It's like that specific kind of dialogue. I can see that. Now, whether Chizuru cries when Kazuya gets there, whether Chizuru's upset, who knows? It's going to be hard to guess what's going on. I would be curious if Kazuya like goes to Chizuru and knocks on the door as a mirror to the 3-month time skip. right? He rings the doorbell or he knocks on the door as a mirror to the 3-month time skip. And he runs into her or something. That would be interesting. It'd be interesting if Kazuya goes then runs away. It'd be interesting if Kazuya walks in and Chizuru's crying, or Chizuru's happy to see him, or something. We don't know. It'd be interesting if Umi shows up. I don't know if Umi would show up. Maybe he would. And then Kazuya has to face that head on and not be afraid. So we'll have to see. How was the episode? It was okay. It was okay. I still think they kind of fuck up a lot, but at this point, it's just kind of a given, honestly. Like, you can't even really be mad. It's just kind of a fucking given that they're going to screw shit up. Like, you can't, yeah, I'm just not going to get mad about it anymore. Other than that, though, how long have we been streaming? 3 hours and 30 minutes. He rings the doorbell. There he sees Umi, answers the door. Lol. Jeez. No, Umi wouldn't answer the door. That wouldn't really work. Umi could be back there. Chizuru could be worried or scared, or Chizuru could look scared when she opens the door and Umi's there. Chizuru could look worried when Umi's there. Chizuru could be happy to see Kazuya. She could be worried to see Kazuya when Umi is there. But I could see Umi being there. I don't think Umi would answer the door. I could see Kazuya opening the door and Umi is there. That could be an interesting parallel. Kazuya opens the door and Umi is there. And he's standing inside or something. Or maybe Kazuya gets there and Umi's outside. That could be interesting. Right? And it's literally about Kazuya choosing to trust and believe in Chizuru. And to stop being afraid of Umi. That seems to be Kazuya's big challenge. Kazuya needs to stop being afraid of Umi. He needs to face Chizuru head on and stop being afraid of things happening. Minnie calling him out is step 1. This is literally step 1 for both of the characters breaking out of their illusions. Both Kazuya and Minnie have illusions they need to break out of. This is step 1. They took step 1 to break out of this illusion. They need to start taking step 2 and step 3. And like a whole lot more steps. Right? Missed opportunity if they cut away to two blue beach balls after Kazuya oogles Chizuru. But see, that's creative. But see, that's creative. That's actual creativity. And they don't have the time for that at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah. Should I stop, or is there anything we want to talk about? You think Kazuya would ask her to stop rental as a way of confirming his true feelings to her? Maybe. Kazuya doesn't want to demand stuff from Chizuru, and that's part of Kazuya's struggle. So, I don't know if he can do that just yet. I don't know if Kazuya can do that just yet. Rather, it's just about Kazuya learning to voice what he's feeling. If he sees Umi at the door outside, Umi may tell him to go because he is not needed. Kazuya will need to go straight through him and knock on the door. Would Umi do that? But that would be interesting. That would be interesting. Yeah. I think Kazuya not being afraid of Umi is a big thing. And he needs to face that head on. Now, we don't know how the chapter would play out. She would stop on her own. She's going to do her plays and acting. Yeah, I don't think Kazuya wants to force a choice onto Chizuru. He just needs to voice what he's feeling. Yeah, Kazuya shouldn't force a choice onto Chizuru. Like, oh, quit rental. He wouldn't do that. Kazuya would never really ask her to do that. It should be her choice. So I think Kazuya would never ask her to. He just needs to voice what he's feeling. That's it. That's all Kazuya needs to do. Voice what he's feeling and be honest and be comfortable leading. Because him leading is actually good. Him leading is actually good. And he just needs to trust his choices. That's it. But Kazuya shouldn't force a choice onto Chizuru. And I don't think he ever will. I don't think he would ever force a choice onto Chizuru. I think he would always just talk to her and ask her and speak to her like a normal person. Now, I don't know if Umi will show up. I don't even think he will. I don't know, man. If he shows up, cool. I think Umi's gonna show up eventually, but I don't know if he'll be there next chapter. I don't even know where next chapter is gonna start. Like, we don't even have an idea of where next chapter is actually gonna start. Next chapter could literally start anywhere. Next chapter could literally start anywhere. We have no way of knowing where it will actually start. And that's kind of important. Like, we don't know if it'll continue from the night because we've been losing nights. We've literally lost multiple nights. We lost the night on the walk home. We lost the night with Minnie, and now we're already at night again. It's literally already at the third night. We're literally at the third night. And I don't think Kazuya will want to lose a third night. Yeah, no, it's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're at the third night. Oh my god, 3 months. It's at the third night. They've only been separated for 2 nights. But it's the third night since they separated. Yeah. So, I think Kazuya should go like that night. But Kazuya has to really face his fears and talk to her. But I don't know if it's about facing your fears right away. Because the main immediate fear right now is Kazuya afraid of Chizuru. Not afraid of Umi. Umi isn't the thing Kazuya is particularly afraid of right now. He's afraid of Chizuru. So she should confront Chizuru first, not Umi. And then introduce Umi afterwards as the thing he's afraid of and him telling her about Umi. So I think... I don't feel like Umi will show up. There are signs he will, but not like right now, if you know what I mean. There are signs Umi will show up, but not right now. Now he could. He could. Like those signs are mixed. We can never piece those signs together in this moment because we have no context, right? There is a chance Umi could show up, but there's also a chance he doesn't. Also, one thing I thought was interesting that I kind of want to point out to you guys, I think it's chapter 290. This is the chapter of 290, and it's Umi looking at Minnie. But wouldn't it be interesting? Like, I wonder what the actual dialogue reads. I'm going to ask a friend what the actual dialogue here reads. It's literally Umi looking at Minnie, and it kind of feels like Umi's like, oh, she could be useful. She's destructive. I feel like that's what this could be. Like Umi literally seeing a destructive force, or Umi actually checking Minnie out. Who knows? Minnie invites Chizuru to his place without him knowing would be peak. That could be interesting. Wait, Minnie said that the separation... What? Minnie said that the separation happened yesterday. She moved out today. So 1 night has passed since Kazuya's separation from Chizuru. No. I'm talking about the nights we've lost, not the actual separation. It hasn't been 3 days since they separated. It's been a single day. What I'm talking about is that we've lost 3 nights. We lost the night on the walk home. The walk home in chapter 383, that's a night lost. Then we lose another night when Minnie leaves, and now we're at the 3rd night. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they've been separated for 3 nights. I'm saying they've only been separated for a single night, and now they're at the 3rd night. It's literally been 3 nights since the walk home. That's all. I'm not saying they've been separated for 3 nights. I'm saying there's literally been 3 nights since the walk home. So that's all. Yeah, it is the 2nd night. Yes, it is the 2nd night. That's not what I'm saying. Just listen to what I said. I feel like Umi would try to use Mami, and since she's in the middle of her change, would tell him. Umi doesn't know who the fuck Mami is. Umi doesn't know who the fuck Mami is. Umi gives me creepy vibes. Like he lies and also has lies of omission. His whole character is being the perfect actor, so I don't even know who he is yet. Yeah. Well, we've seen signs of who Umi is. Umi is caring. Umi is caring. We've seen signs of that. He does give a shit. He's not a complete piece of crap. We've seen this multiple times. Here, I'll show you a few of those instances. Umi is like Mitaka. Umi is like Mitaka. He gets caught up so much with the love thing that he kind of loses the reason why he's doing this. Literally, that manipulation comes full circle and bites him in the ass. Where he literally thinks he finally crossed the line and did something terrible, and he ends up marrying this girl only to realize, oh, nothing actually happened. And it's literally the whole point. Because that's what Mitaka does in the entire story. When I say Mitaka is from Maison Ikkoku, which is the inspiration for this manga. Or not the inspiration, but it has a lot of inspirations from that manga. In particular, right now, it's nodding to it a whole lot. In terms of Mitaka's character, Mitaka is like the handsome dude. He's the super handsome dude from Maison Ikkoku, who's the love rival to the main character. He's also after the main girl, Kyoko, who he's also very interested in her. What's interesting about Kyoko and Mitaka is that Mitaka often frames it like there's something actually going on between him and Kyoko when there isn't. And Kyoko never actually does anything with him. And so it's super fitting that the end of the story for Maison Ikkoku is that he looks like something happened between him and some other girl, so he marries the girl to take responsibility, only to realize right after nothing actually happened. That's his comeuppance as a character. That was the whole fucking point. So this, to me, feels like the whole thing with that. But the thing about Mitaka and Umi is that they are actually kind of caring. They're not inherently bad people. There are good parts to their characters. You see this in a few different ways. For instance, chapter 51. 52. Chapter 52. So chapter 52 is Chizuru's play. It's right after Chizuru's play, and she hears that this girl got the job. Umi invites Chizuru, hey, Chizuru, you're not coming to the party? I'm sorry, I'll be in touch. She just leaves. And he feels kind of bad. Kazuya actually cheers Chizuru up, and you'll notice in chapter 53 that they draw a particular comparison between the two. Chizuru gets home, and Chizuru gets home, and Umi calls. This is Chizuru. Hi, Umi. Sorry, Grandma suddenly called me over. Shiori, put her on. Shiori, this is the girl who got her job. Umi got the girl who got her job to thank her. He's trying to help, but he's a total fuck up. He doesn't do anything himself. He gets this girl to do it for him. Right? He gets the junior to be like, hey, thank her. See, I'm being helpful. I'm trying to help. But it shows how he doesn't understand Chizuru. He doesn't understand what Chizuru needs right now. She just needs someone to just be there right now and tell her, you're great, you're amazing, don't feel like shit. He's trying to do that. Except he doesn't say it himself. He doesn't actually support her himself. He gets this girl to thank her. He doesn't tell her, you were amazing out there, you did great. He never says any of that. He gets this girl to do it. Chizuru, thank you so much for today. The play went over so well thanks to you, and my part was so much easier because you were there too. I really can't thank you enough. Chizuru is thankful and appreciative, like, oh yeah, thank you, yeah, I had fun too, But you see it right here, she's not happy. She doesn't need the girl who just took her job to tell her thanks. I got the job because of you. She doesn't need this shit. And Umi doesn't see that. Are we playing fine? It says there's an error. You're not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming as much as user will experience buffering. Is it? Well, I'm recording this, so it should be okay. Yeah, I've been recording my streams, so I can maintain all this stuff, no problem. Is there any issues? Are you guys okay? Now I give you a thing. Looks fine to me. Okay, good. So yeah, Umi gets this girl to say all these nice things to Chizuru, and Chizuru doesn't really care for that. If Umi had said it himself, if Umi said you were great, you were the best out there, I appreciate you, I support you, but then even then, the words aren't enough. Right? Kazuya actually shows it. This is where Kazuya steps up. She sees all of her hard work, and it feels meaningless, and she starts crying. Then she gets a message. He rents her. He shows her his fucking words. Hey, this isn't just talk. I'm showing you how fucking great you are. I'm going to support you. I'm going to rent you all this time to show you how fucking great you are. And what's with that talentless garbage? You've been the perfect girlfriend to me and my grandma. How could you do that without talent? If renting you means that you can pursue that dream, then that's what I'll do. I'll work as much as I have to. So you chase that dream. He shows her. He actually shows her how much he cares. Umi just says words. Umi just says words. He's not necessarily a bad guy, but he just says words. It's all a gesture to Umi. Everything Umi does is a gesture. Everything Umi does is kind of like an indulgence. There's no meaningful action to his love. That's that. And I said this before. I literally said this before. Poor Kazuya, all his support for nothing. Oh, fuck out of here. They're literally about to date. Tell me you haven't read this manga without telling me you haven't read this manga, because you don't know shit about Kazuya's character. Fuck out of here. Anywho, literally, Kazuya will do this not caring if he's getting anything back. He doesn't fucking care about that shit. So that kind of stupid comment, that tells me you don't fucking read this manga and you don't understand Kazuya's character. He's not doing this to get anything. You don't deserve love for doing things. Kazuya is doing this because he loves her, not because he wants her to love him. Do you understand me? That's not how love works. Now, what I was trying to say earlier is that love without meaningful action essentially amounts to a mere indulgence. It is nothing more. It is just an indulgence. Okay? That's the whole point. Umi's love for Chizuru essentially amounts to an indulgence, because he's not actually doing any meaningful action. Umi isn't actually doing anything. Umi doesn't actually do anything in the story to actually meaningfully, truly support Chizuru. The only thing he does, the bare fucking minimum, is he retweets her. He retweets her crowdfunding. The thing he could have done without asking for anything in return, but, you know, he felt the need to ask for something in return. Right? Which shows that Umi felt like he deserved something. He felt like he's owed something. This is what brings us to part 2. Where we do, again, see Umi do something good, which shows he's not necessarily a bad person, but he is selfish. And I believe it's chapter 125. No, it's 126. Okay, 127. Yeah, Umi challenges Chizuru. So yeah, you do like him, that friend of yours. Our fair maiden, I don't not like him either. Umi leaves. Doesn't say a word. And then, as he's walking home, he retweets it. I guess I'm an idiot too. Huh. He says Chizuru's line. Umi ends up saying Chizuru's line. I'm an idiot too. It shows that he does care. He's not a complete piece of shit. And Chizuru actually somewhat transforms him here. This is the brilliance of this scene. Chizuru kind of transforms Umi a little bit here. Where she makes him not be a total piece of shit for a second. And she actually helps him actually be a little bit of a better person and just retweet, even though you're not getting something. And that's kind of the brilliance. Right? That's kind of the brilliance of Chizuru's character, is that she transforms the people around her. And they reach their goal. Right? Umi isn't a totally bad guy. But he does do shitty things. And he needs to recognize that he's doing shitty things. Now, we intentionally don't know enough about him. Umi's pretty much never there, and that's kind of the point. Umi's doing the one thing that would make Chizuru not happy. Or make Chizuru be wary of a relationship with someone. Which is not being there. Literally, Chizuru's family all died and left or something. The one thing she doesn't want is someone who's not committed. And all Umi has shown is that he's not committed. That's all Chizuru just wants: fucking commitment, acceptance, and understanding. That's it. And Umi does the one fucking thing that makes her feel wary of him and not trusting him. He literally fucking lies to her. He lies to her that oh, this isn't a date. He never admits it's not a date until the very fucking end. He literally he breaks her trust. Right? He breaks her trust. Kazuya never actually intentionally tries to break Chizuru's trust. He never does this. Right? Kazuya at the start, when they barely knew each other, was doing bad things, but he's not breaking Chizuru's trust. He's literally just trying to help his family, and he's trying to do it in any way that he can. And Chizuru recognizes that she would do the same thing for her family. She would do whatever she needs to make sure her family is happy. So she sees that in Kazuya too. And you see this in Hawaiians. Chizuru would fucking lie. Chizuru would gladly lie if it means her family's happy. Right? So she understands where Kazuya is coming from. She understands where Kazuya is coming from. She would gladly make a happy lie if it means her family is happy. If it means they're not sad in this cruel world. And that's why she understood Kazuya at the start. You understand Chizuru's character and why she does the actions that she does at the start of the story by understanding what she does now. That she would lie to make people happy, which explains why she would lie at the start of the story and to make the people around her happy. Why she understands and relates to Kazuya at the start of the story. That they both would do this because they care so much about the people that they love. That they would always put them first. They would always want them to be happy. Even if it means they do things that others would consider bad. That's the whole point of their characters. So, with Umi, though, he lies to break trust. He lies for himself. He, literally, when he pulls this shit, literally, until this moment right here, Chizuru's trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Come on, Chizuru, what are you thinking? He's just putting on a brave face because he doesn't want you to worry. That's why, because that's what I would do. I would do that. How about some dinner? Oh, no. Why did you have to say that? Oh, no. Immediately realized, oh, fuck. Instantly realized, oh, no. And the moment she realizes this, she leaves. The only reason she stays? Because Umi asked her some pointed questions. Umi-kun, that's right. He tries to shower it on, make it look so nice and great. Look, I'm really sorry. Right? Look at him. He's hiding his intent. Right? It's so clear he wants more. And something is wrong here. He doesn't seem okay. Something is wrong with him here. And I love how Reiji draws this shot. Umi doesn't look okay here. And I genuinely think this entire sequence, the best way I can explain this entire sequence to you is that it's the reverse of the sequence in the very beginning of the series with Kazuya. That's what's happening to Umi. There's a very real chance. So we don't know who broke up with who. Umi says him and his girlfriend broke up. However, there's a very clear indicator she broke up with him. For a very, very simple reason. He tells Chizuru, I made plans and she couldn't be here. Now, that could be a lie, right? That could just be a total lie. But if that's true, that means he made plans and she broke up with him. And the plans are still here. So what he's doing is literally reenacting the entire sequence Kazuya and Chizuru had at the very start of the series, where he's down in the dumps, and he wants a girlfriend who's actually an actress, right? He's reaching for what he thinks he needs, not what he actually needs, right? So he's going for Chizuru because Chizuru is an actress. I said I want a girlfriend who's actually an actress, and that's not Nanaho. And that was her name. Interestingly, Umi's girlfriend's name is Nanaho. Kazuya when he did Mommy's name is Nanami. Both of them have the number 7 in their name. Nana is 7. Nanaho, Nanami. So there's already a direct parallel to you. So, to me, how I interpreted this once I started to kind of piece it together is that this entire date is literally Umi just not being okay right now. And he's doing this the way he knows how. Which is, get a rebound. Find the perfect girl, date the perfect girl. And Chizuru's always been great, so he's going after Chizuru. And he doesn't realize that what he's doing. He wants this so bad, he doesn't realize what he's doing. And that's why you see stuff like this, where he's not okay. And this confrontation right here is literally exactly like it's the reverse of what Kazuya said at chapter 1. Where if you go to chapter 1, what does Kazuya say? Right. This is actually telling you something really important. There's a real chance Umi realized the girl he was dating liked someone else. Or maybe she cheated on him. Or something. And in contrast, you're seeing Chizuru be very committed to someone else. And that's why Umi's calling her out on this. He's calling her out on this because it's like, okay, you clearly like this dude. He's reenacting this entire sequence he had with his girlfriend and what happened with her. And that's literally what's happening here. He's reenacting this entire sequence he had with his girlfriend who may have cheated on him. And that's why he's asking Chizuru this particular question. That's why he's being so direct about this, and it's none of her business. Or his business. It's none of his business. That's why he's doing this. So, this mirrors chapter 1, where in chapter 1, what does Kazuya say? You don't even like us, but you play this game of pretend love with us. Umi, that friend of yours, do you like him? It's like the girl he was dating was maybe playing pretend love with her. Or maybe his girlfriend said this to him. Where she was just like, okay, you clearly like Chizuru. You don't actually like me. Because you're always looking at Chizuru. And you never see Umi with that girlfriend of his. Right? So I think that's kind of important to highlight this point. That like what's happening with Umi here is the reverse of Kazuya at the start of the series. And that's why he feels the need to ask her these very like direct, poignant questions. Because he himself is not okay. But he's not necessarily a bad person. He's just not in a good place. Now, Umi in the later part of the story, he's seemingly not giving up on Chizuru. We don't know the details of that. He could be faking it. I doubt it. But I definitely think Umi is interested in Chizuru. However, he's just taking his chance because seemingly Kazuya and Chizuru are not together yet. But he knows it's in vain. But he keeps doing it anyway. So Umi asks her, yeah, do you like him? Right? It's almost like he's trying to find content. He's trying to be content with what happened to him. It's like, that's literally kind of what this scene kind of feels like. It's Umi trying to find peace with what happened to him. Which is that the person, you know, maybe his girlfriend did this to him, or maybe he did this to his girlfriend. We don't know which way it was. But from that face right here, it seems like Umi's just trying to find peace. Of what happened to him. And that's why he's asking, and that's why he's in shadows. And notice how he looks calmer now. Notice how Umi is in shadows. You don't know what the deal is, but he's calmer now. And yeah, he's more serious, but he's calm. And he just sees this and he doesn't get a direct answer. Now, it could be weird take. It could be what Umi wants is for Chizuru to give him a direct answer to his feelings. And that's why he keeps saying these things to her that like he loves her and shit. And it is actually bothering Chizuru, but he's trying to push Chizuru to make a choice. Which is kind of like the reverse of Mitaka, if you will. Maybe Umi might not even actually be a love rival. Maybe Umi might not actually be a love rival. There's a chance he might not actually be a love rival. He's literally just trying to push Chizuru to make a choice. Or to tell him straight up so he doesn't have these lingering feelings. So he keeps having these lingering feelings and he wants them to end. And that's why he keeps going back to Chizuru. And because Chizuru doesn't tell him a direct answer, Umi keeps going back to her so she can tell him the direct answer. He literally says, I love you. And then he decides to wait at the very end because, oh, I want to keep loving you a little longer. Like you made me wait before, right? So it does feel like what Umi's actually doing is trying in some ways to maybe play Cupid. There's a chance. There's a real chance Umi might actually trying to be playing Cupid. Even though he's doing these shitty things, I think what he was doing in the date, I genuinely think what he was doing in the, like, I genuinely think what happened in the Tiger's Den, he was actually serious. Maybe he wasn't lying as much as that we thought he was lying. Like, if you go to the Tiger's Den, you'll notice, like, when he smiles at Kazuya and says we're gonna be friends, this looks like a real smile, but you don't understand, and he's not hidden in shadow or anything. Umi isn't hidden in shadow or anything when he says this here. Like, I think we'll be great friends, right? But he's not hidden in shadow or anything. It's almost like he just wants to support Chizuru. It's almost like he literally just wants to support Chizuru, and what he was doing in this entire sequence was just gauging Kazuya. Oh, does he like her too? Let's see if Kazuya likes her too. Let's see how Kazuya feels. And when he sees that Kazuya says this really honest thing to him, he's like, oh, okay, you seem like a really earnest guy. You seem kind of honest. I'll vibe with you, dude. And it feels like what Umi's doing is actually seemingly challenging Chizuru to make this choice. And that kind of rhymes with what he says here. To tell you the truth, I respect you a lot. Chizuru-san's a fantastic actress, but she was in a really tough situation. But you put your head down, put it together a crowdfunding campaign, and pulled it off superbly. You kept chugging it right through to the end and made a movie. Not just anyone could do that. I think he actually means this. Even though Umi's hidden here, I think he actually means this. And the reason he's hidden is because you don't see him. So my original theory might have been correct. My original theory way back in the day where I said Umi was playing Cupid, I might be correct. Even now, when Umi's seemingly confessing his love to Chizuru, I think he's literally trying to get Chizuru to give him a direct answer. There's a reason he says the "I don't not like you" line to Kazuya, which then comes back to Chizuru, which then he meets Chizuru after for that exact line. And it does bother Chizuru how Umi's seemingly acting, because he's pushing her to make a choice, which then actually perfectly reflects and ties into Hawaiians, where Chizuru is struggling to make a choice, and everyone's seemingly trying to push her to make a choice. So that makes perfect sense, that Umi's also trying to do this, trying to push her to make a choice. Umi was never in the running. I think Umi was never, not just for, like, in the obvious, yeah, no shit, Umi's not in the running. He was never in the running. I think Umi actually emotionally wasn't there either, right? I think Umi emotionally might have not even been there either, right? He just has lingering feelings, but the fact that he says that his emotions will just seemingly end once she rejects him, and he knows that, should be an indicator to you, right? What does Umi say in chapter 290? 289, sorry. It makes I'd also like a little more time to keep loving you while I still can. It's like he knows it's gonna end. He's clearly aware that there was never a thing, and it feels like Chizuru finally reached her answer. He literally clearly knows it's gonna end. Which tells you, did Umi know from the beginning there was nothing there? And he was just trying to find an ending. Pretty lame of me, huh? To put it off like this when I feel that odds are against me. But that's just how much you mean to me, Chizuru-san. Or Chizuru-chan. Now, I could be completely wrong. Right? I could be completely wrong. This is purely hypothetical theories. I'm just taking what's already been given to me and kind of creating a theory. I think Umi was also the kind of jacking off, so to speak. He's showboating to Kazuya. A little bit. But I think he might have literally just been testing the waters and seeing how Kazuya feels. And does Kazuya feel the same about her as she does about him? Maybe Umi's trying to be a bro. Maybe Umi is trying to be a bro. Maybe he's not. I think Umi doing all of this just to point out how much better Kazuya is than him isn't bad. I just don't think Umi would actively try to self-sabotage himself the way, at least 100%. I do think there is a truth to Umi's feelings. I don't think it's 100%, but there is a very real possibility he's doing this. And it's actually bothering Chizuru, which makes a lot of sense. That Umi would do this, and it's actually bothering Chizuru. Because Umi's cornering her. Umi's trying to help, and he's cornering her. When he seemingly says he cares about her. So even if I'm wrong, even if my base theory is wrong, the one singular truth remains. The one singular truth of what I'm saying remains. And it's simply this. That Umi ultimately bothered her. She seems kind of down. Did she run into somebody she doesn't like? Umi did something shitty. But what does Umi always do? What is the consistent thing Umi always does? He tries to help, and he makes it worse. Almost every time. Consistently. Almost every time we run into him, he tries to help, and he makes it worse. Or specifically for Chizuru, not for Kazuya. Right? If anything, it gets Kazuya and Chizuru closer consistently. But every time he tries to help, he makes it worse. So, wouldn't it be fitting, since Umi's literal role in the story, just like the ocean, is that he always gets them closer together. So what does Umi do? He gets them closer together by literally committing to the bad guy act. By literally committing to being the bad guy. He just gets them closer. And that makes sense. Like the unexpected visit, not knowing where Kazuya is, the fear of what that could mean. But Umi has shown consistently he wouldn't really do anything to cross a certain line. So literally his actions don't add up. Plus, last time Umi was talking to Chizuru, Minnie was with Kazuya and put it in his head that he was thinking big rival when Umi saw Kazuya as the impossible obstacle. Pretty much. That's actually very well said. Last time Umi was talking to Chizuru, Minnie was with Kazuya and put it into his head that he was some big rival when Umi saw Kazuya as this impossible obstacle. And you see that in how Minnie even could tell, oh yeah, Chizuru was going to turn him the fuck down. Is Kazuya an obstacle? Maybe Kazuya isn't an obstacle more so than the actual goal. Kazuya is the actual goal. And maybe Umi was just literally checking him out to see if he was a good guy. That could have been what it is, right? That explains the scene, right? That now we get an explanation for chapter 378. This scene right here, Umi was just checking if Kazuya was a good dude. Is Kazuya actually a good dude? That could have been what this is. Umi's like trying to be like the supportive figure, but he's actually just getting in the fucking way. Right? He could have just fucked right off and not done anything and it would have been fine. If anything, it made Chizuru feel like shit because he pushed her into a choice. Right? And regardless of whether Umi is playing Cupid or not, a very simple thing occurs. In chapter 179, Chizuru is clearly not happy after this. And you're getting banned. Goodbye. Never seen you again. Literally felt the need to copy pasta this crap onto my channel. Fuck off, dude. Find something better to do with your life, jackass. Find something better to do with your life, jackass. Fucking idiot. Anywho, notice Chizuru's reaction to Umi versus Kazuya. Kazuya says the same exact thing to Chizuru in chapter 383, and she tells him no. Umi says it with Chizuru and has no reaction whatsoever. That says a lot. Wait, what? Wait, what? Are you talking about chapter 385? You're mixing up your chapters. I think you're mixing up your chapters. You mean 385 and chapter 289, right? 289 and chapter 385. So us coming back to 389 to mirror chapter 289, right? Doesn't it make sense that Kazuya would come back literally the chapter where Umi left? Umi leaves at chapter 289. Kazuya leaves at chapter 385. Doesn't it make sense for Kazuya to come back at chapter 389? Do you see how it lines up? Like the dude is mad cooking. Reiji is mad fucking cooking. And that's so cool. Literally the numbers line up. That's so fucking cool. Reiji, you son of a gun. Reiji, you son of a gun. And like literally Umi ultimately gets them closer here. But yeah, even then, like what Umi did here, even if he's not playing Cupid, even if that's not what Umi is doing, a very simple thing occurs here. And that is simply this. Umi made Chizuru feel uncomfortable, pushed her into a corner, and she ultimately ends up leaving with Kazuya, who brings her peace and comfort. Maybe Umi was actually pushing her to leave with Kazuya. We don't know. right? We don't really know the details. We don't know what's actually going on. And remember, Umi invites her to a party in chapter 53 or 52, and she leaves. And here, the after party is literally about to start, and Chizuru leaves with Kazuya again. So I think, and there's another thing I do want to point out. There's another thing I do want to point out that I think is really interesting. It's this. Umi's visit in chapter 287 actually parallels another visit to the house that I think not many people discuss. So Umi's sudden visit to Chizuru's place actually mirrors someone else's visit. Sumi. Sumi also shows up to Chizuru's place in an unexpected way. There's other parallels you can find with this. Sumi already made plans with Chizuru. Umi didn't. Umi seemingly just shows up to Chizuru's place, and Chizuru didn't know he was coming. Sumi made plans with Chizuru. Sumi puts her feelings for Kazuya aside and just helps Chizuru out. Umi, in contrast, is there for his feelings for Chizuru. So, these two characters represent two opposite things. Sumi represents selfless love, and that she needs to embrace her feelings for Kazuya and stop putting them down because they're literally coming back to haunt her. Umi's feelings are actually kind of the opposite, if you think about it. If Sumi is putting her feelings away when she needs to confront them, and Umi is seemingly doing this for his feelings, Umi needs to reach that point where his feelings need to end and go away. Because he can't keep thinking about this, he can't keep living like this. It's supposed to be a mirror to Kazuya. But unlike Kazuya, who doesn't want it to end, who wants this to be a real thing, Umi wants it to end. Umi wants his feelings for Chizuru to end. Whereas Sumi needs to confront her feelings for Kazuya and stop putting them away. Right? So whereas Umi is selfish love, Sumi is selfless love. And they directly parallel each other. Right? And similar things do happen too. Similar things do happen too. For instance, when Chizuru comes home in chapter 368, a very similar thing happens. Chizuru runs into Sumi and apologizes. She says, I completely forgot. She didn't forget anything with Umi, but she did forget Umi himself. Then, Chizuru takes Sumi behind the veil. What happens with Umi? Chizuru takes him behind the veil. There's no chapter this week. Right? Chizuru takes Umi behind the veil. And he remembers Kazuya. And then he looks at Chizuru. People thought he was looking at Chizuru's butt here. Maybe he's like, why isn't what's going on here? Right? We don't know the details of this. So just like then, Chizuru brings him behind the veil. However, with Sumi, we literally see Sumi hug Chizuru and tell her, do you have someone you can depend on? Isn't this important? Doesn't Umi want this? Doesn't Umi want to be the one who she can depend on? And yet here he is, not being there for Chizuru at all. Are we seeing some parallels? Do you see the parallel between these two shots? Umi is behind Chizuru. He's not in front of her. He's not hugging her. He's not actually close to her. Sumi is literally hugging Chizuru. And it's the same exact hallway. It's literally the same exact hallway. Right? Sumi's actually close to Chizuru and understands her. Umi is far and he's not close to Chizuru at all. And he realizes there's nothing there. Right? Maybe this is the moment where Umi realizes he can't ever really support Chizuru. We don't know the details. This is the cover for this one. Now, what does Chizuru tell Sumi? Chizuru even literally mentions Umi. And this is actually about Sumi's feelings for Kazuya. Sumi here realized, oh, Chizuru loves Kazuya. She loves him too. Here, Umi's realizing it's a similar thing. She's literally asking, what does Sumi do here? Sumi literally asks, do you love him? Do you like him? And Chizuru literally tells her, someone else asked me this once. It's almost like Umi's literally asking this question again. It's almost like Umi's literally asking this question again by saying, I love you. Like when Umi says this, notice how he keeps his distance. Sumi comes in close and hugs Chizuru, right? Notice how Sumi comes in close and hugs Chizuru. Notice how Umi always keeps his distance. He never gets physically close to Chizuru. Not ever. Umi never gets physically close to Chizuru, ever. He always keeps his distance. He never hugs her. He never comes in close like this. He always maintains a certain level of distance, even though he's seemingly coming closer to her. Isn't that interesting? That Umi is never actually physically getting close to Chizuru, and he's almost saying this to call her out. And this shot feels like a mirror It feels like a direct mirror of this shot. Are we seeing parallels here? Are we seeing similarities here? He literally looks similar. He literally looks similar. Isn't that interesting? There's literally a direct parallel between these two shots. It's like he's asking her, do you love him? He wants an answer to his feelings. To me, it feels like Umi is using selfish love to get the answer to his feelings, to get her to find her answer. And what does Chizuru do right after Umi does this? She asks Kazuya out on a date. What does Umi do? What does Chizuru do right after this? She asks Kazuya on a date. It's like Umi's motivating her to go on date Kazuya, to actually try. And what happens the moment Chizuru tries? She gets a memory she'll literally never forget. So what if not only was Umi never in the running, he kind of knew he was never in the running. And his feelings for Kazuya always stings and he wants them to go away. Right? Because if they commit to each other, that's it. It's a done deal. So now you get more context on this. Umi pressures Chizuru, Sumi supports her. Right? Umi's pressuring Chizuru to give him an answer. Sumi supports her, and he acts unfair because that's Umi's thing. Umi's thing is that it's selfish love. He can be unfair if you're being unfair, right? But if you find your answer, that's what it is. He's just waiting for Chizuru to give him an answer. And we might literally just be misunderstanding these scenes because of how they're being presented to us, because we have no context. But maybe we do have context. Maybe all of this has been is just Umi pushing Chizuru to make a choice. He's literally been actively, consistently challenging her because what does Chizuru tell Sumi? What does Chizuru tell Sumi right here? Thinking back on it, I think I've been very unfair to them. Now, she mentions this right after the Umi thing. She's referring to Kazuya here. It's a little vague, but she's referring to Kazuya here. However, think about it for a second. That would mean Umi pointed out to her, hey, you're being unfair to him. You should make a choice. But you're also being unfair to me. You should make a choice. Right? You gotta be clear about your choices. And he's pressuring her. He's trying to be a bro, but he's pressuring her. That's what Umi does. I really don't care about Umi. Every time he shows up, Kazuya and Chizuru get closer. So in a way, he plays a role of the Cupid unintentionally. I think that's the point. The sea, Umi represents the sea. The sea is the representation of Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship. It is something that can divide, but it actively brings them closer. It is literally this ocean between them that can divide them, but it actively brings them closer. Their relationship is represented by the sea. I think the story behind the play colleague Miho will be more interesting. I think Umi will have a role to play in that, and maybe he'll actually help Chizuru for once. Right? I think there's a chance he could actually help Chizuru for once. And like probably protect her from Miho in some way. My prediction is that the movie Kazuya and Chizuru made may get some kind of reward at the movie festival, and Miho would find out that the producer Kazuya and Chizuru were going out together. Misunderstanding that Chizuru was possibly sexually serving producer Kazuya, Miho will publicize about that. That would be an interesting story, I hope. That's a good one. That's a great one, actually. I could totally see Miho doing that, because what did Miho do? Let's go to Miho's story. What did Miho do? She literally said she slept with the producer. And she could literally spin that around onto Kazuya. And what does Umi do to protect her? What does Umi do to protect Chizuru? That picture they took. Or that picture could be spun to something negative, right? Hey, look, here's the producer, right? Kazuya literally says in chapter 179. Kazuya literally says it in chapter 179. Oh, this picture won't come back to haunt us. Or no, it's chapter 178. Yeah. But Miho literally says she slept with the producer. And so, seeing that, oh, Chizuru did a movie. Oh, Chizuru's seemingly dating the producer, and I saw him earlier. Oh, she did a sexual favors for the producer, so that way she could get what she wants. Right? And she could try to spin it into something negative. And she totally would. Right? She's literally, and literally, that's when people rally behind them and try to help them. That's actually a really good one. I like that one. That's a great theory. Where is it? It's 333 maybe? No, 334? 335. Found it. I lied. I did not find it. 336. Believe in a dream. There it is. Right. And what does Kazuya think in the very end of this? I hope I didn't bother her by asking her out. My name is Miho Takashiro. My real name is Miho Takayami. All of society is like a hostess club. What did Chizuru say she was consider working at? What did Chizuru say consider working at when she was trying to quit? Well, she was thinking of working at a kabayari or something like that, where it's like you act on stage and stuff. The acting world is the same. Flirting with those in power gets you more roles, and sleeping with the director can make you famous. Chizuru slept with the producer. That's why I put up with all the old men and crappy drinking parties until now. I'm proud of it. But she thinks that she's above everyone else. Like she's like just giving a passing smile is enough to excuse her to never have an association with anyone. I can't stand her. And you're just relying on your looks too, you know? Without a face like yours, you'd have no choice but to suck up to everyone out there. But she thinks everyone around her is stupid. It's like her very existence contradicts everything about me. That's what's actually bothering you. Her very existence bothers you. She was acting strange today, though. She'd normally have no problem with the small talk in the dressing room, but she seemed kind of out of it today. Did she get a boyfriend? I guess you're no different. There's no such thing as the real thing in this world. No matter how much better you think you are, you'll still let a guy drag you off into La La Land. You're just a brat. The world, me, we're no different. We just accepted the reality of it yet. Maybe I should throw something on maybe I should throw something not in the script in her during the first act, or should I push her really hard during the fight scene in the second act instead? I just want to give her a really hard time. And she backs off. So that could come back. That definitely seems like something that'll come back. She's going to do it later. She literally says, "Oh, I'll pull it off for now. I'll do it another time." Never mind, not today. She's going to do it eventually. Right? And she's literally a mirror to mommy. It's literally it's kind of spelling it out. It's like, "Oh, look, it's a mirror to mommy, but in the acting industry." Mommy is a mirror to Chizuru in terms of rental. She is a mirror to Chizuru in terms of the acting industry. She thinks Chizuru isn't working hard for this. Chizuru's working hella fucking hard, but it pisses Miho off because you're just relying on your looks. No, she's just using all the tools at her disposal. Fuck you. You're changing my mind on creepy Umi to bro Umi. Hell yeah, brother, convincing people. You're starting to sell me on Umi being the fall guy that will show you the truth of how you're too blind to see. And that seems to be the recurring theme. Isn't that the reoccurring theme of what we're currently seeing in the story? That the characters are so blinded by what they think is happening that it's not actually fucking happening. That they don't ask, that they don't check. Like I really bet when we find out about Umi, it's going to be surprising. It's going to be like, wait, that's what was happening? Holy shit, I was stupid as hell. And Kazuya does tell us in chapter 127, he finds out about that later. Yeah, I think that the story has been fucking with us this entire... Reiji has been literally screwing with us this entire time. This entire story, Reiji has been literally screwing with us. Nonstop. And it would not surprise me if Umi is not what he appears. Just like the ocean in the story is not what it appears. Just like when we first meet Umi in the story, what does Umi appear like? He appears like a piece of shit. We think he's the boyfriend. Turns out he's none of these things. Right? It turns out Umi is none of these things. So wouldn't it make sense that the ultimate reveal about Umi's character is that he's not what we think he is? He's not a rival. He was never a rival. He was just pushing Chizuru to make a choice. Isn't that interesting? I think that chapter 600, I think this will all be explored in the 400s. Reiji sets up stuff early on, and he plans around that time. So I think this will all be explored in the 400s, where we kind of get into that stuff. It's called Kabakuru. It's called a Kabakuru. It's like a strip club in Japan, places where you drink with girls, but only you can talk, but not allowed to touch. Lol. Yeah, I know what you're referring to. That's the thing Chizuru was consider working on, which is like crazy, like Jesus Christ. But like it's a kabanyar or something. But it's not necessarily a strip club. It's like you can act too. But yeah, Kazuya freaked out. He's like, no, you're not gonna work that. No, you don't need to do that. There might be a team for Reiji who are searching all kinds of internet community with the predictions people make, and Reiji can always make the story that's not expected by people. No, that's not what he tries to do. Some of the stuff he does plan way ahead. For instance. So let me point out some stuff to you. So some stuff he plans way ahead, some stuff he doesn't. Chapter 175, the whole thing with this wasn't planned. He openly says this initial portion right here was not planned, and he was already planning it out right now. He's already trying to piece it all together right around here. But he's like, this is how the characters would act. So what he does is he follows the characters' feelings. He doesn't just try to surprise people. He does put surprising things in the story, but the biggest thing Reiji does is stay consistent with what the characters are doing. Working in Kabakura will actually destroy Chizuru's acting career. This is taboo in Japan. Is it? I don't think that's what Chizuru said. Are you sure that's what Chizuru said? Like in that chapter? Because it didn't seem like that's what... she said a cabaret club. I'm pretty sure that's not what it is. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Thank God I moved that away. Close call. Carburet. I don't remember the details of it. It's so annoying. I don't think she said Kabakura. I don't remember her saying that. Here, let's just buy the chapter real quick. Cabaret, there we go. Thank you. I spelled it wrong. I appreciate it. Did she? A Kabakura? She actually said that? It's pretty much just a hostess club. What I'm reading here is that it's just a hostess club, which is what they said in English. Here, I'll just buy the chapter. Pretty sure it's chapter 239. I also think she was partially lying. I do think she was partially lying too. You'll notice her eyes are closed when she says this. You'll notice her eyes are closed when she says this. I think she was partially lying. Yeah, her eyes are closed. I think she's partially lying. She's saying that, but I doubt she'd actually work that. And she's happy when Kazuya says, I don't want you to quit. Like, look at her face. Like, I don't think Chizuru could really work that job. It's not really for her. Yeah, it is Kabakura. Yeah. Yeah, I think she's lying. She's just saying, I'll work what I need to. But it doesn't feel like Chizuru would actually work that. No matter how much effort you put, if you don't have confidence and good looks, effort means little, and Kazuya doesn't usually win. It's statistics. Yeah, you do realize statistics are, like, that's not actually statistics. That's not what it is. That's a fucking stupid take. That's not actually statistics. And there are many, many women who date men who are average looking. Do you know why? Do you know what women actually want? Do you know what actual women want? They don't want good looks. Like, that's a bonus. If you're good looking, that's a bonus. If you're confident, that's also a bonus. Do you know what they actually want? Peace and safety. They just want to feel at peace with someone. That's all women really want. If you're just a nice guy, you're respectful, and you treat women with respect and understanding and safety, and you give them peace and harmony, that's all women want. Because they're normal human beings like everyone else. There are people, regardless of whether they are men or women, who want fame, fortune, and they get trapped by all this nonsense. But honestly, if you're thinking this, Brandon, if you genuinely believe this, you're trapped in the illusion Kazuya is trapped in. That's what you're trapped in. You're literally trapped in the very illusion Reiji is criticizing in this manga. That's not what life is about. That none of that shit fucking matters. All that shit is fucking stupid. That's not life. That's not what people want. What? I've dated a girl who many people considered was out of my league. Relationship didn't work out, sure, but I dated a girl. Had a great time with her. It's pretty fun. I've been around a lot of women who people have told me are out of my league. So fucking what? I talk to a lot of really beautiful women. So fucking what? I may not be dating anyone right now, but so fucking what? All that shit's stupid, dude. Get that crap out of your head. None of that matters. None of that crap matters. None of that crap is real. All that is bullshit. That's a simp comment. How many matches have you have in Tinder? I don't use Tinder because Tinder doesn't fucking work for me. I dated like 2 girls on Tinder once and it fucking sucked. I hated it. Women don't like unattractive feminists. I respect guys like Kazuya, but I feel sorry for them for not having what society requires. I don't think you know what feminists are. I don't think you know what a feminist is. I genuinely don't think you know what a feminist is. Like, genuinely speaking. Because if you're a feminist, you're just a normal person. You just want women to just have the same rights. That's it. Feminism isn't taking men's rights away. Feminism is literally just making sure women and men have the same rights. And the same respect and the same opportunities. That's it. That's literally it. To me, it looks like what you're actually focusing on is like, I don't know what the fuck you're focusing on, honestly. You either have like toxic masculine traits and you're really fucking obsessed with that, or you're just focusing on really stupid crap. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. My wife is out of my league and here we are 10 years later, lol. Yeah. I regularly talk to women way out of my fucking league and I'm chill with it. Who cares, dude? Literally, if you just don't feel bad about who you are and you just trust that, you can talk to a lot of women and it's normal. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, I do goofy shit at work and it makes the women around me laugh. I do really stupid fucking shit at work. It makes the women around me laugh. I do this. You guys know how I do this shit? Like if I just do it confidently and it makes the people around me laugh. I'll like do stupid crap, talk in stupid voices, but I'm just confident in who I am. And the people around me enjoy it, whether they're men or women. I have gay friends, I have trans friends, I have all sorts of friends. None of that shit fucking matters to me, dude. I have friends from other countries. Half some of y'all are from different countries. None of that shit fucking matters, dude. Literally, the only true choice in life is to connect. None of the statistics, none of the fact that some men are prettier, more attractive, more handsome, more successful, more wealthy, more powerful. None of that shit fucking matters. In real life, the only true choice is to connect to other people. That's it. None of the other crap matters. Especially if you look entertainment industry. And that's the thing. Japan in particular really has this issue with looks. Japan in particular really has this issue with looks because they exasperate that a lot. It's really bad in Japan. They really have this like issue with like how you're supposed to look, what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to act. And there's a lot of really insecure men in Japan. There's a lot of like really shitty men in Japan. And that's one of the reasons like there's a crazy beauty standard in Japan. Well, you'll notice like a lot of the women look really attractive and a lot of the men look really, really fucking handsome. And they have to do a lot and have a lot of skills and all this crazy stuff. And that's something this manga is seemingly criticizing. This idea that like all these people have crazy fucking expectations for how you're supposed to be. And that aligns well with Japanese parent standards where they're like really fucking strict with people and they want people to act and do certain things. When all that stuff is fucking crazy and literally if you just raise your child with love, give them the tools to deal with their life, they'll have a good life. And they will succeed and they will find good stuff in Japan and just in the world in general, whatever. But the idea, the element of beauty standards is a huge deal in this manga that the story actively discusses, and how that shit's fucking stupid. How people are literally trapped by beauty standards and ideas that others are putting onto them because of what they're saying. This is why chapter 382 literally has Kazuya become part of a crowd. He literally loses his identity in this crowd. Or no, not 382, 381. 381, Kazuya literally loses his identity in this crowd. Right? Who he is gone. His individuality disappeared. He became part of a collective. Every single person in here doesn't have a face. Nobody here has a face. Everyone is just part of a cognitive machine, a collective consciousness. Who he is gone. Who society wants him to be is who he became. His identity disappeared. You have to forge your own identity regardless of statistics, what people say, what people think. None of that matters. You have to find your own identity. You have to forge your own person. and you need to break out of these illusions of what you think you need to be. This entire arc, this entire this entire date arc between Kazuya and Chizuru is literally dealing with that idea of your identity outside of what other people are saying. Why do you think Kazuya actively tries to give the right answers, to be the right thing, to present himself in the perfect way, to literally look as handsome as possible, literally trying to look his best for Chizuru, when that's not what Chizuru wants? Chizuru just wants him to be his real self and just be honest and let himself out. And that's why she rejects him, because she seemingly couldn't reach him and let his real self out no matter what she did. That was Chizuru's big illusion and the big problem of that arc. Like literally all that element of beauty standards, what you should expect, what you should want, all that stuff is literally what the story's talking about. Here, I'll read you one perfect line that Reiji wrote in the 3-month time skip. It's literally such a good line. Adults say that love and letters are both instant for the current generation. If you pay a few hundred, you could be the boyfriend of a beautiful girl, and you can instantly get in touch with the person you love. But when will the pain become instant? So much time passed that even Ruka-chan, who had been on full alert, started to relax. I haven't been able to reach Mizuhara in almost 3 months. The pain never goes away. You can get love very easily. But pain, struggle, that suffering, that doesn't go away. That doesn't become instant. You don't get instant gratification in life. The pain never goes away. The pain never becomes instant. You keep suffering. You keep feeling that pain. Let's see. The entertainment industry, if you look at the entertainment industry in Japan, so many actors and actresses commit suicide. There's a structural problem there. One of my favorite actresses committed suicide a couple of years ago. The safety and the comfort of especially needed, couple of years ago, the safety and the comfort is especially needed for Chizuru if she wants to be in the entertainment business. Yeah. Yeah. Don't want to generalize because we do it too, but Japan is on a very Japan's struggle with gender is a very real thing that they're actually really kind of a little bit behind on, and they're trying to catch up right now. That's a big issue they have. Interesting question. If Chizuru's mother hadn't died and her father had stayed, do you think there would be some chance she would fall in love with Kazuya? That's a hypothetical. We don't know. We don't know anything about her mother. We don't know anything about her dad. Chizuru's love for Kazuya stems from her grandpa and her grandma. If those people were always in her life and they were always the good supportive figures that they were, maybe she could have still fallen in love with Kazuya. You never know. It's funny that the Japanese young women generation, when they're asked what they care most about when choosing which men to date, many are saying look is the most important thing they care, lol. That's why Hostess Club is booming in Japan. Yeah, there is a thing. That is a thing a lot of people think about. Like, they only care about looks. It's very typical that men actually put on makeup in Japan, trimming their eyebrows. It's just very typical. And that's the thing. What does Kazuya do? What does Kazuya do before the date? He trims his eyebrows. He tries to look good. But what Kazuya and Chizuru feel, it goes beyond that. It's not just about looks. Oh, Brendan is back. I thought we banned Brendan. Whatever. It's okay. My point is that the mangaka, who probably is a real sim, gave a lot of false hope to guys who don't stand a chance. It's pretty cruel to take away out of your own people just to sell a fantasy. Reiji is married and has 2 children. He interacts with a lot of beautiful women all the time. And it's not just because he writes an amazing story or because he's cool, but because if you've actually interacted with Reiji for 2 fucking seconds, he's a chill guy who's not giving people hope, but teaching them how to be better and teaching them to hope. Not whatever bullshit you're talking about. Bro, you're just telling me you're a coward. Brendan, what you're telling me is you're a goddamn coward. Don't be afraid, dude. Stop being afraid. It's not selling you bullshit. It's challenging you. You want real love? Go for it. Fucking challenge yourself. You can find love anywhere, even in something like this. Stop being scared. You can find love wherever. It doesn't matter how you meet, how you interact, where you meet people. You can find love literally anywhere. Of course, camera died. Ugh. Yeah. Give me a sec. Well, the camera needs a little bit. What the manga is telling you is if you don't have good looks and confidence, you'll have to spend a lot of money and effort to get a girl out of your league. Dude, what are you on about? What are you on about? Literally, Chizuru tells him, I don't want your money. Literally, Chizuru just tells him, I don't want your money. The hell are you on about? It's not about spending money. This is actually criticizing how money is spent. What the series says is that money is fundamentally a part of relationships. You can't remove it from relationships. I'm charging my phone. Don't worry about the camera just yet. Brendan, you're looking at this in a very cynical way. It's actually kind of sad. Don't ban him, Lawless Bacon. I wanna see. I wanna talk to this person. Don't ban him. I want to talk to this person. Look, this isn't what this story is saying. There's many layers and complexities to this story. It's not saying, oh, what is it? If you need to spend a lot of money to get a girl. No. Chizuru literally actively tells him stop spending. Here, I'll pull it up. Chizuru has told him multiple times, stop spending. She doesn't want his money. Here, on the date itself, she literally tells him, I don't want your money. That's not what love is. Love isn't about money. Love has money in it because you do have to spend on the people you care about. That literally, you live in capitalism. You need to fucking spend. But it's not about the money. Find the chapter. Here it is. Here's Kazuya saying, sorry, forget it, and he chooses to keep spending when Chizuru keeps telling him, I don't want you to spend. He tells her, I want you to think that I'm cool because I can support you financially. That's the only thing that I can do. Chizuru says thank you, but then listen to what she says here. Don't think so badly of yourself, okay? You made it sound as if you can't do anything else. But you made a movie. Now, how did Kazuya make the film? Did he spend money on the film? Kazuya didn't spend money on the film. He did a crowdfunding. People spent money on he gathered people to spend money on this film so they could make a film. He didn't spend money. He used his time. He showed effort. He showed care. Kazuya didn't get Chizuru to be with him or care of him or love him because he spent money. Rather, Chizuru loves him because he chose his time to help her. Because he put in effort that didn't require money to help her. You made a movie, remember? What? So what if he spent that money? That wasn't the issue. That money was to support her because he wanted to. And he didn't want anything back. There's a difference. Yes, he spent a lot of money, but Chizuru didn't fall in love with him because he spent money. What is the thing Chizuru always brings up? Chizuru didn't fall in love with him because he spent his money on her. What are you talking about? Why are you people like this? This is just sad, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Literally, Chizuru, the only thing Chizuru remembers is the time Kazuya spent on the film, not on the money he spent. She never mentions the money he spent. If anything, she feels guilty about the money he spent. What does Chizuru always try to do? She tries to pay him back. Every time. Like, what are you guys talking about? Chizuru always tries to pay him back, or she always tries to give the money back whenever she feels guilty about it and shit. Like, this is nonsense. The only thing Chizuru remembers is the film. The thing Kazuya made through sheer effort and willpower, not the money he spent. It was extremely difficult, but you never gave up and saw it through till the end. I'd say something like that is pretty cool. You're cool. She doesn't care about the money. She never did. It's the intent behind the action, not the action. She literally says this. That's what she considers cheating. It's the intent behind the action, not the action itself. It's ridiculous. Unbelievable. Okay, the phone is charging up. I'm going to turn it on. Yeah, I think it ran out of battery. Yeah, she literally wanted to split the money during the day, and he was upset when he paid her full. What did Chizuru do? Chizuru let Kazuya live with her rent-free for a whole month. He didn't pay her a dime. People seemingly seemingly just ignore that. Oh, yeah, it's all the money. It's all about the money. It's how much you spend. Woo, woo, woo. You need good looks and money. That's it. You need solid self-esteem and good looks. Oh, notice how he suddenly changed the argument. If you, literally, it's saying if you don't have self-esteem and good looks, you will be taken advantage of like girls like the MC. Oh, so now it's about self-esteem and good looks. So now we're not talking about money anymore. Now we're talking about self-esteem and good looks. And that you'll be taken advantage of. Except nobody takes advantage of Kazuya. Unless you're talking about Hawaiians. Which is mommy emotionally manipulating him. And I don't know what has to do with anything. That's just mommy being a manipulator. That had nothing to do with Kazuya's good looks. That had nothing to do with that. Mommy was just a manipulator. She did that anyway. Ruka was forceful with Kazuya even though he had confidence and he called her out on her bullshit. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. It seems like conveniently changing the argument to fit what you're believing, not what's actually happening. And I'm sensing a whole lot of hypocrisy and bullshit here. Yeah, people spent money on the movie's potential, and he in turn spent his time giving it every ounce he has, and it worked. That is the testament to who Kazuya is as a person. Yes. Also, no, Kazuya spent 450k yen, which roughly amounts to $3,000. Kazuya literally spent $3,000 on Chizuru. That's it. Over the span of 2 years. That's it. That's all Kazuya did. Like, bro, $3,000 is pennies. Pennies. He barely spent anything. Okay, camera should be fixed. Let me get it up and running. And we're back. It should be. Hopefully. Maybe. Oh. Come on. Get you closer. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Like, literally, Kazuya spent 450k yen. Yen. That roughly amounts to $3,000. That's it. Over the span of 2 years. Like, that's literally pennies. The dude spent pennies. Yeah, I think people are focusing way too much on money. When you love someone, you will spend money on them. She doesn't love him because of the money. She loves him because of who he is. She doesn't love him because of the money, and she gets bothered every time he brings up the money as an element. Like literally, I genuinely think once these two get together, the tune for the series is gonna change so fucking quickly. Like, oh, the series was always saying that because you spend money and all that stuff. You can spend that money in a single night in a cup of Kora. Lol. Yeah, but Kazuya doesn't have that kind of money. You're missing my point. Kazuya doesn't have that kind of money. Neither does Chizuru. Neither of these characters have that kind of money. They're poor. Both of them are poor. That's not the point. You're missing my point for the trees. Of course you could spend that kind of money. There are a lot of people who spend like $3,000 a fucking night. They do that here. They do that in Japan. They do that everywhere. You're missing my point. What I mean is that money is not that much. Oh, okay. Sorry. I get defensive sometimes, okay? I just get frustrated. Like when I see stupid fucking takes, I get kind of frustrated, okay? I'm sorry. I do apologize. That's a habit. I know it's a habit. I'm slowly becoming more like in control of it and like controlling myself and taking it easy. Because like you guys see me get frustrated when we watch the hate videos. I do get frustrated. I'm also trying to take it easy with what kind of hate videos we watch. So like one person emailed me recently telling me to watch this hate video. I've seen this creator before. For her, let me find the email so I can point it out to you. I'm not gonna say the person's. I'm not like blasting you or anything. Just understand. I know this creator, and they were literally where is it? Sanka Sharn. You sent me a video from this creator. I'm not gonna watch this video because the video is literally the dude had rent due, and that's why he was doing it. The only reason the dude made this video is because rent was due. Here, I'll just show you the cover of it.
What up, weebs? I used to be an
Ugh, fucking hate this dude.
If you're injured in an accident, who you hire to represent you?
Okay, so this creator right here. Look, I'm not gonna watch his fucking video. I could immediately tell that this video was made because rent was due. That's it. He was just getting on the train that everyone was getting on the train for. It's clear from the views of the video that he had planned for the video to be much longer, and it didn't get nearly as many views as it was supposed to. I even some of the comment section, I read some of the comments for this video. They were literally like, "Oh, it seems like rent was due. Oh, it seems like you didn't even read this fucking manga." So that kind of fucking tells me everything I need to know. I'm not these kinds of videos I'm not going to bother with, okay? I'm sorry, just up front. I'm not going to bother with these kinds of videos where like I know this dude also made another video. I recall he made one a while back, like a few years. There it is. Yeah. Rent a Girlfriend 2 is delicious garbage. Have some taste. Yeah, I vividly recall these videos. I'm aware of them. Don't worry. Like I don't care for these kinds of shit, so I'm not really gonna cover that kind of crap on my channel. Because these are literally just the videos that we're gonna regurgitate the same nonsense. I'm not gonna waste my time correcting this person because there's literally no point. I don't care for those kinds of content creators because they're literally just doing it for money. It's very clear. The video is 9 minutes. He barely put any fucking thought into it. He's literally just doing it for the money. So that kind of video, I genuinely do not give a shit. I'm not going to engage with that kind of crap. Just in the future. So we're going to limit what kind of videos we engage with when it comes to hate. Because we want to make the discussion meaningful. And I also want to try to get better at criticizing these creators when I engage with this stuff. And I want it to be meaningful discussion instead of wasting our fucking time. Because if it's just going to be, oh, just end the manga already, like, understand, I hate that kind of crap. I called someone out on Discord recently who was just like, oh, Reishi's just milking it. Reishi's just doing this and that. Just fuck off. Don't bring that crap. You said, Sankarshan, Sankarshan, you sent it to me, and I said I'm not going to watch the video. I apologize. You emailed it to me. Telling me to watch this creator. I apologize. I'm not going to watch his video because the video is clearly just, he made it because rent was due. He made it because he needed some money. and that's why he made it. And the video bombed, and I read some of the comment section just out of curiosity, and all of them were like, "It seems like you didn't even read the fucking story, dude. You literally just made this video because rent was due." And I'm like, that's a perfect summation of this video. I don't think I really need to engage with it, and I'm not gonna really bother watching it on stream. No, it's okay. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you sending me suggestions. I'm just letting you know why I'm not watching it. That's all. I'm just letting you know why I'm not watching it. I'm not telling you you did anything wrong. That's all. I just don't feel the need to. It's you know, if it's just gonna be the same subject matter for the billionth fucking time, I have no interest in that. That's all. Oh, tea is goated. Oh, I fucking love tea. I'm loving the series, so I'm not wanting to finish it anytime soon. Lol. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I think that's really sad that the only summation of a romance story for a lot of these people is that the characters get together and it just ends. And that just seems really sad. Like, I don't want this story to end anytime soon. I don't want this story to end anytime soon. Oh, I did want to share some stuff. So, I'm actually super behind on the English volumes. So I've been, let's do just me. I've been collecting the English volumes. They're really fucking big for no reason. And I'm already finding a lot of like weird shit and translation issues and crap. Like, where's the one with Ruka? Yeah, this one's so funny. In this one, do you guys remember this? The one where Ruka says Kazuya's name without honorifics. What's funny about this one is for most of the story, Ruka already calls him Kazuya without the kun. So it just feels weird. It's just like, what? Like, here, let me find it. I can't find it right now. But yeah. Yeah, there are some weird stuff in here. I liked some of the stuff at the end of the volumes where I like reading these. So Reiji puts this stuff at the end of the volumes. These are always really fun to read. Yeah, so this one for the mommy one. So this chapter, this one ends right here. The thing I showed you earlier, and this is what Reiji wrote. So what did you all think about the volume? So what did you all think about volume 20? Mizuhara bared her tears to the world last volume, and that was and with that in mind, this volume showed them closing the distance. Question mark? A great deal, I think. I said earlier that I had worked out the contents of volume 19 a pretty long time ago, but volume 20 on the other hand had almost nothing set in stone. That's overstating it a little bit, sure, but to me, it felt like at every corner I was thinking about what would be fun to have happen, how the characters would be thinking, and what move they would make next as I created this. Of course, that's true for most chapters I draw, but still, in all of my career, maybe 10% of the chapters I have written turned out exactly how I meant them to at the start. But maybe a bit more if you're counting certain lines I came up with and stuff. But anyway, whenever I'm asked to sum up a life as a mangaka author in a few words, I always reply, it's a job where I play with my pretend friends. One of my artist friends says it's like playing with dolls, and I completely agree with that. If we came up with all these characters, all these settings, and as long as the series keeps going, it really does feel like we're playing around with your friends. So I think he doesn't actually like completely agree with the dolls thing because they're saying like action figures and stuff, and it's written kind of weird. Remember, these translations are weird. So let me keep reading. When you're playing around with your friends, when you're playing with dolls, of course, you aren't thinking much about what's happening in the far future. So Reiji's disagreeing with him, but they translated it weird. Reiji disagrees that making manga is like playing with dolls. He's saying it's like playing with friends, which is a little bit different than playing with dolls. And notice what he says here. when you're playing with dolls, you aren't thinking much about what's happening in the far future. It's more like the story works its way along the conversation. Thus, I try to have my manga be like an improvisation, or at least look that way. Not that this has to do with anything, but my kids are getting older, and earlier I joined them playing with dolls for the first time, I think. They're kids, of course, so they did all kinds of crazy things. I'd be the straight man and point out the silly stuff they're doing, and they'd laugh a whole bunch. It made me think, man, I'm really suited for this. I'm doing this same kind of thing in my work. Or really, I'm amazed I can keep on doing it. I feel like I'm traveling all over this place for research purposes. But even in these little daily scenes, I think there's a lot of things you can discover or confirm all over again for yourself. Boy, will this kind of talk suffice for this kind of page? Now I'm anxious. So I am worried about some of these translations because I don't trust the volume translations. They're always so fucking weird. Like, it just makes me feel weird. Also, there's this thing which was so fucking funny. He was talking about how the characters, Kazuya and his dad Kazu, got their eyebrows from their grandfather, but he doesn't mention that. And it gets mentioned in chapter 61, doesn't it? I guess I really am covering all the bases in the series. It's still all my fault, but still. And he's like, I guess I'm just gonna die now. He just commits seppuku. The end. He's so funny. He gets upset when he makes like the tiniest mistakes, and people are just like, "Oh, he doesn't think about it at all." He just forgets like the smallest stuff, and he gets mad at himself for whenever he forgets it. Then there's this one, which is like a double page spread. It's fucking huge. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what some of the comments are saying. Part of Ruka coming over to cook for Kazuya got cut out. Slow burn rom-coms are great. It's like Allah sometimes hides her feelings in Russian. It's finally gone to a point where dude has revealed his past. There's always a long-term plan, by be patient. Yeah, I think there's some things that are planned and some things that are not planned. Alia, I couldn't really click with it. It just wasn't for me. I'll post serious depression hard when it. I'll have post serious depression hard when it ends. Happened at season 3 when I caught up to chapter 2. That was the most recent chapter at the time. I got sad when Don't Toy Me with Miss Me Nagatoro suddenly ended when he finished high school and went to college. Like, bruh, why finished? I don't want this to end once he and Chizuru can be together. No, Reiji has set up a lot, and he's discussed a lot about stuff. Like, I think we're gonna get a travel arc soon. I genuinely think we're gonna get a travel arc. Like the summer is literally gonna be them being together and having fun and confronting a lot of their problems and shit. Because it's literally the whole point. Like, they're about to hit summer, dude. They're literally about to go on vacation, and they're gonna spend that whole vacation with each other. Like, that shit is literally gonna be like the movie arc. We're literally gonna have movie arc, but now it's their relationship, and it's gonna be such a cute thing. It's gonna be so fucking adorable. And because it's gonna be the summer, everybody's gonna be free, which means everyone's gonna interact with each other, and that's gonna be really interesting. Slow burn stories seem more fulfilling. That is true. They can be. Yeah, Bacon, it was the same way. I was so distraught with the end of season 3. No, you can't end it there. I'm so still sad. Yeah, I thought I could wait months or even years for the blocks. Yeah. Summer, graduation, Christmas, finding work. Well, okay. I do have to make a slight correction. I believe their fourth. I don't remember which year it is. One part of Japan's one part of Japan's years in college is solely dedicated to searching for jobs. So you don't find work after you finish school. You find work during school. You have an entire year dedicated. Japan's schools begin in April. Yeah. Their school life literally started back up around April. But they're about to hit summer soon. They're literally about to hit summer soon. And summer is a break. You have summer vacation. So, yeah. They still have summer vacation right now they're almost at June. Right now in the story they're almost at June, but I know in Japan literally you kind of have like either a semester or a year dedicated to finding jobs. And one thing I'm looking forward to that Reiji kind of foreshadowed. Reiji foreshadowed a few stuff, so we have graduation and we have finding jobs coming up. When they go job hunting, Kazuya is gonna dye his hair black because you have to look professional, and a part of that is keeping your hair the right color. So we're gonna have Kazuya dye his hair black soon. That's gonna be a thing. He might trim his hair and dye it black. That we're gonna get that soon. Like that doesn't seem all that crazy far away. So for all those people who are like, "Oh, I want black-haired Kazuya," you're gonna get it soon. That's gonna happen. I don't think they'll go to Hawaiians again. I don't think so. I think they're gonna go. Uh, I think they're gonna go to actual Hawaii. Maybe it seems like something Reiji wants to do. Kazuya glow up. We'll see. Kazuya is gonna dye his hair soon, so whenever that happens, it'll be interesting. So yeah, we have summer. No, because when you're interviewing, you dye your hair when you're interviewing. You have to dye your hair when you're interviewing. And if he does start an internship, yes, that would be another time he would dye it. So we will have to see. Kazuya is gonna dye his hair black at some point. It's gonna happen. I think it'll be also really interesting to see how Minnie is seemingly out of sync with Chizuru and Kazuya, because Minnie is a year younger. So she still gets to kind of have her college life and not worry about it. Whereas Kazuya and Chizuru are seemingly finishing up college soon. And Minnie's going to be behind. They're going to go to the place where they shot the movie Under the Stars. Ooh, that'd be interesting. Didn't Kazuya say they go there biannually? True, but maybe they need a break. Maybe it's a traumatizing place, so instead of going to Hawaiians, they go to Hawaii. So they'd be able to really enjoy this time. Hey, you never know. You never know. It'd be really funny if they go to Hawaii and Chizuru and Kazuya are just in their room. And Chizuru's like, dude, we need to get out of the room. He's like, no, I want to stay. That'd be so funny. They're so like literally they're so fucking horny. That'd be so funny. Dude, I can't wait. Hawaii's probably too expensive for them to afford, man. You never know. You never know. Reishi does want them to travel, so maybe they'll go somewhere else. I'm just making a prediction mostly because the only reason I'm saying Hawaii or America in general, mostly because Reishi actually mentioned going there in an interview a few years back. Like when they started when they started when they started K manga in the US, he literally said in an interview he would like for the characters to go to Japan. Or not Japan, fuck the US. He wanted the characters to go to the US at some point. Okinawa is like Hawaii and Japan. I could see them going to like I think Reiji will explore a lot of Japan before he maybe has the characters actually go to the United States or travel abroad. But traveling abroad does seem like something they do plan. I think what could happen I think what could happen is they don't go abroad right away, but maybe once Kazuya gets like a stable job or Chizuru kind of has like something kind of stable where they can take vacations, they can like, save up some money and go travel abroad. I could see that being a thing. It's not going to happen right away. I could see them like saving up to travel abroad. And that would be something really cool and cute for them to see. I really want to see them travel abroad. I think that'd be really adorable. It's not going to happen right away. Yeah. But I could, especially Nagomi. Like, Nagomi's fucking crazy. That girl will just, like, somehow find money to travel. So, yeah, there is that, too, There's definitely that element of traveling that I think Reiji definitely wants to delve into. Hawaii is obviously a very popular tourist venue for Japanese. Yeah, I know. And I do think they will go eventually. I do think it's very possible they could very well go eventually, especially considering Reiji mentioned it. And you have like a lot of anime depicting Hawaii and the beach, so it just makes sense. Hot spring arc incoming, bro. That'd be peak. Man, I mean, I used to feel like half of Hawaii population was Japanese. Lol, Jesus. I mean, yeah, it does kind of blow how like the U.S. has seemingly turned Hawaii into like a tourist attraction and kind of like stolen the place a little bit back from the people. But yeah, the Hawaii does seem like something a lot of things people go to. Honeymoon arc, dude. Yeah, totally. We're definitely gonna have like a honeymoon arc, but I think summer will be interesting. I think summer will have a lot of conflict. Pregnancy arc, that I think Reiji wants to get into all of it. He's literally kind of wants to depict maybe his journey through a relationship. I mean, at this point, they cannot give a name to their relationship now after they kiss. They cannot, or they can. They totally can. They totally can. What are you talking about? They're a thing. Rag hot spring girlfriend arc, mirroring girlfriend hot spring arc. I don't remember the girlfriend hot spring arc. I actually don't remember that. I don't think it'll be the same. Because girlfriend had oh, I remember. Oh, wait. Didn't they have like a bunch of girls there and like one of them was following too? No, it wouldn't be that. No, it wouldn't be that. That'd be weird. The series intentionally does not mirror that. What is it? It used to be a governor of Hawaii was Japanese American in the past. I mean, that's not completely shocking. America's whole thing is that it's an amalgamation of people. Like literally, America is literally a mixing hot pot of people. And it can't be like one particular. It's literally its foundation is literally built on the idea that it's filled with multiple kinds of people from everywhere. That's literally the foundation of America. So it can't. So like it just makes sense that a Japanese American probably was the governor of Hawaii for a while. If anything, I think there is a parallel between like I think one of the reasons people find like similarities between Hawaii and Japan is that they're both islands. They're both ocean places. So I think that I could see why some people would find a connection and similarity between Hawaii and Japan. I could see why Okinawa is considered like the Hawaii of Japan. I can see why these two places just seemingly have a connection because they're both water-based places. Like Japan is literally a country of water. It's literally the country of the ocean. So it just makes sense that there would be similarities and people would feel a certain kind of attraction to these kinds of places, And the ocean being a huge motif for these characters, that was something I really wanted to delve into, is that the ocean has a massive motif for these characters, and literally the whole point right now is to not be afraid of the ocean. It's literally not to be afraid of the water and this thing that connects us, this thing that brings us together. That it's not something that divides, but rather something that informs our relationship. Just as Japan itself is literally an ocean country. It's literally an ocean country surrounded by the ocean. It's literally built around the ocean. Its entire motif is the ocean. So it just makes a whole lot of sense that their relationship, literally being like Japan, mirrors that. And this is something we talk about in how Minnie is seemingly being Oda Nobunaga in the story. And Oda Nobunaga literally did not see the unification of Japan. Literally just as Chizuru and Kazuya got together, and Minnie never saw it. She kind of missed it for the trees. She literally did not see the ocean bring them together. I think that's really cool. I mean, this time he is not a client, neighbors, or housemate. So the new relationship will be lovers, partners. I think you're overthinking it. I think Chizuru's dad will show up eventually. That's just I feel like that's something Reiji would want to explore. Chizuru's dad just showing up eventually. Like he's the missing family member. But literally, I could see what Reiji would do is create this contrasting element where it's like, just because he's family, it doesn't mean he has to matter, which would be very important as an exploration for family elements, as Kazuya's family does matter to him, but they kind of don't treat him well. So I could see an interesting parallel Reiji could do with Chizuru's dad showing up, where he has Chizuru's dad be bad family and Kazuya's family be good family, but you're seeing how both families can be kind of destructive. And Kazuya essentially forging who he is outside of his family, even though he loves them. Just as Chizuru finds her own family outside of her actual bloodline. and that creates this fundamental that creates a fundamental exploration of their characters and separation from that. That Chizuru's dad is a piece of shit, and she doesn't need to care for him just because they're blood related. Whereas Kazuya, who does have family he cares about, doesn't forge his identity around that anymore. That he doesn't need his family to tell him who he is. He can be who he is, but still love them. I forgot we had the sick is just cold, but I have a high fever story yet, where one character takes care of the other. He may need to take care of Chizuru while she is unwell. Well, that already happened with the menstruation arc, so we already kind of got that. But we could get more of that, you know. Oh, I mean, they will become official and put the haters in the grave. Yeah. Didn't the author once say that he would like to do another vacation arc like that? Yes, he did. Yeah, he did. That's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about. Imagine Kazuya telling off Chizuru's dad for being a deadbeat. Peak. I'd love for Nagomi to call him the fuck out. Be like, you're a piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here. I saw a comment on Reddit saying that if Rag had a good ending, it will be another Nizukoi, which made me mad, and a whole paragraph resulted in me being banned from a sub. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't really like Nizukoi personally. It's not for me. Johan, favorite Chizuru hairstyle? All of them. All of them. I mean, I like the Venus one a whole lot. I like the Paradise one. I like the Paradise one a whole lot. Reishi put a lot of effort into that one, apparently. He put a lot of effort into that one. And that one is a direct reference to a Venus statue. So if you guys don't know, this is a famous Venus statue that has the braids. It literally has the braids that Chizuru has. She's literally supposed to look like Venus. Reishi directly took inspiration from actual Greek culture and the Renaissance art that actually depicted Venus with braids. Right? She literally has the braids. It's not exactly the same. There's also the art piece, the birth of I think it's like the birth of Venus. Yeah, birth of Venus. No, that one. And I actually I mentioned this to Reiji, and he literally said he actually took inspiration from this art piece when creating this, because it's literally called the birth of Venus. And she's literally born from the water, and Hawaiians has an entire theme and motif around being reborn through the water. So Reiji was literally doing something with that, and he's like, oh, like when I mentioned it, he's like, oh, I wonder. Literally just like, oh, you motherfucker. Oh, you motherfucker. Like literally, I lost my shit when I mentioned it to him, and he just said, oh, I wonder. Maybe. I'm like, you son of a bitch. I'd like that one. I of course like the rental braids. I really like the rental braids. We see, I think one of my favorite ones where Reiji drew it is chapter 382. I really love how he draws the rental braids. Yeah. Chizuru's hair in the ponytail is actually really cute too. I like Chizuru and everything. Fuck you. I like Chizuru and everything. Fuck you. Nah, I will be a funny hater rolling in their grave while reading this manga weekly, but I think as the point is, if they really become more official, more people will follow this manga, and Reiji knows that. Literally 380 is the biggest example of that. F my ass off. I think people might end up following it more. It'll be interesting. But they're going to become a thing in just like a little bit. It's going to happen soon. Her little tuft of hair is iconic. Yeah. Yeah, the rental braid is fucking iconic. Like literally nothing comes close to the rental braid. It's iconic, dude. Every character in this story like has a very particular thing that makes them really interesting. Like Ruka's ribbons, Chizuru's braid, Mommy's mop hair, Mommy's mop hair, and Sumi also has a braid of her own. Did you notice how Sumi also has a braid? Who notices that? Sumi also has a little braid. Let me zoom into myself. Yeah, Do you guys see? Sumi also has a little braid, but it looks like an ink brush, and that's by design. Sumi has ribbons and ink brushes braids. So Sumi's whole thing is that she wears Lolita fashion, and that's Sumi's appeal. Wait, what the hell? Yo, what the fuck? My book has a stain. I just opened it. There's nothing should have touched it. I just opened it. It came stained. What the hell? Oh, I'm pissed. Gave me a stained ass book. What the hell? When was the last time we saw straight hair? Am I tripping? We've seen straight hair a lot. It's very normal. Well, nah, bro. Literally, when I recommended my friend Rag, he instantly became a fan of the show. Now we both read manga weekly. That looks like soy sauce. I shouldn't have had soy sauce. It could have been coffee. Could have been tea. Could have been coffee. Could have been anything. Just annoying. It came stained. Sus. Well, it's not a... Okay, stop that. Stop that. Anywho, how long have I been streaming? Jesus, 5 hours, 30 minutes. The friend who put me on doesn't like the series past season 1. That's kind of sad, because like past season 1, it actually gets really fucking good. So that's kind of sad, actually. Oh yeah, I did write this. Kazuya and Minnie are so busy reacting to the world around them that they aren't actually living in it. They don't see and remember who they have. They don't see and remember what they have experienced. Just as they don't see Chizuru, they forget the person. Just as the audience does. So, like in this scene, Kazuya literally says, "I mean, it makes sense. Even Mizuhara would feel a little bit sad." Few chapters later, I mean, I'm really not. Are you really not sad or anything? And look at Chizuru. Damn, dude, that fucking hurts to say. This chapter, the chapters above are chapter 247 and 252. Kazuya is forgetting how Chizuru showed him her feelings. Kazuya is forgetting how Chizuru showed him her feelings. He does this again during and after the date, thinking Chizuru is acting normal when he is the one acting normal, as they are seemingly about to separate, despite saying he seemingly loves her more than anyone else in the world. Right? Here she's telling him, you supported me through everything. She's a total wreck. She's a mess. And then you get to this chapter. I mean, come on. Isn't she way too emotionless? We were together all day yesterday. This whole thing feels super lonely. Come on, Kazuya. Get with the fucking program, bro. Kazuya and Minnie forget identities. Kazuya and Minnie forged identities around their traumas, essentially trapping themselves with a suit of armor as Chizuru once did. And they don't even realize they are doing this. That's why it feels like Kazuya is being pulled into two different directions. Reaction versus action. Right? This is Kazuya reacting, hoping for some sort of reaction from Chizuru. Right? He's hoping Chizuru will react and she doesn't. In contrast, when Kazuya actually takes actions, Chizuru does in fact react to him. Isn't that interesting? Kazuya literally tries to seek a reaction out of Chizuru by being reactionary. In contrast, when he actually takes actions, she does in fact react and show action in turn. Minnie is reaction. Chizuru is action. Minnie always reacts to everything because she is the audience. That's all she can ever truly do. She doesn't live, she reacts. Chizuru is an active choice. So as I was explaining before, Minnie actively reacts because that's what she thinks she is. In reality, Minnie can take action, and when she takes action, it's usually because she stops reacting and starts actually listening. So Minnie is the reaction because she is literally the audience. Minnie needs to stop being the audience and start being herself, right? She is everybody's person because she thinks she doesn't have her own thing, even though Minnie is such a massive personality, right? It's a fundamental contradiction of who she is. Chizuru is an active choice. Chizuru accepts but challenges Kazuya. Minnie just fuels his reactions and makes him react, right? So Kazuya just doesn't know what to think here, and she says words and just makes him react. In contrast, Kazuya, not knowing and remembering Chizuru's smile, chooses to act. Right? I said this before. Every anime mini references, Code Geass, Haruhi Suzumiya, Evangelion, Attack on Titan, all deal with characters trying to control or take control back from the world, with almost all of them having characters playing God to do this very thing. Mini has no control and wants it, right? So, Evangelion, Code Geass, Attack on Titan, and Haruhi Suzumiya Endless 8. Every single one of the main characters in these stories reflects the struggle of autonomy and choices. Eren is a reactionary character in a world that takes control from him, right? He's trying to become active when he's actually reactionary. Most of Eren's character is a very reactionary character who's trying to take control constantly, but all he's doing in the story is reacting to everything around him. And then even in the very end, in the end of Attack on Titan, kind of spoilers, in the end, he's still a reactionary character. He seems like a character who's actively taking choices. In reality, he's still a reactionary character, even in the very end. Shinji, in contrast, constantly feels powerless and avoids making choices when making choices is living. Shinji actually intentionally mirrors Kazuya in the menstruation arc. Reiji intentionally makes a very direct reference to Evangelion, which also had an element of menstruation at play at the time. So let me show you that. In chapter 305, Kazuya sits down saying, "I'm useless, I'm useless." And isn't that interesting? This is literally how Shinji sits. This is literally you see Shinji kind of sitting like this right here. He's also sitting down like this in the anime, I believe. But yeah, that's the whole point. Is that Kazuya is supposed to mirror Shinji. In reality, he's not useless at all. And in that same exact chapter, Chizuru reaches out for him for help. Is there any of that pointers left? You're not useless. You can help. You're not powerless. Oops. And he does, in fact, help Chizuru, and she literally tells him that meant a lot. And Reiji actually does a very direct reference to Evangelion right here, where Kazuya notices Chizuru's medication, and the actual medication is called Eve, but he intentionally changes it to Eva. Not just because he needed to change it, but because Reiji is actually directly referencing Evangelion, which has this exact thing going on. Another thing Minnie loves to reference is Code Geass. Lelouch is a revolutionary, and Lelouch is a revolutionary character who's trying to make the world a better place for his sister, because the world is cruel and hurts people, and these rich Britannians who are literally conquering the world are taking advantage of people. And he lives in Japan, and he's this like really smart prince, and he wants to make the world a better place. But the further he gets down the path of destroying Britannia, the more he realized that the reason he started this, to make the world a better place for his little sister, is getting lost among the battles and the choices he is making, and the choices he is having to make. And in the end, he has to take control back and remember who he is and why he's doing this. This mirrors Eren as well as Shinji, who both lose their characters near the end and have to find themselves again. This is Kazuya and Minnie have seemingly somewhat lost their characters at this point, and they have to remember who they are. Remember who you are. Naturally, this also happens with Haruhi in the arc right after Endless 8, and that arc is called The Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya, where basically you find out Haruhi forgot who she is. And she literally needs to be reminded of who she is and accept that to come back. And this person right here, he's at first he's like happy Haruhi isn't around, so he doesn't deal with her shenanigans. But then he's just like, wait, my life was actually a lot more fun with Haruhi in it. And that kind of matches what Kazuya was thinking before he was leaving. Literally, when Kazuya was leaving, he has to remember who he is. Because, literally, as he's leaving, he's starting to realize how he's going to lose all this fun time he had with Chizuru, all these experiences. I'm going to, like, literally right here, in this moment, as they're separating, he's realizing I'm going to be living alone again. He's starting to process that this is all going to go away. This entire experience he had with Chizuru, that was amazing, it's all going away. I guess this really is it. I had a lot of fun living together with her and Yomori-san. I got to see new sides of Mizuhara, and we all laughed about silly things together. To be honest, I'm really gonna miss her. He comes to the same exact conclusion as Kazuya, that he does miss her and that he had a lot of fun with her. And this actually mirrors Minnie, who is Haruhi. Minnie is literally Haruhi. She's the one who causes the fucking insanity. And that's kind of the point. Is that Minnie is part of their relationship, and she made things fun, and they should have her around. She's part of the family. So I do think Kazuya and Chizuru will definitely have that element of like we want Minnie back too, right? Minnie also made things fun. We also had a lot of fun with Minnie. We want her back too because she made our lives fun, and we want her back for that reason. And I say that right here. Minnie is pretty much Haruhi Suzumiya minus the reality altering powers. But what does Minnie do in the story? Minnie literally creates illusions. Minnie literally warps and bends reality to be what she wants it to be. She literally plays people like they're puppets on a string, right? She does these things to make things as they want. Endless 8 in reality reflects the cohabitation and her endless shenanigans. Because in Endless 8, it's literally the same thing looping over and over and over. And to Minnie's eyes, from how she's seeing things, things are looping. And she's not getting the results she wants. Right? And they seemingly get closer and closer to the results she wants, even though Minnie doesn't see the full story. And until she breaks out of her illusion in chapter 388, and she's like, holy shit, oh my god, I already got what I needed. I'm just blind as fuck. How Minnie makes the current arc seemingly loop until she gets the results she wants. Game. Literally like how Endless 8 works. Endless 8 loops because Haruhi is unsatisfied. And then the main character figures it out and he's like, oh, okay, that's what I need to do. I need to do this particular thing to satisfy her so we can end the loop. So we can end this loop. Literally like how chapter 388 ends the loop. It's Jesus Christ. Reiji cooked so fucking hard. I also wrote a few more things for the mini stuff. I may not share it on Twitter. I may just end up doing it for the video. I may not share what I and put it on Twitter. Instead, I'll just make it into a video. I've been thinking of doing that a lot more, to be honest. I'm kind of tired of writing so much on Twitter. I think I'll write stuff on Twitter, don't get me wrong, but I think I'll like lessen how much it is and rather focus more on creating videos and making those videos kind of interesting. I think Twitter is a great place to kind of like put my emotions down just so I can organize them and figure out what I want to say. Sometimes I get into it. Like I got into it with the one where I was talking about like the surprises and stuff. That stuff was fun to write. I do like writing on Twitter specifically because it helps me organize my thoughts, not because like any other fucking reason. I do like when people see what I have to say. I want to reach Japanese fans too. But yeah, that's the big thing is like I'm thinking of doing less Twitter and more focusing on creating the videos and making that content kind of engaging and interesting. But let me know what you think. Let me know what you think if that sounds interesting to you. With that said, let's see how much I've been streaming. If you could make shorter form content like the previous video, I think it'll really go somewhere. I'm gonna try. I'm definitely gonna try to make more short form content. But I think I'll try to like for the short form content, I'll try to make it 25 minutes as long as the max length that I'll go is like 25 minutes. And then I'll also make long form content that's not like this where it's multi hours, but maybe an hour at length. Yeah, I'll definitely make the Shrek video. But yeah, that's just kind of how I feel regarding that stuff. I think that's everything we wanted to cover today. I don't know if I wrote anything else on my Twitter. I already read this one for you guys. Oh, there was some stuff for the Shiunji family. They made new art stuff. She kind of looks like Chizuru. Banri kind of looks like Chizuru here. This actually looks like Chizuru's outfit. Kotono right here. Kotono's interesting too. I like Minami's. And Aoka's cute as well. And Sia's kind of like one of my favorites, honestly. Sia's so cute. Reiji said he was gonna be at this what is it, Comiket 106, but he's not selling anything new. Analysis and prediction video could probably fit into 40-50 minutes. I think so too. So yeah, there's nothing new at this. The only thing that's new is like if you purchase this stuff, you get this Ruka card, which I can just find online, unfortunately. But I already own all these four things. I don't need to buy anything else from this. So I don't really care particularly for this. There's nothing too crazy. I talked about the reaction thing. I like this artist. They've been making cute stuff. And then, yeah, I have a few more things to say about Minnie. I think Reiji did some really cool things with the chapter between Minnie and Chizuru and Kazuya and Chizuru. or Kazuya and Minnie, because Minnie is literally given signs even in this chapter, and she doesn't piece it together. For instance, here I'll give you a teaser for one of the things I'm going to do in after the Shrek video. Did you notice how Minnie shows up at Kazuya's place after they seemingly had Kazuya and Chizuru seemingly didn't work out, and yet she never notices how Kazuya is completely fine. That she never processes that. Did you notice that? Minnie literally never processes how Kazuya is completely fine. Isn't that interesting? Kazuya is completely fine. Minnie doesn't process that at all. Kazuya asks Minnie a question, and Minnie doesn't process how, wait, it's almost like something happened, and I don't know what it is. She never, did you notice how Minnie was supposed to be asking him questions, and she lets him ask questions, and she gives answers? When Minnie was supposed to be the one asking him questions, she literally loses track of the conversation because she assumes of how it played out, not realizing that the signs are literally in front of her. This mirrors chapter 387, where the signs are literally in front of Minnie and she's blind as fuck. She doesn't see any of it. Like, for instance, when she comes home, she misinterprets why the curtain is down. When she comes home, she doesn't see how Chizuru seems, kind of normal. There's nothing wrong. She doesn't see how all this food in front of her is an indicator that, hey, maybe something else is going on, right? Maybe this doesn't add up. And she never picks up on that. All the signs are literally in front of Minnie, and she doesn't pick up on any of it because she's so excited over Chizuru and Kazuya, over what happened between Chizuru and Kazuya. Notice how Minnie also never ever asks about all the stuff, the stuff that she did during the date. Like all this advice she gave Kazuya. Did you follow this advice? Did you do this advice? Did you do that? Did you do that? Did you notice how she never asks about any of that? Simply because none of it actually matters to her. All Minnie cares about is the result. None of the other stuff matters. All Minnie cares about is the result. Who does that sound like to you? The audience. She's literally the audience. A lot of the readers don't care about what happened in between as long as they get together. She literally mirrors us. She forgets things like we forget things. She ignores things that are clearly in front of her because all she cares about is the end result. Minnie is our mirror. She's literally in Minnie's character, Reishi's calling the audience the fuck out. Look at how goddamn blind you are. That you never saw this thing that was clearly in goddamn front of you. It's right there. You don't see any of it because you're so busy trying to get to the result. You're so busy waiting for these characters to get together. You never even saw it happen. You goddamn blind ass motherfuckers. Right? Even Kazuya missed it. Even Kazuya missed it and got caught up in this nonsense. She played cocky as if she knows everything. Lol, she's calling Kazuya her shisho, but she acts like she's the one for Kazuya. You mean she's his master? Yeah, Minnie, that's the thing. Minnie acts like the master when she really is just the student and she doesn't know what the fuck she's going on. That's the thing with Minnie's character. She got so caught up in her role, she didn't realize she literally became the master when she's supposed to be the student. Yeah, I know she calls him Shisho. I know what Shisho means. Yes, I'm aware. Yes, I know. She doesn't actually call him master. She calls him Shisho, which means master. Anyways, yeah, I'm aware. No, what I'm saying is Minnie was so caught up in her role, she didn't realize she's literally playing the wrong role. She became the master when she's supposed to be the student. She didn't let the master lead. She took control. Kazi is the one who should be in charge, according to her own logic. Also, I'm curious. What does the text here say? Is there something interesting about the text here that I'm missing? I don't know what this text reads. I'm just curious. Yeah. Isn't it interesting how Minnie, the character that represents what the audience feels, is intentionally presented like she knows everything, says exactly what people are thinking, plays God, and by the end realizes how she's been the fool this whole time. I don't know how other ways I can say it. Minnie reflects us and our desires. She tries to force change as most readers try to force change between characters. And in that chapter, you can see how her behavior is not only irresponsible to her friend, but actually destructive to the very end. That rhymed. Getting Kazuya more beer. Even at the very end of the chapter, she's literally getting more beer instead of sobering Kazuya up and sending him off. Right? Even at the very end, even when it's celebratory, she's getting Kazuya more beer. Minnie isn't a bad friend. Minnie isn't a bad friend, just that chaotic friend. She doesn't balance out Kazuya's energy, she just dials it up to 11. Chizuru, in contrast, is the perfect match who tempers and helps him focus his drive towards the change he wants to see. She balances both Kazuya and Minnie out, right? Chizuru has to be responsible because both of them are fucking idiots. Both of them are irresponsible sometimes. And she literally guides them through life because they are irresponsible at times. They need Chizuru to guide them through life. In contrast, Kazuya guides her through love. I'm pretty sure I read this before. Like, a lot of my predictions have been coming true, right? My predictions were just poorly timed, but they were literally right. Like the possibility of a fight or the kiss. This one thing preciously giving. Wait, what? This one thing preciously giving, something like that. Says it on the plastic bag. Let's pull up the chapter. See if there's anything else. Okay. We see tidbits of it again. Yeah, we never see it properly. I think the message being messy and not clear kind of like this is hard to read, and I think that's by design because the message isn't supposed to be clear. You don't know what the actual intent is. And you never actually do see the bag. Whereas before you could literally see what was on Minnie's clothes or the words she carries. I'll double check it with a friend and I'll probably put it in like a video or something. We got about 4 minutes until it's 6 hours of streaming. I'll stop at 6 hours. I think that's a great spot to stop. As a Korean, I like Minnie brought Korean soju. Oh, did she? Wine, beer, highball, Chumzo, Kilner. Happy alcohol, sad alcohol. I don't see it. Nogia sweet buns. I hope we have many good times to come. Same here. Notice how Kazuya completely rolls with Minnie's gift. I hope we have many good times to come. Thanks. Same here. Whereas Chizuru is just like, oh yeah, nice try. Chumzel. Oh, this one right here, Chumzel. It's the most popular soju in Korea. Huh. Cool. That is interesting. Good to know. We learned something new. Yeah. She got a lot of popular shit. Wine, beer, right? So is it wine to celebrate? Like, do you want wine? Do you want beer? Do you want highball, strong zero, Ayomori, Chumzel, Kleiner? Like, literally, she got way too much stuff, and you don't know. Like, am I celebrating? Am I not celebrating? And neither does Kazuya know, nor do we know. That's the whole point. Neither knows. Because Minnie is testing the waters. Instead of just being honest and direct with Kazuya, she's literally testing the waters. She could have just been direct and honest and she said she didn't know shit. Instead, she just assumed she knew everything from 2 sentences. Chizuru gave her 2 sentences. And she said, nah, I know everything. Even though her and Kazuya went through an entire rehearsal and like went through a lot of details, and Minnie never gets any of these details. Minnie never stops to consider any of these details. Nope. Kazuya will suffer from severe hangover tomorrow, drinking all different kinds of alcohol all at once. Oh, yeah. And he's going to have to power through it. All right. And isn't that interesting? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You just reminded me. You just reminded me. Good catch. Hopefully I can do this before we finish streaming. Chapter 254. Chizuru almost kisses Kazuya while he's asleep, in contrast to now how she already kissed him. Her and Minnie carry Kazuya, and they end up back at Chizuru's place. Kazuya has a bad dream, wakes up, and he wakes up in Chizuru's home. Rise and shine already. Huh. And what happens with Kazuya in chapter 255? He has a bad hangover. It's like we reenacted those scenes. Yep. He has a bad hangover. He vomits. And then Chizuru says she wants to talk. And then she tells him you can stay. What if Kazuya comes back again? Oh, what else did we have? The Shoryuken. We also had the Shoryuken. We came full circle. Now Kazuya has to come home. And notice how he never tells us he stopped living together. He never tells us they stopped living together. We're coming full circle, dude. Full circle. Yep, he's gonna come back. He's gonna have to, and he's probably gonna have a bad hangover the day after. How do you relate with Kazuya? I've suffered similar trauma and grief after a relationship. At the very start of the series, Kazuya felt very relatable to me because it felt very relatable to me specifically because I kind of went through something really similar. And when Kazuya was being a total fuck up after the relationship, that literally I felt seen because I was being a total fuck up after my relationship and I was being a mess. And the story literally said to me, hey, you're not a bad person for being a total mess. You're still accepted and you still deserve love. And I'm like, damn. I had never felt so seen. Kazuya's character also made me feel like I can do things when I thought I couldn't. Like I realized how I overthink. I started to feel like, oh wow, I can actually do stuff if I put effort in. I shouldn't doubt myself so much. Kazuya's trauma in the current arc felt very relatable because when you go through trauma, you literally start seeing that trauma everywhere. Minnie also felt very relatable because I've had friends like Minnie too. I relate with Nor reading the sign from the women. This series made me realize to stop looking for those signs. The series made me realize to stop looking for the signs and start seeing the person. It's not about looking for signs. That's the stupid part. The series is deconstructing that by showing that. In showing you Kazuya looking for these signs is telling you stop looking for signs. They're already literally in front of you. The obvious is literally already in front of you. You're just so busy looking for something that is not there. And you get trapped by these traumas. Hawaiian's Kazuya is very relatable to me for a very simple reason. He loses autonomy and control over everything. He feels powerless. And I've felt powerless like that. I felt like I had no control over anything in my life. That was an encapsulation of Kazuya's trauma. Literally, Hawaiian's is literally Kazuya finally achieves something. He felt like he can finally do something, and then he's again reminded he is powerless in this world and he can't do anything. And then he still chooses to love, even though he'll get nothing back, even though he's powerless, even though he can't fucking do anything. He makes people around him hope and believe on this, like, the last lie Kazuya tells is literally kind of pathetic by design. It's a lie that's completely built on you trusting him. It's literally built on trust and belief in other people. If you don't trust Kazuya, if you can't believe in him, his lie seems weak and pathetic. But literally, it's a challenge to you as the reader. Do you want to live in a cruel reality where you just assume the worst in people? You just assume Kazuya is lying to you because it's weak and pathetic. He's on the ground crying, what a piece of shit and all that. Or do you want to actually trust the people around you, that they mean well, that they're not actually bad people? And that's when Chizuru kisses Kazuya, and that moment is transformative because it literally says you're not a bad person for lying. Lies aren't inherently bad. It's what you do with the lie. Just as truths can be cruel and completely fucking unnecessary. And that's when I realized like how strong Kazuya is, that he transformed everyone around him with this lie that seemed so pathetic and weak, where he's sitting down crying and he's a mess and he seemingly can't do anything and he hates himself, and yet everyone around him suddenly transformed because of the actions that he took. Kazuya is literally like Kazuya is literally the embodiment of, no matter how you look, weak, pathetic, not manly, a wimp, you're stronger than you think. That's kind of what the whole story says for the most part. The story is a constant telling to you that you're stronger than you think, and you shouldn't let appearances and how people perceive you define that. And Kazuya currently being trapped in the story, being trapped by this alternate identity that he's forging based on what other people are thinking, is so relatable to me on many different levels. On one level, I'm a YouTuber. I literally started creating content around how other people created content. I didn't create my original content around me. I forged my identity around how I understood content should be around other people, rather than being honest to myself and why I did what I did. And so that element of self-discovery is so relatable. In the same way, I wanted to be liked by a lot of people for quite a long time. I was afraid, after my relationship didn't end well, I was afraid that like I needed to be different. I needed to present myself differently. I needed to act different. In reality, my normal self is the best part of me, and that's the part that's loved. And that's the part I want other people to love. I don't want to be loved because I'm someone else. So Kazuya in the current narrative, literally being loved for who he is, despite possibly being wimpy or a mess or not good enough, is the point. You're still loved no matter how you appear, no matter what other people think of you. Like, Chizuru still loves Kazuya even when he seemingly seems wimpy and not manly enough. She still loves him for him. Kazuya is still cool, and when he is cool, it's even better. When he leads, when he's in charge, when he trusts his choices, it's even better. But even when he's a total mess, she still loves him. She still loves who he is. She just wants him to be himself and to trust being himself, even if that self is a mess. I'm not perfect as shit. Sometimes I'm not good at cleaning the stuff around me, and I feel bad when like my family helps me out. Like sometimes I'll just I'll come from work and I'll leave my clothes lying around. And then I'll walk into my room 2 seconds later and someone already picked it up for me. I feel bad. So what I do is I go down the stairs and I help with that. But I don't try to lose who I am. I just try to improve that slowly, right? I'm sometimes forgetful of things. I'll sometimes forget stuff. My family still loves me for who I am, even though I forget things, even though I can be forgetful. So I just try to slowly improve that over time, rather than become a completely different person who completely fixates on this element. And that's why I like Kazuya. Kazuya literally represents a journey. Kazuya is a character who can do a lot of amazing things, and he doesn't see it in himself. He doesn't see how fucking amazing he is. He doesn't see that this person deeply loves him and wants to be with him because he's so transformative and makes the people around him so amazing. He doesn't see, and the fact that he can be wimpy and make stupid choices is a part of his character because that's what makes him relatable. The fact that he can be kind of pathetic sometimes, but that doesn't mean he's that's all his character, right? You're not defined by a singular trait. You're defined by the entirety of who you are. And that makes Kazuya perfect. That's why Kazuya is so layered and relatable in contrast to other male characters, like that I've seen many times, but I don't deeply connect with. So, for instance, the thing I deeply connect with Rentaro from what is it, Fragrant Flower Blooms the Dignity, is that Rentaro has a very deep struggle with depression and not feeling good enough and not feeling like he belongs. And that's very relatable to his character. But after Rentaro seemingly overcomes that, I kind of lost my connection to him. I didn't really see him all that much anymore. I don't really feel much with him. I related to him a lot more at the very start of the story when he was really struggling and going through it. But after he stopped struggling, I stopped caring. And much of it just doesn't feel that relatable or interesting to me. But that's just a personal thing. Other people may relate and like him a lot. I liked a part of his journey where right now he's trying to be there for the main girl that I always mispronounce her name's like Koroko or something. He's trying to be there for her right now, and I like that. but at the same time, something about it just isn't landing for me sometimes. The characters just feel too they don't feel like they're really struggling or going through something. They feel like they've somewhat stagnated, and the new conflict that's being introduced in the story is interesting. Other characters do feel relatable in similar ways, but again, a lot of my relation to them feels singular. I don't feel like I have this deep depth of connection to them because I don't see the many complexities and layers of who they are. I only see aspects of their characters that get explored, not all of them. They're the way they act and present themselves doesn't feel like it has multiple layers. It feels kind of singular and rather structured around a story rather than like this is a person. And I found that stuff kind of like, and that's just me. That's just me. It just feels like some stories are kind of singular in their structure. That's why I liked Subaru so much. From Fragrant Flower because Subaru is a consistently changing and evolving character with many different layers to her, and that made her really fucking interesting to me. I still kind of like her even now. And the other characters are also interesting for that reason, but again, they do sometimes also fall somewhat into that trap of being somewhat singular in how they're presented. But earlier on, I felt like there was layers to them. Imagine if Kazuya had a dream, but this time of her grandparents because she's standing right in front of the altar. That would be interesting. But Kazuya doesn't really know Katsuhito, so that doesn't really work. I used to be one of those people who believed that women all were put of my league. The story told me to stop thinking that way. We're 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 out of your league. We're out of your league. The story told me to stop thinking this way. Yeah, this story is literally about respecting and seeing women no matter how they appear or look. Like literally all the girls in this story are beautiful, but they're complex. There's layers to them. Like see, these are some of the best written female characters I've seen in a story in a very long time because the story isn't afraid to present them in a negative way. Whereas other stories will very much hesitate to depict female characters in a negative way unless that story is like, in a setting that makes that work. Whereas most stories who depict women in real life stuff get kind of afraid of that. They kind of shy away from that. Even Subaru from Fragrant Flower, like, she even then she's somewhat safe in that regard because she is, she's just trying to protect her friend even if she turns into a bad guy. But then turns out she's just like this cute innocent kid, and I'm like, yeah, that's great, but that creates a sense of safety to her character that I don't feel with like someone like Minnie or Ruka or Mami or even Sumi. Like Sumi's judgmental. Like literally Sumi can be judgmental. But at the same time, like she also restrains and stops her emotions regularly. And that makes Sumi interesting. It's like even Sumi, who is kind of the safest character in the story, who's literally represents innocence, has layers to her that are interesting. That the story actively depicts. Even Minnie, the support figure in this story, you start to realize how she's been fucking screwing everything all over from the very beginning. And I think that's so interesting. That these characters like Chizuru is like a goddamn saint in this story. She is such a good person, but she struggles hard. She makes choices she's not proud of sometimes, and she struggles like any other person. But then when you realize how hard she's trying to take responsibilities and how she's trying so damn hard to make sure Kazuya is happy and how she's constantly putting him first throughout this entire arc and feels bad whenever she gets anything, like you really start to realize, wow, Chizuru is just a really good person who just looks bad because we don't understand what she's thinking and we don't understand what's going through her head. And the moment you realize that your entire perspective of her character gets completely flipped on its head, you're like, holy shit, I never understood her. I feel so goddamn bad for not understanding Chizuru. That she's been trying hard this entire freaking time. But it's so easy to see the worst in her character because you're only gaining a certain perspective. And Reiji intentionally only gives you that perspective, limiting your viewpoint intentionally to challenge you. That's effective writing, in my opinion. A direct challenge to you to remember who these people are, to remember these women, to actually see women, and to also actually see men. That Reiji is literally also saying, like, yo, men's mental health also matters, dude. Like, literally, you're equals. No one's health matters more than the other. Everybody's health matters. You gotta take care of each other. Literally, no one is more important than the other person. You gotta take care of each other and work with each other. But he also depicts the privilege that certain people have, whether they be men or women, right? Like, it shows the privilege that, like, some women have because of who they are, will also depict some privilege that some men have, and literally talks about that in characters like Miho, who literally are annoyed at Chizuru's privilege that she's beautiful, even though Chizuru doesn't take that for granted and actually doesn't like that part of herself that seemingly only people focus on is her beauty. She gets pissed at Minnie for that exact reason, right? She does that whole thing she does on her birthday with the cake. It's literally Chizuru pissed at Minnie for that exact reason, because she's like, oh, you only care about surface level shit. And Minnie, in her own surface level, selfish kind of way, literally sees past that. Literally realizes, oh, like that's not why I see people. I want to see you, even though I literally can't see you. Right? Minnie is like, I'm doing this for you, even though I literally don't understand and don't see you. And that's kind of the point. It shows that Minnie does care, even though she's seemingly blind to who Chizuru actually is. She does give a shit about Chizuru, but she doesn't actually see her. And Chizuru realizing who Minnie is and how she cares, despite the surface level crap, despite all the focusing on the surface level, starts to realize she isn't like those other people. She isn't judging Chizuru solely on surface level. She does care about her, but she is blind to the surface level. Hence why Minnie's gift on Chizuru's birthday is literally makeup. Her face, literally. That's all Minnie focuses on. That's all Minnie sees. But at the same time, she also appreciates Chizuru and who she is. That Minnie does care. And so Minnie's illusion needs to break on how Chizuru appears, and starts to appreciate who Chizuru actually is. Okay, I've ranted for a little bit. I do apologize. We hit 6 hours and 15 minutes. I'm going to call it here. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing, hit the like button, the bell icon, keep up with the uploads. Consider supporting me on Patreon if you can. It would mean a lot, and it would help me make more videos. Consider also joining the Discord. I have a Discord where you can kind of talk to me. Just be respectful and don't say stupid shit, because I will get annoyed. I'll get real fucking annoyed, okay? I'll get really fucking annoyed with that shit. And then finally, consider following me on Twitter, where I actually make some posts there occasionally talking about stuff. And I'll make this into a video later. See you guys next time. I've been Fate, and remember, it's Mosey. Whew. Oof, I need to go eat. I gotta shave. I didn't shave like a stupid idiot. I should have gone and shaved. Anywho, thank you guys for watching. The analytics for the stream are like inconsistent. Umi is Farquad with the best contribution to the stream. Umi is Farquad. I mean, if it's maybe shocking. Umi may not be Farquad. It may be how Kazuya perceives Umi in his head, right? Maybe Umi isn't actually Farquad. It's just how Kazuya perceives Umi in his head, that he's Farquad, right? Like Kazuya is saving her from Umi because he's Farquad. Remember, this is Kazuya's dream, so that kind of makes a lot of sense. Who's Donkey? Minnie. Minnie's Donkey. Minnie is Donkey, bro. Minnie is Donkey. Not even close. It has to be Minnie. It literally has to be Minnie. Minnie is Donkey. She literally gets big like Donkey gets big. Doesn't Donkey get big? Doesn't Donkey get big in Shrek? I don't remember. I feel like he did. She literally gets big like he does. Donkey! Donkey! Mommy is Rumpelstiltskin. Jesus. Mommy's Rumpelstiltskin. Jesus Christ. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I could see it, but I don't think so. Donkey! Okay, I'll see you guys later. This was fun. He transforms into a stallion. Oh my god, he does. He transforms into a stallion. Yeah, I forgot. He does transform into a stallion. That's in the second movie, though. That's in the second movie. But yeah. Later. Take care, fellas. Have a good day. I'll make the Shrek video later. This should be fun to make. This should be fun to make.